start calculating and having so much discussion about it, because the truth is it is a simple necessity. And nowadays, as we are growing, as the society is growing, there is a key component of society itself, and that is its youth. Now, according to the National Youth Policy in 2019, they state that the youth of Nigeria are those between the age of 18 to 29 years old. Between the ages of 18 to 29 years old, which means so far you fall within this range. There are certain expectations of you in society. There are certain things that are expected of you to do as an individual of society. There are certain, responsibilities attached to you calling yourself a youth. Earlier on we had a speaker who was talking about responsibilities of a firstborn. Now, you wouldn't expect a firstborn who is already a youth to still be a lazy fellow, to still depend on family, to still depend on his parents. But then you would expect that someone who falls within those age range is capable of feeding himself, probably bringing money or food back home to feed his family. And these are many more are ways in which we can see the youth of a society being involved. Now, we are talking about the reason why youths need to get involved in agriculture. There are numerous ways in which you can, play your part as a youth of the society, of wherever it is that you belong to. There are several ways for you to, get your foot in there, to, make your mark, to ascertain yourself in whatever field that you are in, doing what's best for you, doing what's best for society, doing what's best for your family, and most importantly, doing well for yourself. Now, the youth of the society and their key responsibilities, their key roles in agriculture, because the truth is human population continues to rise exponentially, continues to rise tremendously as the year goes by, and there is even an estimation by the United Nations of human population going over 9.8 billion by 2050. A child born today by then will be 24 years old, and categorically that is a youth. That person is already expected to feed himself, feed his family, provide something, contribute to the social economy, contribute to his family, his household economy. Now, and there is a sector of economy which is agriculture, which we are trying to get people to get involved, which we are trying to speak to people about, asking every single one of us to get involved. Now, the truth about agriculture, especially and particularly in our society right now, is that there is a huge gap that needs to be filled. There is a need to get more people involved. There is a need for solutions to be preferred. There is a need for people to address the matter, people to talk about what is truly needed. And then also we could also see that in agriculture, because in our society such as Nigeria, agriculture is mainly practiced in rural areas, because urban cities, urban areas barely even have enough space to accommodate its people. How then can we now translate agriculture to urban cities? And then you would even see that even in rural areas that agriculture is a predominant occupation in them, what would instead of people getting involved in agriculture, because now even reminding us of how agriculture has continued to remain a cultural event, a cultural occupation, is that you would, back then, a family, let's say for example the Agbekoya or Agbeloba family, it's not just the father or the mother that is involved in agriculture, it's rather the whole family. Yeah, and then you would even see that translating in our cultural stories, whereby you would find a man, the head of the home, getting multiple wives, and it's not just because he just wants to get it. A key reason embedded in the fact in why polygamy is predominant in, especially in the African culture, is due to the fact that a man marries multiple wives in order to get more children. And then what's the essence of this children that he has? So that they can help out on the farm. And then you would see that in a family setting, the father, as the head of the home, he tills the land, he plants, he does all the hard work, or he does the hard labor, including probably he gets to have servants, or maybe he has help from other extended members of the family. But you would majorly see that the father is in charge of the hard labor, he is in charge of doing the tough work. And then after planting season has gone by, then it's harvest season. Then after harvest, you would then see them employ the children. These children, they are in charge of, carrying items from the farm back home. They are in charge of, cleaning, washing, sorting produce from the farm. And then probably the mother is in charge of processing this farm produce. She's in charge of making it suitable and consumable for the family. So in that way, you can see how agriculture is not just a one-man system, but rather it is inculcated into the whole family getting involved. Now, that has been our history, that has been our past. But right now, we would rather see instead of people, continuing with that, yes, with improved methods of doing things, because you don't expect that even right now in the 21st century we still have to battle with hoes and cutlass. But rather, what is more predominant is that we begin to see rural to urban migration. Everyone wants to sit in an air-conditioned office. Everyone wants to, put on suits and ties and just act corporate. And even more rampant, now everyone wants to get into tech. Everyone is trying to, be involved in what's happening. And then we begin to see a huge increase in rural-urban migration. People tend to move from rural areas and then they are moving to urban areas in search of better opportunities, in search of the greener pasture. That is good, that is fine. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm not saying it's evil or anything, but instead I'm trying to call our attention to the fact that there is a shortage of people who are producing food. And we need to, improve that sector. We need to get into it. We need to improve what is happening right now and better it for ourselves. And then also, in the problems or the needs of agriculture right now, aside from the fact that we are having people moving away from rural areas, you also have the issue of disinterest. Many people, at the simple mention of just agriculture or just farming, they will tend to turn up their nose. They're like, oh, what's that? That's so archaic. Why are you talking to me about agriculture? Why do I need to? Yes, they have food that they are not bothered about how that food gets on their table. All they are concerned is whether or not it's expensive, I will still be able to buy it. And then there are many issues surrounding that mindset. There are many issues surrounding why we shouldn't think that way, particularly about food. And so the issue of disinterest, imagine a family that prides itself in agriculture, a family that sustains its income on agriculture, a family that they get their money, they are into agriculture. And then after the children, they grow up and then they begin to get their own families too. And now you would expect continuity, but instead you will see the children, they begin to complain. They're like, oh, we don't like the occupation of our father. Oh, we don't want this, we want something better for ourselves. And then they even begin to have some type of apathy towards agriculture, because they've seen how hard and how bad their fathers and mothers have toiled. And then they lose interest. They are no longer interested. They no longer want to have even at the mention of, oh, let's go to the farm, they hate to hear that word. And the truth is, that's more common than we can ever think about. That's more, people don't want to get their hands into that. They don't want to be in that space. You just don't want to talk to them about, oh, let's go to the farm. I'm very sure if I ask all of us in this room, have you ever been to a farm before? Yes. Some of us, but not all of us. Okay, now if you've been to, when was the last time you were on a farm? Yesterday. When? Last year, December. What about you? Did you do any activity on the farm?
Yes, I picked snails.
You picked snails? What about you? You uprooted cocoyam. Is there any other person you aside from these two that did something related to farming recently?
This last year.
Last year, what did you do?
I uprooted cassava.
You uprooted cassava. That's good. Who else did anything?
Vegetable.
Yeah?
Vegetable.
Vegetables. You planted or you planted or you harvested?
I have a
You harvested. Is there anybody that has been involved in the planting process of agriculture?
Yes.
A long time
What did you
ago.
plant?
Okra.
How recent was that?
Maybe like 2020.
2 months. Oh, yes.
2 months.
I planted
This year now.
May. What about you? When was the last time you
I
did anything?
started beans also.
That's all.
Beans. Okay, tomatoes. Who else? I can see one hand at the back. What did you do?
Okra.
Okra. How recent was this? 2020. That is this. Well, all of this all of this is good, and I really hope, because yesterday I got to talk about how you can plant in your little space. I really hope that with all of this talk you will get interested in producing your own food. Yes, you wanted to say something. Okay.
I was seeing something on social media, this hydroponics.
Yes.
How come like the engineering, I don't think the engineering is that complicated, but more people are like agriculturists,
Yeah.
like people are not talking more about it because I feel like it's more efficient.
Yes.
Running this space. I think that talk about it.
Okay, no problem. Another time. That is one of the topics. Thank you very much for that. Also, even last night I talked a bit about hydroponics. Hydroponics is something that, if you're a lover of agriculture, if you are interested, that is also part of ways in which youth can get involved, because it is very necessary for us to look into ways that we can fit what is happening now with what it is that we need and make it better for ourselves. And hydroponics is one of those ways. It is the use of, okay, let me just touch on a bit about that. It is the use of water, nutrient filled water, to plant your crops, as opposed to traditional methods of using soil and using land to plant food. You are using water instead. This may be surprising to many people, but the truth is that is the future of agriculture. That is the trend that we are currently working towards. All right, so now I'd like to backtrack to where I was coming from, about the fact that a lot of people, a lot of youth, a lot of young people have lost interest in agriculture. While it is good that every one of us here have said and spoken about the last time that we were involved in an agricultural practice, has anyone here ever reared a chicken before? So, okay. What about, have you ever been involved in rearing a goat or ram or cow? Goat. Yes, you can see that these are, yes. And then if I would even continue to ask for that, these are things that probably growing up our mothers or our fathers had in our compounds, and then they read. Now let me ask you, as you are growing up, would you ever do that? Would you replicate that in your future homes? Yes. I really hope that it is the same for our viewers who are watching us worldwide, that you would love to even replicate this in your future, because it is a thing of pride to be able to produce your own food. It is a thing of pride to be able to see a full plate of meal right in front of you, for you to eat for either breakfast, lunch or dinner, and be proud of the fact that you were involved in the processing of that food. You were involved in how that food came to be. And so now I would continue with my earlier speech, is the fact that in rural areas right now there is a huge shift and a huge decline in the number of youths who are ready to take over from their old parents. Our parents are not getting younger. They are not, their strength is not so much as before. Their strength continues to decrease day in, day out, and then they begin to look around. There is no child to take over from them. There is no younger generation to take over from them. And a speaker earlier mentioned on mentoring. There is no space for them to be able to even mentor newer generation, teach them the old tricks. I am an extensionist by profession, and going into farms, you would hear that, oh, the farmers that you're even going to teach, they know better than you. They know the best practice more than what you are coming to teach them from your textbooks. They know better than how you are coming to, even if you are coming to tell them about new method, they know better. Now, in ways in which our fathers, our mothers, they've been able to master this practice, yet there is barely anyone who is there to learn from them. And then now all of this gap, all of this situation, all of these problems, all of these loopholes in our agricultural system as a society, the question then, the question that arises then is, who is there to take over? Who is there to, continue this legacy? Who is there to improve on these techniques? Who is there to engage? Who is there to better what it is our fathers have maintained and sustained, and then fit it right for the future of our society? And I'm talking about the youth of the society. I'm talking about the reason and the need for youth to get involved in agriculture. Because yes, it's all good that every single one of us wants to chase the best of the best, but then how do we feel when, yes, there is already a projection of high increase in human population, and then it gets to a point whereby food becomes a scarce commodity. Food becomes something that we have to buy at a very ridiculous high price. That is not something that we should be working towards, but rather we should be seeking ways for us to improve what it is that we have now. Now, I'll be talking on several ways in which youth can get involved. I'll be talking about ways in which we can, as a society, better what it is that we have now in the agricultural sector, in order for us to feed ourselves better, in order for us to, sustain what it is that we have, for us to be able to feed our future generation. And then first on that list, I'll be talking about the fact, which I feel like has been established a bit so far, is the fact that we need to get involved. Ask questions. Know, okay, what way can I, in my own simple and little way, in what way can I get involved? In what way can I address this need? Now I have been told that there is a need, I have been told that there is a gap. What way can I, as a person, can I get involved? Firstly, it starts by us asking ourselves a question, because if we don't see a problem, or if we don't see an issue with the current way things are done, the truth about it is that there will be no solution, there will be no answer, there will be no correction, there will be no improvement, there will be no advancement, and we'll just like to remain as we are, and then things just continue to die out, things continue to rot out. Now, after we've been able to address the needs, after we've been able to address the question of why do I need to be there? Do I even need to be there? Because another truth of the matter is, for many people, they don't even see the need for them to go into agriculture. I don't know, probably we just have this, back-end knowledge of, oh, there will always be food. I don't know if maybe that is the thought or perspective of many people. But then the truth is, there might not always be food. And why is that? Because our farmers are getting older. Technology is not advancing as fast and as often as it should. Times are changing. There is climate change. There is global warming. There are things that are making agriculture, or they are making farming harder than it used to be. Now, right now, there was only a bit months. 2 months ago, it was almost as if it was a drought season. There was no rain. The soil was hard. That was meant to be planting season for some crops, but because there was no water, there was no rain, farmers could not plant. Now that does not just affect the farmer because he is unable to make profit at that time, simply because when he was meant to plant, he couldn't plant. But it also affects society as a whole, because then it affects food production. Food is expected to be in abundance by this time, but because there was drought, there was no rain, there's no way in which that food is going to get out to the general public. And then these are many more are ways in which you can see how global warming is causing a change in how agriculture is being practiced. It is causing a change in how we begin to see and even appreciate what it is that we had before. And now that we've spoken about getting involved, I also like to talk about ways in which we can get involved. Things in which, ways and, sections or even channels in the system that we can get involved. And then next I'll be talking about is managing or minimizing agricultural waste. Now, majority of the food produced on farms do not get to the final consumer tables. Majority of the food which is being produced back home in farms, at the end of the day, they get wasted. They don't get to the final consumer tables because simply because of wastage, and wastage not because there are a lot of probably unusable part of that particular food, because every part of food is necessary, every part of a particular food product is necessary. So then you begin to ask, how then is there wastage? Firstly, due to the fact that there are no proper infrastructure for us to maintain and sustain the food that is being produced. Now you would begin to wonder, okay, by the time you go to the market and you are there to buy pepper, let's say you are there to buy tomatoes, and then you go to the farmers market today, you would see a basket of tomatoes. You would see, and this is even common in our society, you will see a particular basket of tomatoes having fresh and plump looking tomatoes. They are very juicy looking, tantalizing and appealing to the eyes. And then you would then see another section or another basket with degrading tomatoes, and then you begin to wonder, okay, these tomatoes that are degrading, or these tomatoes that are going bad, who is there to buy them? Who is there to take them away from this farmer or this seller, in order for them not to run into loss? Because the truth is, once food is spoiled, except for if you are not careful with your own life, because that is a very dangerous thing to do, once food is spoiled, it is no longer consumable, and so therefore the farmer or the seller has no choice but to dispose it off, and as such food gets wasted. And then what is left, what is remaining, the ones that are looking fresh, the ones that are looking plump, and the ones that are looking tantalizing, end up becoming expensive. And once it's expensive, it's no longer affordable for the general public. And it's such a pity that in our society right now, you would instead see people tend to purchase you tend to see people purchase bad and damaged goods instead of them getting the proper one. Because if I even do a survey of people in this room, and then I ask you, if you found food produce that were looking fresh and expensive, that were looking fresh and good, but instead they were expensive, but then you now source another grade of food which is no longer fresh, but it's cheaper, you will tend to find out that many people would instead choose the cheaper option, just so they can afford to be able to eat from that particular food, or just be able to put something on their table for as food. And so how about if, as a society, as youths, because it's no longer, this is not a time for us to put pressure on the older generations. They've tried enough, they've done enough, they've upheld this system, they've upheld this sector for so long. Now let's get involved. And the way in which you can get involved, or one of the ways in which you can get involved, is by minimizing this food waste. Now, in the case of tomatoes, we can now people begin to set up, tomato processing plants. And then, in what ways can we even, process tomatoes? We can have tomato paste. Tomato paste is something that is widely used in our cuisines. Jollof rice, a very important cuisine in the Nigerian culture, relies heavily on a tomato-based sauce. Now, if there is, although yes, there are markets, but ways for us to increase that market, get involved in that market, and then we then tend to, it may not even be an individual, it may be a group of youths. In this case, they decide to set up a company, and then they begin to produce and process tomatoes. In that way, even the farmer back home, despite the fact that he barely has anyone to sell is produced to, it gets to have that available market for him. Because another reason why food gets wasted is due to the fact that there is no readily available market. Although yes, the truth is there would always be market for food, but just readily accessible and available market. Because one, the road network system, it's poor. And then before a farmer is able to, transport tomatoes from the northern part of the country down here to the southwest, there are a lot of complications on the road. There are a lot of, potholes, even like different dangers on the road. And then, so therefore, a lot of things happen. The tomatoes do not end up getting to its final consumers. How about probably up north, where we have this production? We set up manufacturing plants, we set up processing plants, and then we are able to, transform these tomatoes into paste, into packaged paste that have longer shelf lives, and then we then send them forth. These are ways in which we can mitigate food waste. And then even to several food produce, to several of them, all of them, even there are ways in which food can be processed. And another advantage of even processing food like this is that it increases the value of that particular food. Now let's take, for example, you are able to buy tomatoes, let's say a basket of tomatoes, you're able to buy, or a farmer is able to sell a basket of tomatoes for, let's say, 5,000 naira. Now after processing, after increasing its value, you don't expect that same basket of tomatoes to still sell for 5,000 naira. No, because simply because value has been added. There has been processing, there has been packaging, there has been printing, different things done to that particular tomatoes, and as such its value increases. That leads to more profit to that farmer. Even to other food products, even to simple food. When you have rice, a farmer produces rice on his farm. Rice is, after processing rice, although yes, rice can be available in its raw form, but that is barely consumable by humans. It still has to go through some sort of processing. Now after getting rice from the farm, the farmer does not just decide to sell it off like that, because it's all almost little to no value to you as a consumer unless it is processed. Now these are ways in which you can see youth getting involved, having more processing farms, because there is little right now. What we have is barely enough. So how about we see ways in which we then get youth being involved? They build plants that process all of this food. It gets more value added to it. It increases even its taste, because raw rice compared to processed and or even polished rice, it's of better taste, it's of better value, it's of better look even to its final consumer. So these are ways in which we can get youth active in agriculture. And this is even to those who don't want to get their hands dirty on the farm, because an hidden truth in processing food is the fact that that is even where the real money is. You are not involved in the hard toil of working on the farm, laboring in the sun, but instead all you're interested in, what concerns your aspect of being involved in agriculture, is the middle stage, which is just okay, you are able to get this produce from the farm, and then all you are concerned about is adding value to it. You are involved in increasing its potential, increasing its value. Another example that even comes to mind is fish. Now fish is one of so smoked, yeah, fish is one of Nigeria's most produced food, especially catfish in Nigeria. Now if let's take for example, we then see, okay, yes, there is a need for us to even get involved in that as well, and then we then get youth who are involved in processing fish. Now we have many of our country brothers and sisters overseas who still love to have a taste of home. Smoked fish in vegetable soup, that is one of a staple and a favorite to many. How about you then look into it, because this is an upcoming market that has a lot of people involved and they are making money from it. How about you see to it, okay, I can get involved in processing fish. You get the fish from the farmers, you add value to it, you smoke it, you add seasoning to it, you smoke it, then you make it ready for export, and then you then export this fish out of the country. In that way you have added, you've been able to increase income for yourself and even help the country improve our economy, because by that you are helping the country to increase its export potential. Now, I would like to talk about combining technology with agriculture. As we all know, with the new wave of everyone wanting to get into tech, wanting to be involved in the latest tech trend, wanting to be involved in what is going on. And this also applies to precision farming, a system of farming that helps in getting accuracy in what is being planted, in the growth rates, in what is in what is available on the farm, in knowing the right water quantity to use, in knowing the right sunlight or light or artificial light, if it may be, to use for your plants to grow well, in order to aid photosynthesis, in order for you to know the right or even know the nutrients deficiency of your soil. Now, precision farming is the use of technology to enhance and improve farming in our society. Now, precision farming is not just it's not a traditional method of doing farming. It's not something that our traditional farmers are used to. It's a new system. It's a new emerging system. It's something that yes, it may already be permanent in some cultures or in some countries, but bringing this back home to Nigeria, it's something that we still have to introduce to our farmers, introduce to people back home. Now, new technologies such as precision farming, we need more people to get involved in improving it and even adapting it to ways in which farmers back home get to understand. Now, you can't expect us to just copy and paste from other western countries with how it's been done. A farmer back home, a farmer in the village who really has who has little to no understanding of English, is unable to know how to operate certain devices, operate certain technology. Now, how then do we now adapt all of this technology to suit ourselves? We can have people in the tech spaces who will then begin to develop apps that speak our language, that that interprets complex ways of using technology into simpler ways for for our farmers to use. We can get people getting involved in improving the data of our farmers. We can get people who are able to help farmers better understand their data, help farmers better understand ways in which they do they operate their farms. They are able to keep proper records. They are able to analyze their farm data. Another way for us to get involved and even use precision farming for us to better our agricultural sector. Nowadays, we will tend to see many companies, agricultural companies, agricultural firms set up by youths of our society. There are many of them, many lovely ones to mention. They are doing a great job in the agricultural sector of our economy. We have farms who are involved in soilless farming. We have we have organizations who are involved in using AI for agriculture. They are involved in using drones for navigating through your farm. Drones to help you spray liquid materials on your farm, such as pesticide, fertilizers, herbicides on your farm. Swift and efficient and accurate method of spraying, because they are able to calculate data. They're able to know, okay, what and what needs to be applied on this amount or this space of farm. They're able to understand ways of doing agriculture better. And then we have people who go into that field, improve it for our society, because we cannot just begin to say, oh, it's being done in other countries, why is it not being done here? We need to get involved. We need to adapt the system of what is being done in western countries to suit ourselves, because we cannot just copy everything. Copying without understanding what it is that applies to us is just copying in vain. Many people have tried it and it has failed. But instead, how about we look at ways in which getting youth involved in understanding, and even another way for getting youth involved in teaching our current farmers. Now, I said earlier, I'm an extensionist. And what does an extensionist do? We essentially, and in summary, we are there to help farmers understand ways to improve their current ways of farming. We are there to help them, understand new technologies. We are there to help them improve their current or old ways of agriculture, of doing agriculture. Now, I'm a youth myself. How about we get more youth into the system? How about more people who are trying to, educate farmers on better ways to do them? There are apps that farmers need to understand for them to, do farming better. There are applications, there are softwares, there are devices that we need farmers to understand better. How about we get youth who are into that, who are able to, teach the farmers of our societies on ways to use those devices that are available to them to help them understand it. And then we also have even in driving machineries on the farm. You can't expect an 85-year-old farmer to do hard labor on the farm. It is expected that the farmer has youth employed on his farm, or agile and able-bodied people on his farm who are employed in order to do all of this hard stuff. Now, it is not to just relegate the hard labor to certain set of people, but however we get people who are trying to improve what it is that we have now, and then even get involved in that system. There would always be a need for people to drive and operate machineries on the farm. Getting people, engineers who would help us improve current agricultural technologies. Getting people who would help us, repair and maintain agricultural machines. Because once you can't imagine, after spending millions of nairas, spending so much money on a particular farm machine, and then after some time, when the machine is no longer functioning well, there is no one available to repair. You barely have agricultural engineers who understand the basic functioning, the basic operation of a particular machine. You don't have people who understand it. Now we are calling to youth of our country, get involved, know how to do things better. Don't just depend on the way things are done and expect it to sustain the future. Expect it to continue as such. The key thing to note in getting youth involved in agriculture is also understanding the need for us to be involved. It won't be nice if after a man who has upheld the culture of his forefathers, upheld the cultures and traditions of his name, his identity. Now, I was listing some names. Imagine a family of, let's say, the Agbe Loba family, whose family's tradition and family's occupation has continued to be agriculture. They've been involved in the agricultural sector of the economy, and then it gets to a point, a family who in the village, they are known to be the the wealthy cocoa farmer. They are known to be the wealthy cocoa family, and then it gets to a point whereby there is no one to continue that legacy. There is no one to improve on that legacy, and all we just see is that at one point in time, once the last man dies, that is the end of that practice in that home. That shouldn't be the situation. That shouldn't be the story that we are striving towards. That shouldn't be the future of agriculture for our nation. That shouldn't be, the solution that we think we need. But instead, how about we aim at continuity? How about we aim as, translating what is being done and making it better for not just ourselves, but the society at large? Because the truth is, there is money in agriculture, there is money in the field, there is money, there is a quote that there is money in the dirty business. Not dirty business, but it's just the business of you, getting your hands involved, the business of you doing a lot for you to get a lot for yourself as well. And so with this, I would like to engage every single youth right here in this room, and also to the whole world at large. Be involved. There are several ways for you to get involved. Make your research. Get to ask professionals about it. Make research. Ask questions. Know, okay, what gap is available and needs to be filled. Seek and prefer solution. Whatsoever skill it is that you are learning, whatsoever thing you know that can improve what it is that we have now, please seek it out. There are many people right now who are learning tech skills, who are learning engineering skills in order for them to apply to agriculture. How about you also find ways to translate it into agriculture? Find what it is that you are doing right now and translate it into agriculture. Translate it into something that provides food for you. And even another thing about agriculture, a need for agriculture, is even youth in government, youth in policy making rooms. There are several policies that do not favor farmers. There are several rules that don't favor the agricultural economy, agricultural sector of our country. Get involved. Be involved in policy making. Speak up. Talk about what it is that you do in rooms that matter, in rooms that cause change. Be involved, ask questions. We have lawyers that can help us fight policies, that can help us make policies that would better the agricultural sector. We have governments who can help us increase access to loans, who can help farmers get better opportunities, better ways of doing their jobs, who can train farmers, provide materials, provide machineries, provide resources, provide inputs for our farmers to do agriculture better. There are several ways for our government to improve what it is that we have now. Earlier I was talking about how food gets wasted simply because of the roads. We improve our road system. We do better with our transportation system. How food goes from farm to plate. How food goes from a farmer to its final consumer, which is you and I. How about we see ways in which we do not just allow cultures of agriculture, of farming in our tradition, in our cultural system to just die out. However, we see ways of sustaining legacies that have kept families from years, from decades, from ages past, from generations past, and we see ways to improve, get better in them, and not just throw away our history, our tradition, our culture of making agriculture part of us. Because there are stories that we have heard and will continue to hear of people who were wealthy people in the society simply because of agriculture. And even right now we have numerous people. It will be hard for you to find a wealthy person right now in our society who has not dabbled into agriculture in any way, shape and form, whether in technology, whether going directly into it, or processing, or transporting food. You would always find agriculture as one of ways in which wealthy people in the society have built their wealth. So this is a call to you, this is a reminder to you that agriculture is not just a dirty man's business, but it is a way for you to build wealth for yourself, build the economy, build the society, and provide food for yourself and for your family. And I hope that with this talk and with this speech that I have given, it sparks something in you to think about ways in which you as a youth, you as an individual, can be involved and see ways to shape the agriculture of now and better it for our future. And with this, I would like to pass on the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for that inspiring session. My name is Esen Elizabeth Blessing. Alright, so I'll be talking to us about breaking bad habits. Alright, so first off, how do we define bad habits? Bad habits can be seen as unconscious negative behavior that influences a person's performance, or a person's mental health, physical health, and behavior conclusively. All right, so I would like to throw this question open. So who has I see like have had a self evaluation, or has come to this self-awareness and has seen that, okay, I have this bad behavior and this is how I was able to overcome that bad behavior? Who wants to share? I had this bad behavior. Okay, so thank you very much. Please. Run us through.
Procrastinator.
Okay, as a procrastinator, okay, how did you overcome that?
I'm working on it.
Okay, you're still working on it. Any other person? All right, thank
Okay,
you.
as I've said in the dictionary, a bad habit is irregular behavior, irregular act that has negative effects in your life. Do you get? So I remembered being used to getting angry very easily.
Wow.
But over time, I was able to overcome it. Do you understand? So that's an example.
Thank you very much. I agree with all the contributions that has been given, and thank you for sharing how you identified your bad behavior and how you overcame it, correcting that. All right, so I've read books, and I've read Purpose Driven Life by Rick Warren. All right, so I'll be sharing the insights of a particular book that helped me change bad behavior, and that book is called Atomic Habits by James Clear. All right, so with that being said, before I proceed, I would like to share some causes of bad behavior. One of them is routine. And that routine is when somebody does something repeatedly over and over and over and over again. So for example, if you notice that this is the kind of person I am, and you know that in a particular place this is how you act, all right, you keep doing it repeatedly. I can cite an example of somebody I know. This man, whenever he's having a Sunday school session in church, and you know he's just carried away. You know, there's a way you preach, and then you're just lost in your thoughts, and you know, as you're preaching or you're conversing, and then he starts to eat the tip of his pen. Right in public. All right, so that is a bad behavior, and I'm sure maybe when he was exhibiting it, there was no call to, oh, this thing you are doing is a bad behavior, this is how to correct it, or this is, do you get? Maybe people can see that bad behavior, but they won't call you to order. All right, so like I said, that man, he can be in public and then he's just lost, maybe sitting down, and he starts putting a pen in his mouth right in front of, even if it's a board room, and that is a bad behavior. Another cause of bad behavior is environment. Like when you find yourself in a space where something that is negative happens repeatedly. For example, if maybe you are in a school setting and you have two friends that like to talk about this person, gossiping is a bad behavior. Now, being in that environment, if you see two people talking about somebody, or they are talking about something that maybe a teacher or something, you might want to find a friend that you can always do that with. I'm not saying it's not good to gist or have somebody you can talk to, but when it gets to a level, you would understand that, I'm gossiping. You would even feel it that you are gossiping. Right? And when you see this thing happening, you want to try it out. Now, that environment has influenced you. So I've talked about routine, I've talked about environment, and there's another one, instant gratification. You've done something, you know that this thing is a bad thing, but you will not call yourself to order. You are still leaving it to happen. And it's are we together?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So that being said, let me go through this path. In that book written by James Clear, The Atomic Habits, I can tell you that he said that for every 1% of self-improvement, it equals 37 times of growth at the end of the year. So for example, if you notice that you have this bad habit of procrastination, and you've been able to identify that bad habit, that I procrastinate a lot. Now, if you spend a day, for every day that passes in a new year, you decide that, I'm going to change this bad behavior. Every 1% of change you make, even if it is only one thing you do a day, by the time it is the end of the year, you would have been better 37 times than you started the year. All right, so we have laws to behavior change. We have laws to breaking bad habits. First of them is so I created like an acronym. That's the C square and the R square. The C is the Q. The second C is craving. The third, which is the R. The first one is response, and the fourth one is reward. That's C square and R square. All right. So for the laws of behavior change, the first one is make it obvious. That is, if you have a bad behavior, you've seen it that this thing is something that I have and it is not good. Make it obvious. Come to your self-awareness. See that I have this bad behavior. Now that old habit that you want to change, that bad behavior, how do you change it? Ensure that you tie that old habit to a new habit you want to inculcate, you want to change into, right? So for example, if you want to drink water, how do you get attach a new habit to that drinking of water? You ensure that there is a cup before you, and then there is maybe a bottle of water that you can turn water into that cup and drink. That is in the aspect of making it obvious. So if you have a bad behavior on procrastination, look into that, come to that self-realization that if I say I'm going to do these things, how do I ensure that I get them done? And the first thing is try to have a scale of preference. That is where you need prioritization, putting first things first, getting things done at the right time, one thing at a time, right? So if you are someone that procrastinates, if you want to sleep, for example, set an alarm, right? So tie that old habit to a new habit. If you're someone that sleeps too much, maybe you oversleep, set an alarm to that. If you're someone that is maybe dirty, you see that, oh, you don't know how to maintain your clothes, try to set standards. Oh, if I wear these clothes, this is how I'm going to help myself, instead of keeping them in a whole bulky, making them bulky. You can be that, oh, when you wear this particular clothes, while you're taking a shower or before you take your shower, you wash that clothes and you dry it. So those are steps on how to manage that first part of the law of behavioral change. All right. So we also have make room to correct an habit available. Now the habit that is available, that habit you've been doing repeatedly, make room to correct it. Don't just assume that, oh, because I'm this dirty person, it won't be obvious. I've been sweating since morning, nobody will notice it that I'm sweating. Let me just go inside, and you're going in the midst of people, right? So make the room to correct that habit. So if you're going out, little things as maybe perfume oil, have them in your bags, whether you're a man or a woman. As your hanky, is not proper for you to sit in a public space and then you're using your hand to take off sweat from your face. Have your hanky in your bag, have your perfume oil, have your hand cream in your bag. If you use the restroom, you wash your hands. There are some restrooms you go to, you won't even see hand creams to use, right? So those are ways you make room to correct maybe a bad habit, instead of going to the restroom and then you just come out. And I'm just saying, those are few steps. If you see that there is maybe a dirt next to you, maybe someone ate something and left the wrapper, be nice to pick it up, right? So in as much as like I said, that there are causes of bad behavior, maybe environment. The person that sat next to you ate something and left the litter on the floor. If you look at that person, you might want to do the same thing, but be that person that initiates the correction of a bad habit, because that person will see you doing it and the person will copy that good behavior you have shown. All right. So going forward, there is also implement intentions and be specific. So this is your intention. Your intention is to correct this thing you have seen that you do. Be specific on the bad behavior you want to correct. You cannot change everything at the same time, right? You cannot change everything at the same time. Be specific that this is what I want to correct. This is where I'm struggling. This is the bad behavior that I have. Or for example, if I'm someone that likes to chew gum, if I'm in a public space, do I chew to make sound? Does the gum I chew make sound for people to hear? So instead, understand the environment. So be specific on that bad behavior, that this is the bad habit I want to correct. So when you are in a public space, maybe you're trying to ensure that there is mint in your mouth, that's why you are chewing. So when you are chewing, try to manage the environment. Look at the people that are around you, look at the space you are, and don't chew with your cords making sounds. All right. So that being said, I would give an example. So if I'm somebody that I don't like to sit for too long, because if I sit for too long, I might want to stretch in a particular place I am maybe in a boardroom, or maybe amongst people, or in a space, maybe church, school, or anything, and I don't like to sit for too long. So the best thing for me to do is to ensure that, I have exercised enough before walking into that space. All right. So especially when they don't want people loitering around, I should understand that this is what, or maybe before you even step in, they'll put it on their walls that no loitering, like you're not supposed to be walking up and down and all that. So you ensure that you've looked at yourself, that you've checked your health, you are okay, you are sound, so that you don't get into that space and you are stretching with your hands up, and people are seated before you and they are trying to see maybe a projector that is way for everybody to see in front, and then you are stretching your hand, trying to stretch on the seat, and you are, I don't know, are we together? All right. So thank you very much. All right. So you are trying to stretch and all that. Ensure that all those things are in check before you walk in. All right. So how you can implement intention and be specific is that you can say, I will be coordinated at 2 p.m. In the boardroom. I'm going again. You can tell yourself, I'll be coordinated by 2 p.m. in the boardroom. If you put your mind to it, that is how it's going to be. Meaning, if you notice that you are this person that likes to stretch, you are somebody that you can sit down and cause a distraction, say to yourself that I'll be coordinated. I'll be coordinated at this time, at this location. So wherever I'm going to, even if it is in a eatery, I'll be coordinated when they bring me that food. At Tasty Fried Chicken, I would put myself in order. When this person gives me the envelope, I won't shout too much. I won't shout too much at the eatery. So be specific and be time specific. Be intentional about that behavior you want to change. All right. So that being said, make it attractive. That is, let that habit you want to change crave for that new habit you are intending. If you have a new habit you want to inculcate, make it attractive. Don't just assume that, oh, I'm going to change this habit. Make it attractive in the sense that pair that action you need to do with an action you want to do. That is, this action you have, this behavior, this habit you have that you want to change, pair it with a new action that you intend to do. For example, if you want to watch your favorite TV or your favorite TV show, pair it with something that would help you watch that favorite TV show. For example, you want to watch maybe Barney and Friends. You're going to watch it on a television. So you can just say something like, I'm going to watch Barney on my TV screen. All right. So that's you acting what you want to do. Saying it that this is what I want. This is the behavior I want to act, and this is how I'm going to do it. All right. So that being said, surround yourself with people who exhibit behavior as a normal behavior. So surround yourself with people who exhibit a behavior that is a normal behavior. So if you're trying to break away from a bad habit and you see that this particular space, this is how they behave, these are the things they do, and these are things that will help me break free from that bad habit. So you should find yourself more in such an environment. All right. So if you see that, oh, I'm somebody that wants to I'm somebody that is prayerless, I want to learn more about praying. If you see 2 or 3 people gathered to pray, go there, join them. It could start with self-introduction. Over time, when they are having such meetings together, they are going to call you they are going to follow up with you, and as time goes on, before you know, your prayer life is going to change. Okay, so that being said, make it easy to change, like make that bad habit easy to change. That is, there should be a response to that bad habit. I mean, when starting a new habit, spend less than 2 minutes to do it. Don't so what that means is, when you want to change a bad habit, don't spend the whole day trying to change a bad habit. Spend less than 2 minutes doing it, because it's going to take it's bit by bit, one step at a time. So you can't just take a book and you say you want to read a book and then you're trying to finish that book in one sitting. You will not understand the context and the contents of that book. So you can, if you're a beginner that is trying to break free from bad habits, of course, Atomic Habits, that book means trying to change bad habits in bits. You change that bad habit one step at a time. All right. So if you take a book and you want to read a book, start with a page. Understand what that page is saying. Understand what you've read. Digest it, especially like I said, if you're starting for the first time to change that habit. All right. So make it easy. Okay. So that being said, another example is, if you want to go to the gym, ensure you prepare your stuffs to go to the gym at night. So it's not that the following day you've planned that you're going to the gym the next day, and then you're everywhere trying to get your socks, trying to get your sneakers, you're looking for where you left this and left that, something you would have done before the next day. So that is that on response. All right. So talking about make it satisfying, that is the fourth law of behavioral change. All right. So checking a box gives a different dopamine hit. All right. So if you want to change a bad behavior, have like a checklist of what you would do for yourself if you change this bad behavior. All right. Have like a checklist of things you would do for yourself if you change this bad behavior. So for example, I can say that if I want to sleep, or maybe I notice that I'm somebody that oversleeps, if I say that I'm going to sleep for just maybe take a nap for 40 minutes, and I set an alarm for myself that it's going to take 40 minutes, I don't want to spend less than 40 minutes in taking this nap. So I'm going to create a checklist for myself that, okay, so if I'm able to achieve this, I'm going to maybe buy myself cheese ball, I'm going to give myself a treat, I'm going to just try things down that I'm going to do for myself. That's like creating a checklist. So if maybe when I sleep and I'm awake, in that 40 minutes, I'll go to my checklist and I'll begin to tick that, okay, since I was able to do this, I'll reward myself with this. Since I was able to do this, I'll reward. So that yours might not be in line of sleeping and setting an alarm, right? So whatever thing you want to change, whatever bad habit you see that you want to change. For example, I gave an instance of somebody that puts a pen in his mouth unconsciously in public. So such a person can create a checklist for himself that if I go to church, or while I'm teaching, or while I'm doing this, and I am not lost in my thoughts when I'm having a conversation with someone and I'm putting a pen in my mouth, when I come back, this is what I'm going to do for myself. So that is like rewarding himself of the good thing he has done to correct that bad behavior, right? So make it satisfying, because what is rewarded is repeated and what is punished is avoided. All right. So if you reward a good behavior, there's every tendency that it will repeat itself and it becomes a routine, right? So for example, maybe a child that goes to school and you see that, that this child has brought a bad result home. The first thing is, how do you address that situation? It's not by, so after all the money I paid and this is all you can bring home and all that, and you start comparing that child with another person's child. When you need to understand that everybody's talent, everybody's skill is different. All right. So instead of attacking the child, look at how, I'm not saying you should reward a child for bad results. I'm only saying there are various approaches to that. What led to you having this grade in these results, in this subject? What led to this? What led to that? And now for the ones that the child did well, maybe the child did well in verbal reasoning and the child did poorly in quantitative, look at how you can reward that child for the verbal reasoning. Because if you reward that child in that verbal reasoning, you won't even have to tell the child to sit up in the quantitative reasoning. You won't have, because you've rewarded the child for that good behavior, right? Another example is, if I recall one of the speakers was talking about pets, where she said one of our Eskimos, if she misbehaves, she punishes, she tries to correct that bad behavior in that pet. All right, so instead of because it's just a pet, the pet does not know anything. You have a dog, you have a cat, and the pet pees or poos on the ground. It is what you teach that pet, especially when it is in the baby phase, that the pet would get to adopt to. All right, so when you punish that pet in the sense of maybe you delay the pet's meal, there is every tendency that the next time that pet wants to poo or wants to poop, it won't do it within the house. All right, so those are ways of correcting bad habits under the laws of behavioral change. All right, so that's ensuring you reward a good behavior, because of course what you reward will be repeated and what you punish will be avoided. All right, so under the laws of behavioral change, I've mentioned 4 steps under a point. Now we are going to second point, that is identify based habits. That is, many try to change their outcomes or their process, that is losing weight by running daily, which is very wrong. You don't have to say that, oh, because I'm fat, I want to lose weight, so the next thing I want to do is to be running every day. You would choke yourself. It will be too much for you. How many running do you want to do? So the book suggests that you change your identity. Come to the realization that you are fat. Accept it, that is who you are. Because that's the truth, serious. Because how many runnings do you want to do? Because at the end of the day, that is not even what you want to do. So why are you stressing yourself? So accept your identity, that is who you are. All right, so that being said, that is under identity based habits. Understand your identity, that this is who you are. So there are certain things that you shouldn't even put yourself under stress to start getting. Accept yourself for who you are. All right, so that being said, make it a habit that you would always correct anything that you see that is a bad habit. Don't live with it. Try to ensure that you correct it. Try to ensure that you correct it. Anytime you see that, oh, you notice that there is this bad habit I've exhibited and I said I won't do it again. Maybe biting your nails in public. You can just bite your nails and you don't know it is a bad habit, right? So when you see that you've done that, try to ensure that this is how I'm going to change, by using nail cutter to cut your nails, so that when you're in public and you are lost in your mind, in your thoughts, you are not chewing or biting your nails. All right. Also, if you know that you're somebody that likes to eat excessively, for me, if I taste a meal and the food is plenty, I'll finish it in that sitting, which is not supposed to be so. All right. So when you want to break bad habits, make it invisible. That is, if you want to eat excessive food, you see that you are somebody that likes to eat junks, don't even go there. If you are in a house where they buy junks and they store junks, hide it from where you can see it. That is one way to help yourself. Hide that junk food, that you don't even go there. All right. Reframe your mindset to highlight the benefits of avoiding bad habits. That is where changing your mindset comes in. Reframe your mindset to highlight the benefits of avoiding bad habits. So what are the benefits of having good habits? That is what it means. What are the benefits of you having good habits? If I have good habits, people want to come close to me. If I'm not dirty, people want to relate with me because my clothes will feel more comfortable. They will be clean, right? If I'm not in a dirty environment, flies will not be perching on me. All right, so those are ways to reframe your mind. All right, so make it difficult. Hide the notes in another room. So for example, make it difficult for you to do certain things that are bad habits. For example, if you're somebody that likes to sit in front of a screen for a long time, and you know that you've been told by the doctor that your eyes are not good, even if your eyes are good, you're not even supposed to sit in front of a screen for a long time. So if you're somebody that sees that, oh, this is my bad habit, especially as a young adult, even if, yes, especially as a young adult, if you see that sitting in front of a TV is going to waste your time, hide the remote. You can give it to maybe one of your kids in the house or the children that, oh, please keep this remote, no more screen time for now. That is how to implement that aspect. Now make it unsatisfying. That is, create a contract or fund an account, find an accountability partner. So for example, you can decide that, okay, I'm going to open this account. Some people are that intentional about their change. Make up your mind that I'm going to create an account. You see this account, anytime I do something good in this area, I'm going to put some money here. Anytime I do this for myself, I'm going to put some money here. For example, if someone that smokes for too much, someone that smokes for too much, to correct that bad habit, the person has to stay away from lighter, first of all. So when the person does not see lighter in his or her sight, how do you even light a cigarette when you don't even have the lighter around you? All right. So when the person has identified that he or she is a smoker, the first thing the person does is, I'm trying to explain this part that says make it unsatisfying, that is, create an account or find an accountability partner. So if you have this account, when you see that day one I was unable to smoke because I didn't see a lighter, if you have if you want to reward yourself 500 naira per day, put that money into the account. Every day you do that for yourself, you would see that you are rewarding yourself for being a better person. If you cannot, you've seen that, you cannot afford funding an account to reward yourself, you can have an accountability partner. What are friends for? Why should you have friends that the only thing they do with you is to take from you? Why should you have such friends? So change your circle. Have somebody that can see you and tell you, Elizabeth, so anytime you are passing, there's this smell that comes. You get, so these people try to help. It's not like they are trying to talk you down. They are just telling you ways on how you can help yourself. So if somebody the person that told you that can be your accountability partner. So every time you are maybe passing, how was my dress? Was it well ironed? So that person is able to tell you, even if it has to do with building confidence. If you cannot build your confidence, if you have friends that are comfortable, if you look at me, the first time I started speaking, I was not this comfortable. But because I have surrounded myself with people that speak comfortably, I've stood here, I've seen people that have spoken for over 1 hour, 2 hours, and I think that has helped me change my mindset in a way. And this is me speaking comfortably. I'm not shaking, I'm not terrified, because thank you thank you very much, because I have seen it, and that is how I've been able to break free from that bad habit. All right, so that being said, as regards make it unsatisfying, all right, so for people that oversleep, use an alarm. All right, so if you are somebody that likes to eat late night snacks, right, use kitchen timer locks. So I think because of AI and technology now, there are certain houses or there are certain kitchens that there's certain devices that their kitchen, they have alarm, is it alarm, they have smart locks. All right, so if you are somebody that in your house, they used to buy Pringles, they used to buy cheese ball, they used to buy meat pie and what have you, and you have all of that in your fridge, you have Snickers, Bounty, chocolates and all that, all in your fridge. Even Pepsi, Coke and all that, they are your pet drinks and they are in your fridge. If you can install a smart lock in your kitchen, that can help, because it's going to help control the kids and it's going to help control you too. So when you have that smart lock in your kitchen, there's this time that you can't even enter the kitchen at all. So that helps you manage late night snacking. So for people that to say, what if I cannot afford a smart lock? You can try keeping your money. You don't have to buy it. You don't have to buy it, all right? So for somebody that does excessive spending, for somebody that does excessive spending, if you are going out, don't go out with your ATM. It's not by force to go out with your your ATM card. Go, you can withdraw what you want to withdraw around your environment. Thank God for POS now. You can just take your money and put in your wallet and leave your ATM at home, especially when you know where you are going to, you are not spending money. So take the money for your transportation and go and come back. All right. For somebody, I've had experience of somebody that, you know, maybe I woke up and we were going to church. I had this girlfriend. We were going to church on the mainland. That's around Bega, Ujoduye in Lagos, and it was in the morning. I don't know if she forgot. And then we were going, and I was like, okay, let's take Uber. And the next thing she was going to tell me was, I've passed my transfer limit. In the morning, I don't understand. You are telling me you passed transfer. How did that happen? I just, okay, let's use public transport. We went, and we got to church and all that. But in my thoughts, I'm like, how do you pass transfer limit around 8 a.m.? Do you get? So, okay, you are saying it's possible. Okay, so who were those she was transferring to in the night?
By 12 a.m. it's going to become a new day.
Oh, okay.
So that's 1 to 8.
Okay, so I got to understand from this breaking from. You were saying something.
Only she has a low transfer limit. So transactions she has done.
Okay, so I can see people supporting. Okay, all right. So at that point, when I came back, it was when I started reading this book by James Clear that I came to understand that what that person was doing. Because every time we go out, even if we are hanging out, she's always saying that thing. Except maybe she just consciously wants to say, so this is what I have. She will bring out the cash. I came to understand that what she was doing was she was avoiding overspending. So even if you want to, lend me some money, if she does not want to give you, the next thing you hear is, I've passed my transfer limit. Just for peace. Do you get? And that is how she has come to understand her own self, that this is how she wants to stop this bad habit of overspending. And trust me, I don't blame her in any way. I don't blame her in any way, because of course that is the area she saw that she is weak, and she was trying to, you know, correct that that habit. All right. So that being said, I don't know if we have any bad habits that we want to share that we've changed from. Okay, so that being said, I will be drawing the curtain here. Thank you for listening to me. I will be passing the mic to the next to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Nigeria and the world. Again. My name is Oluwagbemisola Anna Ogumefun. Again. I am still Nigerian anyways, but I'm not here to tell you about that. Before I go on into what I want to talk about, let me ask you to do something for me quickly. If you have a notebook and a pen or your phone, let's quickly do this exercise, everyone. Yes, thank you. I need you to note down 4 people that you love most in your life. 4 people that you love most in your life. Let's note them down quickly. I would like everyone to participate. For those online, watching us online, please participate also, and you can put the response on our chat box. Yes, you can comment your response. Thank you so much. 4 people that you love most in your life. Are we ready? Okay, I'm still waiting. If you don't have a pen or paper, you can make use of your phone. Use a note on your phone. 4 people that you love most in your life. Please don't delete it when you're done. Keep it, because we'll look at it later. This is like a pretest. Don't mind me, I'm a teacher. It is in my blood. It's a pretest, so let's just take notes of the 4 people that we love most in our lives. Are we ready now? Yes. Okay, who would like to share? Okay, thank you so much. 4 people that you love most.
Okay, so 4 people that I love most in my life.
Okay, number 1, God.
Yes.
God is not a man that you should lie.
So God God.
I'll keep God somewhere. Let's keep God on one side. Okay,
I
yes.
can't take him out of the picture.
Okay. No, I'm not taking it out of the picture. The Bible says God is not a man. So it's not a people.
Then my family,
Okay, your family, okay.
myself.
God, your family, yourself.
Myself.
Okay, yes.
Myself. So there's nothing you want to
Yes,
say.
God,
My
your family, yourself,
and what I do.
and what you do.
That's my career, my passion.
Okay.
Say people.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so maybe my friends.
Your friends. Okay, so God, your family, you, and
People around
your friends. Okay, thank you so much for that. Yes, let's take it back.
Okay, as for me,
Okay.
I don't have up to 4 persons.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay,
I
number
have
one.
3. My mom,
Your
my
mom,
sister for me,
your
my
sister.
sisters, you know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Should we take, okay, one more. Let's take another person. Let's go.
Alright, so I have my dad,
Your dad, your mom,
my sister,
your sister, and your brothers. Thank you so much. Any other person wants to share?
my niece and
Okay, let's go, please.
my nieces and nephews,
Your nieces, your nephews,
my parents,
your parents,
everything.
and your siblings. Fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for participating in this. Thank you. Do you know why I just sighed now? Because if I were to wear my teacher regalia, like I used to joke with my students sometimes. I'll tell them your zero is going to be get of my head. You know my head is big, so that zero is going to be very big. So like I said, this is just a test. It is a test. How many of us actually, number one, included ourselves? So from all the responses I got, only one person mentioned myself. That's number one. Number two, even the person that mentioned myself mentioned herself as number 3. And that is why I am here to talk about this topic: self-love, a journey back into God's design. Yes, don't worry, I'm not here to preach. I'm not a preacher, neither am I a pastor, even though I'm looking like it right now. But I will be basing my talk based on 1 Corinthians 13. Like I said, I'm not here to preach, don't worry. But why am I using 1 Corinthians 13? It's because it breaks for the Christians in our midst, and for the benefit of most of the Christians in our midst would know why, but for the benefit of those that are non-Christians, or for the Christians that have not read their Bible to that side. The reason why I'm using 1 Corinthians 13 is because from the beginning of 1 Corinthians 13 to the end, it talks about what love actually is. We see the various characteristics of love. Now, in our society today, we hear a lot of I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. But the I love you is just butterflies in your stomach. And the moment the butterflies travel, or maybe they jackpot, that's, yeah. So maybe when they travel abroad, or the butterflies disintegrate, or the butterflies, what else would they do? Then suddenly the love is not there anymore, and you start hearing things like, I cursed the day I met you, I do this, I do that. But is that actually love, or infatuation, or just emotional gish? Pardon me, it's just like you're just feeling somehow in your mind right now, and you feel like, oh, I love this person. But I'm not here to talk about a love of a man to a woman, or a love of one person to another. I'm here to talk about your own love to yourself. And why is it important to love yourself? You basically cannot give what you don't have. I'm going to be referring to the Bible once in a while. But please bear in mind, I'm not preaching. I'm not a preacher. Why should we love ourselves? You simply cannot give what you don't have. The Bible says there are two greatest laws in the Bible. Who knows those two laws? Love the Lord God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your being. That's one. Love God. And the second one, love your neighbor as yourself. Thank you so much. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. And the second one, love your neighbor as yourself. Don't let us forget the clause, as yourself, which means you are the foundation of the love that you want to show to another person. You are the basis of the love you want to show to another person. For us to see how much you love somebody, we're first going to check how much do you love yourself. And that's why Lucy Ball says something. She said, love yourself first, and everything else falls in line. Love yourself first, and everything else will fall into line. And that's why we're looking at self-love. We're looking at self-love. Now let's look at some of the characteristics of love as defined or as expressed in 1 Corinthians 13. The first characteristic is that love is patient. Love is patient. When you love yourself, you need to be patient with yourself. A lot of people are very patient. They are extremely patient. But they are not patient with themselves. They are patient with every other person in the world except themselves. Because they don't understand that they also deserve that patience. Accept things that you cannot change. Sometimes life happens. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you strive, no matter the amount of effort you put into it, life still happens. And then you begin to beat yourself down. Accept the things you cannot change. I remember many years ago, I was at a point in my life that it seemed like I was stuck. It seemed like nothing was working. I looked at everyone that I felt that I'm better than this person. I can do more than this person. I put in more effort than this person. And they are all ahead. And I am here. And it's seeming like, what is she doing? As humans, it's normal. If you feel that way, it's absolutely normal. You're not alone. It's absolutely normal. But should it continue? No. And in my thoughts, when I began to think about it, what's going on? Why, I wasn't envious of those ahead. No, I wasn't. But I was mad at myself that what is going on. And then I heard a voice in my spirit say to me, it says, it's fine. It's fine that, yes, you're looking at those that have gone ahead of you. It's perfect. It's fine. Because if you don't look ahead, you won't be focused. Yes, you need to see those that have gone ahead so that you keep your eyes at the front. You know that, yes, there is more to be achieved. You know that you can actually do more. You know that there is space there for you. So you can be much more it's fine to look at those that have gone ahead of you. But also, as you're looking ahead, you need to also look behind you. Look at the people you've gone past. Because in this life, no matter how bad your situation is, you're better than somebody. You need to understand that. No matter how bad your situation is, what you have at that point is still someone else's prayer point. So the voice says to me, if you don't look back, you will not learn how to be thankful. But you need, in as much as you need to be focused, because yes, you have a long way ahead of you, you also need to be thankful. Because you have come a long way too. And I sat down with myself. And I thought about it. I digested it. And I actually looked back. And I saw that, wait, some of my mates are even dead. I'm not mocking them. It's not that they didn't do anything wrong. They were the most amazing people I've ever met. So it wasn't like they did anything wrong to qualify for that. No. Some have not even gotten to the level I was. And that was a change for me. From that day, I stopped having to compare myself. I sat down, reanalyzed myself, accepted the things that I could not change, and I began working on the ones I could work on. You need to be patient with yourself. Understand that, yes, you're going somewhere, but that journey takes time. For somebody going from Lagos to Abuja on road, and someone going from Lagos to Abeokuta on road, and another person going from Lagos to Akure on road, another person going from Lagos to Maiduguri on road. Yes, they're all traveling on road, but they will arrive at different times. Will they get to their destination? Yes. Let's take out the insecurity of Nigeria. Don't worry. They'll get to their destinations, but at different times. The person that is going to Abeokuta will get there first. That's how it is. Understand that yes, your journey is different. Don't compare yourself to another person. Be patient with yourself. Be patient with your journey. Understand that good things take time. I remember when I was in the UAE, I used to like to eat shawarma a lot. So there's a way they do their shawarma there. When you enter into the restaurant that I want to buy shawarma, they'll ask you, what do you want? Do you want to sit in or you want to take out? So basically, they have pre-prepared chicken. So if you want to go immediately, they just take the pre-prepared chicken, take everything, slap them together, bam, bam, bam. In 2 minutes, your shawarma is ready. You get to go. Is it going to be tasty? Yes. Is it going to taste very fresh? No. But if you say, oh, I have all the time, I'll sit in. They'll cut fresh chicken, marinate it freshly, prepare it, and then give it to you. And definitely, you know you cannot compare the two tastes. And that's how your journey and that of another person is. The other person might be eating their own shawarma now, but theirs might be a quick takeout. But yours is just being freshly prepared. So you have to be patient with yourself. Number 2, love is kind. Speak kindly to yourself. Speak kindly to yourself. There is power in the word. There is power in the tongue. So learn to speak kindly to yourself. Speak kindly to yourself. When you hear some people talking down at themselves, I'm not talking about maybe someone making jokes about themselves. When you hear some people talk bad about themselves, you wonder, excuse me, what's going on? But we need to understand that the words we speak are life. So whatever we say to ourselves will come to happen. So you have to learn to begin to speak life to yourself. And that's why the Christians believe that you speak a thing that be not as though they were. Those things that you've not seen happen yet, begin to speak them into existence. I am smart. And that's where we have all these our daily affirmations and daily whatever. I am smart. I am successful. I am beautiful. I'm brave. In my school, each class has their own daily affirmation. That every morning the children come in, they say before the start of the day. It's a way to set the tone for the day. It just sets the tone for the day. Because a child that has said, I am smart, I am brave, I am diligent, I do my work and write on time. When the child wants to be lazy, you refer the child back, you just told me you do your work and write on time. So the child will like, okay, to gather themselves because they know they spoke it. It's the affirmation. Speak kindly to yourself. Remember, the words you speak are life, and they will come to happen. Number 3, love does not envy. Love does not envy. It does not envy at all. Understand that your journey is unique. Don't envy others. There are some people, they have lost their blessings simply because they were envious of others. Because envy breeds bitterness in you. And you cannot have bitterness in your heart towards somebody concerning a good thing, and that good thing will happen to you. It's not possible. It's not possible because good things are being attracted. They don't just happen. You attract them. And you cannot carry bitterness in your heart towards another person that is experiencing that good thing, and then you now attract it to yourself. No. It's not possible. And that is why you have to recognize that your journey is unique. Your journey is unique. So you don't have to envy anybody. In Nigeria, they will say something that if somebody does something before you, in Yoruba language they will say one move first in bed. They don't choose. There's no first position. You force me to buy a car. There's nothing like first position. Well, congratulations, the first person to buy. We already have first person that bought car in Nigeria. Don't worry. So that one is gone already. So there's not like first position. You force me to build house. There's no first position. Some will also say again, if you build your own house, that does not mean the land has finished. I will also build my own when the time is right. You buy car. Did you buy all the cars in the car lots in Nigeria? You got married. Did you marry all the men or all the women in Nigeria or in the world? My own will happen. Understand that yours will happen at the right time. And not just at the right time, at the perfect time. And some will say, when is the perfect time? That's why the very first feature of love or characteristic of love is patience. Love is patient. So you need to be patient with yourself. Be patient for that perfect time, for that right time to happen. Like the analogy that our mothers, our parents usually give to us. One of the Yoruba proverbs, they will say, in your tobacco, conjula begbono ajoleno. If you rush into taking hot soup, you get burnt. So you have a plate of soup or a plate of food. Yes, you're hungry, but no matter how hot the food is, there's a point at which you cannot eat that food. You have to hold on a bit for it to cool off. Even if you say you like hot food, you will still need to hold on a bit for you to actually eat that food, enjoy it, and savor the sweetness. You need to hold on for it to cool off. If you don't, your tongue will get scalded. And at the end of the day, you won't even enjoy the food. Yes, you get to eat the food, but you're not enjoying it. And that's the issue for so many today. They've rushed into getting the answers they want. Now they've gotten it, and there's no joy towards it. And it's just like, what's the essence? Everything is just futile. Because they rushed to get it before the time you're supposed to get it. Love does not envy. Love does not parade itself. Love does not parade itself. It does not boast. It doesn't boast at all. Be humble. Yes, you might have been able to go ahead of most of, let's say, your mates, or you're faster than some people. Things are happening for you. There's a saying in Nigeria, they'll say, Tobanda fun emak pipade lole. If it's working for you, don't call your friends lazy. So the fact that it's working for you does not mean they are not working. It does not mean they are lazy. It's only that your own time to shine has come. Theirs is yet to come. And it will still come. So don't call them lazy. Because at the end lagun, the chickens sweats. The chicken sweats, yes. But the feathers do not let us know. So because we do not know, does it mean it does not sweat? No. So the fact that you're not seeing the result of somebody's work does not mean you say, oh, look at you, what are you doing? Don't look down on the effort of others. Don't think you are the only hardworking person or you are the only smart person. No, you're not. It's only your own time to shine. That's it. And their own time too will come. Support them however you want to support them, however you can support them during your own shining. So that when it is their turn too, they can replicate. So you need to understand that the fact that you are shining before them does not mean they will not shine. Love does not parade itself. So you have to learn to be humble. Don't boast. The next one, love is not puffed up. Love is not proud. This characteristic is just like it's almost like the previous one. But you see some people, they don't boast. In all fairness, they don't boast. But they are proud. And you ask me, what's the difference?
Exactly.
See, the difference is that I look at you. What's this one even doing, Seth? And I finished you in my mind. I finished you. And maybe I even have an opportunity to like show you something. I'm like, all these small people, they will not even understand what's going on. Who are these people? I'm like, ah. And you know, some people, they will even want to show you. But in your mind, you will even wish that they had not even shown you. Because what you will hear, they will tell you the story of how your great-grandmother met your great-grandfather. and how they went from the one family to the other to go and ask for a hand in marriage, and how rain beat them on the way. They will tell you the story of how they gave them only one meat on their wedding day.
Wow.
And you will wonder, Kilagbe. Excuse me, what do you want to help me for? That you have to rubbish me this way. Excuse me. It is expertise you have, or you are not good. Don't be proud. Because no matter how much expertise you have, no matter how much experience you have, no matter how much knowledge you have, there's always somebody who is ahead of you. So be calm. Calm down. Bring it down. Stop being proud. So the fact that you're not saying it out that, if not for me, the entire generation is gone. Yes, you are not boasting. But please, bring it down. Stop being proud. Stop being proud. And even to yourself. Because remember, we're talking about self-love. You have to work on your, now I'm not asking you not to be confident in yourself, because there's a difference between this person is self-confident, and sometimes some people might take it as it's too proud. It might not be pride, it might be confidence. You're actually confident in yourself. But then there's a very thin line between that self-confidence and pride. The moment you're thinking you're better than somebody else, you have crossed from self-confidence into pride. And that's why you have to bring it down. Don't mask up behind perfection. Don't think you are too perfect. Don't think you are too perfect. Don't think nobody can correct you. There was a day I was in class, and I don't know what I did. My PowerPoint was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. And I was teaching, and I saw the PowerPoint. I said, no. What's going on here? And my students were laughing. I said, no, this is nonsense. And they started laughing. I said, hey, I've done nonsense. I said, why did you say it? I said, because I've done nonsense. And then we started correcting it. I said, so you people didn't even correct me. So I always let them understand that, yes, I'm your teacher, but I learn from you too. And they're like, how can you be learning from us? I said, yes, I learn from you. And then when they mention something, they say, thank you. I just learned that today. They need to understand that, yes, you might have gotten to this level, but you're still learning. Because that way, you are also letting them understand that no matter where you get to in life, the moment you stop learning, you start dying. We have to keep learning. Till the day we die, keep learning. You unlearn, you relearn, every day, every time. You skill up. The world keeps turning. If God does not want us to keep learning, He will just keep our world. After all, there was a time when we thought the world was flat. Only that nobody fell off. And then they began to think, I don't think it is flat. Because if it were to be flat, somebody would have fallen off the edge. But nobody fell off. So you have to keep learning. Understand that you are not perfect. You can never be perfect. Even the Bible tells us to strive unto perfection. Strive. It is a words unto perfection because it's an easy thing. It says strive. You have to hustle. Hustle. Keep hustling. Because you cannot be perfect. So stop seeing yourself as you're perfect. You're not. And you can't be. Don't mask up your strengths. That, if not for me. If not for me, all of you. Don't mask up behind control. There are some bosses. A speaker was speaking about a boss earlier that was a workaholic. Yes, I understand. Yeah, it could be trauma and all that, but then But then, if you want to be a workaholic and you're going through trauma, go through your trauma on your own. So that when you want to heal, you will heal on your own. Don't rub it off on others. Don't. Because by the time you are registering for your own healing, you will not register them with you. They will pay for it themselves. They will go through it themselves. So why pour your garbage on them? Don't mask it behind control. Love is not puffed up. Love does not behave rudely. Respect yourself so that people can respect you. It does not behave rudely. We are in the era of I just want to speak my mind. I'm just speaking my mind. I'm just burying my mind. Yoruba people will say èèyàn tó níwà gidi ò tí rí nǹkan gbà. Someone that has good behavior has not gotten anything. Now talk less of the person that has no good behavior. Respect yourself. Respect yourself. Respect your boundaries. Know the things that work for you. Know the things that don't work for you. Know your strengths. Know your strengths. Sometimes people look at me and say, some of my colleagues look at me and say, this woman, you're a workaholic. I smile. If only these people know. And one day I told one of them, I said, see, Oga, forget. What you're seeing is someone who has studied herself, knows what works for her, and has worked on it. I am not a workaholic. In fact, I am a lazy person. I am very lazy. But I sat myself down one day. I can't continue like this. I really cannot continue like this. I'm going to grow. Then that was when I was still little. I think either end of primary or early secondary school days. I'm like, I can't continue like I can't go on like this. I'm going to become an adult. I'm going to have responsibilities. I cannot continue being lazy. Those days, if they tell me to go and wash plates, stomach pain will start. Stomach pain will start. I will start having stomach pain. And then the moment somebody washes the plates, the stomach pain will disappear. I was not faking the stomach pain. It will just come from nowhere. And if I see that plate is still there, the stomach pain will change to headache. And I'll start shaking. And my siblings, my parents, everybody will start to laugh. And my dad will say, don't worry. Let me go help you. I'll wash it, don't worry. My dad will help me wash it. And the moment I see that he has washed it, I will become healed miraculously. And I'll start jumping up and down the house. And my mom will say, is this not the child that was shaking the other time? But one day I came to self-realization. I told myself, you're going to become an adult. You can't keep doing this. You're going to have responsibilities. You're going to have to face life. You cannot go through life hiding from responsibilities. So I told myself, okay, so what can I do? But from one of the things I learned from my dad, the day he decided that, okay, let me teach you how to wash plates. He said, arrange the plates. Arrange them. You know those days now, I come from a large family, 7 children. I know those days of you want to eat. You will eat with, African families, we love to, especially Yorubas. We love to eat swallow in the night. That's when you know you've eaten. So each person will eat with 1 plate for the swallow, 1 plate for the soup. Please, 2 times 7. Now, for those people that don't eat early, they will cover the food. Please, times another 4. Times another 2. 28. And you say I should not fall sick. Now, I've not added my parents' plate, so I've not added the pots. I've not added the spoons. I've not added the turning stick. I've not added the cups. As in, am I washing for Lagos State? And by the time I'm carrying the plate, I dare not wash it in the kitchen. Because by the time they will just only one meal, the kitchen is full. And I'm like, eh? You mean I will wash this? I will fall sick. Why won't I fall sick? Even if the sickness does not come, I will drag it. Me, I will not wash it. Because I was very small. I'm like, And then my dad told me something one day. He said, let me teach you how to wash plates. Yes, I was still not going to wash it in the kitchen because I will have to carry a very big bowl, pack the plate, and then when I'm carrying the plate, I'll have to move from upstairs, we'll leave upstairs, I'll carry it downstairs to where there is a big flowing tap so that I can use all the water in the world I want to use. And my friends will be like, hey, Otutilo, you're going. And they will just bring out their 1 or 2 plates, wash, and they are done. I look at myself like this. Lord, see, this kind of things alone, they are discouraging to me. Why will I wash plates now? Why? Has it tell me why? But the day my dad called me and said, let me teach you how to wash plates, he taught me something. It wasn't actually washing plates he was teaching me. He didn't know. It was a strategy that I will use all my life that he was teaching me. He said, number 1, arrange the plates. Now I will arrange those plates. So if the plate will be tall, so even if I will have towers, I will have like 2 towers and maybe just 2 little bungalows. You know, the very first thing I see when I see those towers, I'm like, oh, I can do this. They're not that much. It's not scary anymore. Number 2, you tell me, start washing the breakable plates. So I pick all the ceramic plates and I start washing them. You know, when you wash off the ceramic plates, it makes, before you know, you are done. So it looks like, it's just like a speaker spoke the other time. Break what you want to do into points and tick off as you go. There's a signal is sent to your brain of achievement. You feel like, oh, I'm doing this. I can do this. If I can do this, then I can do this. So I feel like, oh, it's going gradually. Oh, the bungalows are gone. It remains the towers. Wash off all the cups. I do that. Wash up all the spoons. The stainless spoons. I do that. I leave everything plastic. I leave them. So by the time I'm done with everything that is not plastic, I'm almost done. Then I will now sit down and start washing the plastics. After washing the plastic, I'll now sit down with the pots. Before I knew it, I was done. I was like, wait, so is this what has been making me fall sick? I beg, please. And that was the day I lost my phobia for washing plates. And washing plates became my best chores. I can wash plate for Lagos State. In fact, maybe I will do Guinness World Record for the highest number of washing plate. Just bring on your plate, I'll wash for you. But seriously, and that was how I overcame it. Now, what did I learn from there? When I told myself I couldn't go on being lazy, I looked at myself, what could I do? Because that was one thing I learned, organization. So I organized everything in my head. Okay, what exactly happens? Is it that I don't like to do this work at all? Or is it that I get tired easily? Or is it that I don't like that chore itself? Because if I can wash plates and I don't get tired of washing plates, why do I get tired of all other things? That was when I discovered that, okay, it's not actually that I don't like doing these things. I just get tired easily. I said, okay. And then I looked at it. There are days when the power will suddenly come, or call gun. And then I'll be walking like a superhero. And I will not get tired. And there are days when I don't feel like doing anything. I just wanna stay in my bed. I said, okay. So when I studied myself, I said, okay, so this is how it works. I began to build a maintenance culture. When I do something, On the day I have all the energy to do it, I will do it. And on the other days when I don't have the energy, I begin to maintain. What I have done, I make sure it does not get spoiled. It does not get spoiled. And that was how I maintain. If I finally arrange my clothes, I will make sure that if I pick one, by the time I'm bringing it back, I put it back exactly where I put it. It's not that after washing, you just go and dump it. No, I will put it back where I took it from. If I wash plates, I will arrange it. After washing, I will arrange it back where it's supposed to be. If I pick anything, I will put it back exactly where it's supposed to be. And I discovered, oh, it's working, it's working, it's working. And then when I grew up and I began to work, I translated this same skill into my workplace. And I began to do things, and people will like, she's a workaholic. So, guy, I'm not a workaholic, anything. But I've just learned to understand myself. I know what time works for me best. I know what time, if I want to read and I want to understand what I'm reading, I know the time that works for me. I won't miss that window. If I have a deadline and I need to really concentrate, I'm not the type that can work on deadline is tomorrow and then you now start running helter skelter. No. I know. So on days when I have all the time to work, I will sit down and work. And by the time other people are running helter skelter, there is deadline, is that I'm already how far now you are done? I'm done, no. Say HHA. It's not any HHA. I know myself. I respect myself. And by so doing, I'm able to command the respect of others. But if I have not studied myself, if I have not studied my weaknesses, because it starts from knowing your weaknesses. Know your weakness. Know your strength. Because no matter how many weaknesses you have a strength. Harness your strength. Accept the things that you cannot change. Because if everybody is a man in this room and you are a woman and you try to change yourself into a man, sorry, you are still not a man, you are a transgender. Unfortunately. So accept that yes, I'm a woman, I cannot change to become a man. But what can I do as a woman? You have this weakness. If there are some weaknesses that you cannot change, just forget it. The previous speaker even mentioned it. There are some things you cannot change. Just forget it that you can. The ones you can change, yes, work on them. Change them by all means. But the ones you cannot change, accept them. And ask yourself, yes, I cannot change this thing. For example, I still don't have all the energy in the world. Is there a place they buy energy from? Maybe I'll go and buy. I don't know. I still don't have all the energy in the world. But I have learned to harness the one I have to get maximum success. I have learned to harness the things that I cannot change to help me get results from them. When you respect yourself, people will respect you. Build boundaries. It's okay to build boundaries. You don't like to gossip. Build boundaries. Let them say, this one, somebody will even go and talk to her now. She'll be doing as if she's the only one that is holy. Yes, it's fine. It's perfect. Protect your peace by all costs, by all means. I remember when I was in secondary school, I sat down in class one day. I usually like to sit in front. I used to like to sit in front. I still sit in front anyway, but not like that anymore. But those days, this is the board, this is me. So I was sitting down one day, I was reading. There was no teacher in class. I just looked back. All the boys in class were gathered at one corner, gisting, cracking jokes and everything. Look back again. All the girls in class were packed at one corner, gossiping and all that. And I was here reading. I told myself, what is it now? Are you a bookworm? So I now stood up, but I analyzed the two gatherings. Where do I want to go? Naturally, because I'm a girl, I would want to go to the midst of the girls. But I heard what the girls were discussing. They were gossiping. I talk a lot. Yes, I talk a lot. But I don't gossip. If I have to talk, it has to be either something that will benefit you, or that will benefit me, or that will benefit both of us. I don't have time for gossip. It wears me out. So I listen to them. This are gossiping. I don't have time for this. I listen to guys. This one, they're discussing sports. Even if they have to talk about anybody, that person is in their midst. They say, you that you ate this yesterday and you did, everybody will laugh. Even the person they're talking about will laugh. I said, this is the kind of gathering I like. So I stood up and went into the midst of the guys. I sat down and I started gisting with them. That was me setting a boundary for myself. That was me setting a boundary for myself. I won't say because they are girls, then I have to be friends with girls. No, you don't have to do anything. I would say in my life, most of the most productive relationships I've had in life are with boys, with men. Because they will not gossip. Even when you begin to mess up, they will tell you, you're beginning to do anyhow. What's all this one now? They will tell you the way it is. They will yab you in front of you. If you want to laugh, if you want to cry. After crying, they'll say, what is it? Is it just that small thing I told you? Come on, calm down. Come off it. But girls will laugh with you in front of you, and behind you, they will gossip. I've heard the same. I've heard a boy say the same thing about boys. I don't know. But I don't know, maybe it's a gender something. Or maybe it's the same gender something. I don't know. But that was me building boundaries for myself. That was me creating a boundary for myself. When you build boundaries, set boundaries for yourself, people will respect you. After some time, some of these girls that noticed that I didn't come to their midst, they started coming for me that why are you not coming? I said I cannot join that group. And then they now started becoming my friends, and they too, they started moving away from all the gossip and all that. If you want to be my friend, I cannot gossip. Yes, I used to be an art student, so I love to talk. Let's say some creative things. Let's discuss there are so many things to discuss in the world. Why would I be discussing about somebody? And whatever you're even saying in behind the person, you can't say it in front of the person. The moment the person pops up, you begin to laugh awkwardly. Excuse me, I don't have time for that. If I have to say anything behind the person, then I should be able to say it in front of the person. That's it. So that's just it. When you build boundaries for yourself, people will they will come to identify the boundaries, and they will respect you for it. They will respect you for it. Love does not seek its own. Love does not seek its own. It's not selfish. Yes, we are asking you to love yourself. Yes. But it's not selfish. We are asking you to rest so you can give. Have so you have to give. Not. Now when we tell you, show yourself love. Love yourself. Remember what I said at the beginning. Love your neighbor as yourself. You are loving yourself so that you can know how to love your neighbor. So you know how to love other people. That's why you are loving yourself. So you're not loving yourself because after me na me. No. It's not just about you. You're loving yourself so that you know how to love others. That's why you're loving yourself. When we ask you to heal For example, you've been in a bad relationship and I say, oh, all men are scum, all women are witches. Fear, you see female gender, you hear a lot of things online. See female gender, fear them. Daughters of Eve, fear them. Sons of Adam, fear them. You hear a lot. These are people who have not healed. And then they get into another relationship and bleed on the person. They bleed on the person badly. And they will still come back and tell you, all men are scum. All ladies are evil. All Yoruba people are demons. All Igbo people are this. Heal. So you don't bleed on others. Heal. So you can help others grow. I have been through some things in my life that one day it was too much for me. And I had to go back to God. I'm like, why are you taking... I'm not the type of person that asks God, why me? No, I'm not. Because I don't see myself as being better than anybody. If even Jesus could go through persecutions and trials, who am I? But I have an understanding that life is a school. If you go through anything, it's because you have a lesson to learn. And once you learn that lesson, you move on to another level. It's like a game. I game a lot, so it's like a game. From you finish level 1, level 2, like that. And as you go from one level to the other, you amass awards and maybe crowns or something, or gems or so. So I had an understanding that yes, if you've gone through something in life and you've picked the lessons that you need to pick, even if you have to face any other thing in life, it won't be based on that thing. For example, if God wants to teach you about obedience and you begin to go through trials on obedience, once you pick the lesson and you become obedient, you won't go through lessons on obedience again. It will be maybe lessons on maybe patience that life will now throw at you to teach you how to be patient. And once you pass that, it will move you on to another one. But I was going through a lesson that I had learned already. And I was like, God, what's going on? This lesson you're teaching me, I have learned it already. I'm not trying to be proud here, but why am I going through it again? Is it that you don't think I've learned the lesson enough? And he said something. He said, I do not think you have not learned it enough. I think you have actually learned it enough. But I'm not taking you through this for you. I'm taking you through this for the people I am sending you to. And I broke down and cried that why will I be going through this kind of bitter lessons? Because you are sending me to some people. Can't they go through it and learn it? You already acknowledge that I've taken this lesson. Why am I going? I've taken it, for crying out loud. Why am I going through it again? And now you're telling me because you're sending me to some people. It was a very sad time for me. I cried. But after the tears, I wiped my eyes and I accepted it and I moved. Fast forward down the line. I was just at work. And somebody approached me about an issue related to it. And I sat the person down. And I told her my story. And she looked at me. And she said, you don't look like what you've been through. You don't. If somebody should tell me this is your story, if not that you are telling me yourself, I will say no. And you're still this bubbly. And you're still this vibrant. How are you doing it? How did you do it? And I began to take her through my processes. You know, when she was stepping out of my class that day, she said something. Because she wasn't the one that actually came to me. It was somebody else that knows my story that told her, that, see, I cannot help you in this matter, but go to so person. She has been in your shoes. She has been able to overcome it. She'll be able to help you. So when she came to me, she was very furious that how can I tell somebody something in confidence? And she began to gossip about me. And she came to tell you. And I sat her down. I said, number one, me, when it comes to gossip, take me out. I don't gossip. Number two, the person that you told is somebody I know does not also gossip. But for her to tell me about it is because she knows I might be able to help you. And at the end, when she was leaving my class, she said something. She said, I am glad that this matter got to you. And that was how I now remembered what God told me. You are going through this for the people that I am sending to you. And all I could say then was, well, although I went through it, but thank God I am still able to help others with mine. So you are not just to get what you're getting for your own sake. You are getting it for the sake of those that are tied to you. Someone once said that if your purpose, if the reason why you want to be successful is because you want to build a beautiful house, buy a fast car, give good life to your children and maybe your wife or your husband, and that is all, sorry, your dream is small and you've not started. You should dream so big that even your own dream scares you. And that's why the Bible says the world is waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God, of the children of God. The world is waiting for your manifestation. You cannot afford to be small. You cannot afford to be. You cannot afford to think in a mediocre way. You cannot afford to be. Because there are destinies that are attached to you. If you don't rise, they don't rise. If you don't soar, they don't soar. If you're mediocre, they remain mediocre. You cannot afford to fail those destinies. You cannot afford to. I once spoke about Ben Cassim. Imagine if Ben Cassim had not risen. He was the very first to separate those co-joined twins. What would have happened to those twins? They would have lived their lives joined together. Well, who knows? Somebody else might have arisen. Who knows? And somebody else might not have. Who knows? You cannot afford to leave people's destinies to chance. You carry something that is much more bigger than you. And that is why you must learn to love yourself. Because if you cannot love yourself, you cannot give. It's out of that abundance that you give to others. It is out of that abundance that you give to others. When you don't grow, how do you want to raise others? How do you want to raise others? If I'm to raise this mic, highest, can I do better than this? Highest, I will jump. After the jumping, what happens? The mic goes up and it still came down. That's because that's where my height is. But let's say if I should put on a 5 inches heels now, I'll be able to go maybe even up to the ceiling, right?
Yes.
And then if I climb a ladder, I'll go higher. And then maybe if I take a crane, I'll go higher than that. That's why you have to grow. Because the height you get to, that's how you can raise others. You cannot give what you don't have. You can't. You can't give what you don't have. You cannot give what you don't have. You cannot keep pouring out of yourself. There's some people, they love to give. I'm a giver. I give, I give, I give, I give. But what do I give to myself? Nothing. Where you are, you collect your salary. How do you spend your salary? You send to mom, you send to dad. As a proper African child, you pay all the black tax. Uncle, auntie, brother, cousin, niece, this, that. And then, as a good Nigerian that you are, after paying your tax, then you remove transport. Even feeding self, you will manage to remove feeding. Sometimes you're out of 30 days, you will fast for like how many days?
21.
You will fast for 21 days fasting. Please, how do you want to continue like that? How? I used to be a victim of this. Until the day I told myself, wake up, Jimasu. Wake up. Don't sleep. Collect your money. And I told myself, I said, this head that is working, even if I cannot give 100% of my salary to myself, yes, I know I have responsibilities. But I told myself, I'll take care of myself. So I can look at my salary. Even if it is 1%, I will take out the 1%. I don't like to eat like that. But I love junks. I will look at one junk that I want to eat, and then I will eat it. And then I will eat it. I also love technology. So I look at myself. I look at a technology that I know, yes, it's going to serve me. And I'll close my eyes and I will buy it. And after that, yes, now look at the money. Okay, so what's going to happen to the next now? I pay myself first. And then after the time I look at, okay, I want to start investment, I want to start savings. I will take out my investment, I will take out my savings. I will take out the money for what I want to eat or what I want to do for myself. And then the rest, we can now start putting scissors. Because if you don't love yourself, how do you want to love others? How do you want to love others? You're bearing all the responsibilities and then you are hissing. You're hissing. Because you're not doing anything for yourself. You're going to work, you're grumbling to go to work. Because at the end of the day, you just collect the salary, not do anything for yourself. You say, Yorubas will say, Oshishe wa norun, eni maje wa mboji. The person working is under the sun. The person that will eat it is under AC. You know? And you keep hissing. Because you know that at the end of the day, you're not going to benefit anything from it. But if you actually take care of yourself, the rest that you're doing, you do it joyfully.
Yeah.
You won't grumble. You won't grumble at all. Because now you're doing it from the bottom of your heart. You're doing it with your whole heart. You won't grumble at all. Loving yourself is not a selfish act. Neither is it a selfish act. Some time ago, something happened in Nigeria. A popular celebrity on set, there was a boat accident and he tried rescuing some people, and at the end of the day, he rescued some people but lost his life at the end of the day. May his soul rest in peace. But there's a lesson I would like us to pick from that. It's like the oxygen mask approach. There's a turbulence and you're on a plane. The very first thing you hear is wear your own oxygen mask before attempting to help others. You're not being selfish. You're not. You're not being selfish at all. You're not being selfish. In fact, there's a lesson I do teach my students in school, and by extension, even my own children. I tell them, I said, sometimes when we are distributing things in school, and I say, oh, please pass, and then they collect it and just pass. I say, no, take it. Take one for yourself. Collect another one and pass. Yourself first. You're not being selfish. You're learning to love yourself. Because when you don't love yourself, you cannot love others. You're not being selfish. No. You have to learn to love yourself. I learned that lesson in a very bad way anyways. But then, now I'm teaching others to love themselves. Love yourself first. You're not being it's not being selfish at all. You're not being selfish. You're not being selfish. Buddha says something. He says, you yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve love and affection. You yourself. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. How many times have you told yourself, I love me? How many times have you looked at yourself in the mirror and said, oh, you look so beautiful. I love you. You say, oh, I love you.
That is called flying.
Pardon?
That is called flying. First love yourself.
Yes, thank you so much. FLY. First love yourself. That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. First love yourself. Love yourself first. Love yourself first. You're not being selfish. You're not being selfish. The theme for the International Women's Day of this year is give to gain. Now you give to gain. But if you don't have first, you cannot give. And if you cannot give, you cannot gain. It's just as simple as that. I'm a mathematician, so I like simple processes. I don't like anything complicated. It's just simple. Feel yourself so you can give. And then when you give, you can gain. Simple. So love yourself. Next. The next characteristics. Love is not provoked. Love is not easily provoked. There are some people. If I want to get you angry now, I know what to do. All I have to do is come to you, slap you, and fight will start. How many of you has the remote control? And you know your remote control? Don't be shy, don't be shy. You know you have a remote control, and you know your remote control. You know what's your remote control? Don't worry, we'll not press it. What's your remote control?
Well, I don't know particularly, but the thing is, my auntie has my remote. When I get angry or when I get pissed, or when she asks me to do something, or let's say I'm in a dispute with somebody, what she says, Mira, keep quiet.
That's it. Okay, that's a good one. So what can somebody do? If somebody wants to get you angry now, what can you do? To just get you angry right now, right now. You know, there are some people who say, see, I will forget my home training, I'll fight you. What can somebody do to make you forget your home training and fight the person? No. Downgrade women. Thank you. And immediately we forget home training. Some people say, see, I will forget that I'm a Christian. I will beat you. Then I will go back and ask for forgiveness. I will continue the Christianity. You know, I learned this lesson when I was in secondary school. Two of the boys that I said I usually sit in their midst, I became closer to those two. In fact, those two, apart from my teachers, were instrumental in my journey to learning math. I talked about my story in my first speech on how I became a better math student. So two of those boys were instrumental to me knowing math. So we became closer because they would teach me maths, we'll solve maths, and then when I do a test and I score lower than them, I'm in trouble. They will yab me. They will so abuse me. And then because of the insults they will give to me, I'll tell myself, don't worry, the next assessment I will do better than you. And if I should do better than them, they are in trouble too. I will also insult them. So it was like a healthy competition for us. And that was the boost I needed. I was getting the support from my teacher, and I was getting the support from my friends. And that was how I became better. But you see, these two boys, now men, apart from the fact that they helped me academically, they also taught me one lesson that I will never forget in my life. In the whole of my entire life. I will tell this story even to my great-grandchildren. If Jesus tarries. Now what did they do? You know, I told you the boys were troublesome. They were troublesome on their own. All the boys in my class, they were troublesome. So, but they had this very funny way of communicating, and that was why I love to sit in their midst. As small as I am, imagine how I am now, and I'm not very tall. So now try to think back to how small I would have been then. I was very small. I was the shortest in my class. All through my school days, I was the shortest. But because I had a good handwriting, my teacher would always tell me to write notes on the board. So one day I was copying the notes on the board. And then we had a boy in my class. He had a very low self-esteem. So it was very easy. You know, secondary school students, and they can be very naughty. Once they know that this person has a very low self-esteem, they'll come and whine you. They'll come and trigger you, tell you things that will make you do things that naturally you cannot do on your own. So they just went to meet the boy. You cannot slag me. And the boy too just came. Bim. Without thinking, he just tapped me on my back. As I just turned, shala, hot slap. See, I can say all my life, I can count the number of fights I fought. I don't fight. But you see that day, I forgot my home training. Man, I dropped the book, and before you knew it, fight started in class. And we started fighting. These same two boys that triggered him to come and slap me came, separated the fight, this and that. Calm me down, calm down. Oh, Jesus. Calm me down, calm down. Why are you doing like this now? And then when I was calm, both of them looked at me like this. I am highly disappointed in you. So you mean somebody can come to you and slap you, and you, with the level I placed you, you could bring yourself so low. You stooped so low to fight him. Just open the ground, let me hide myself. I felt so ashamed. I felt so bad that day. I felt, you know, I can't just explain how I felt. Later on, I got to know, they told me that they were the one that actually triggered him to see what I would do. And he said, so somebody has a remote control. You see, that was the day I threw my remote control in the lagoon. That was the day I threw my remote control in the lagoon. Nobody has my remote anymore. There's nothing like, I'm going to make her angry. I'll be looking at you like this. Yes, is it that I don't still get angry? Yes, I do get angry. But you can't make me get angry. If I want to get angry, I get angry of my own accord. I will by myself carry myself to be angry. And even in that anger, I will not say or do what I will regret. I won't. If let's say I'm upset and I'm at home and maybe I just suddenly get home and I'm super upset, I'll just tell my children, excuse me, clear off, I'm angry right now. So they know, because I don't want to transfer any aggression. So just clear, I'm angry right now. They say, okay, we just clear. She's angry right now. I've told them already. So I'll just go and be on my own. Because I'm not going to do anything that I will now be calm and will now regret. I told myself, nobody is going to have my remote control anymore. That was a lesson I could never forget. I could never forget it. And so far, it was a sad one for me, but it has helped me to become a better person today. Acknowledge you are human. Yes. Acknowledge you are human. Know the things that trigger you. Know the things that trigger you. You need to know the things that trigger you, so that you can avoid them. Or better still, work on them. One of the things that helped me was, I told myself that I would not switch the order of things. And what do I mean by that? As humans, it's easy for us to love things and use people. It's very easy to love things and use people. It's very easy. But then the order should be love people and use things. And that's why sometimes when things get damaged in my house, when things get damaged, I will not, because, oh, you have spoiled this thing, and then I'll start beating you. Ah, yes. We'll look for a way to do it. I will not say, because I once heard a celebrity say his child broke his TV for like 4 times and then he repaired it or something. Excuse me. Yes, so we'll repair it. I will not beat you. But you will learn from it. Or something I did to one of my children when they were wasting my gas. I've told them the first time, you're wasting gas. Second time, you're wasting gas. Third time, you're wasting gas. Later, I stopped talking. When the gas finished, I just picked the allowance. Oh yeah, take your money, go and use to buy gas. And that was the end of wasting gas.
Sharp.
That was the end. I will not beat you, because people are meant to be loved. Things are meant to be used. There was a day one of my sons broke my phone. I was sending him on an errand. I was explaining to him what to do, and he was like, explain again. I said it again, because it is one conk Yoruba like that he has never heard before. So I was like, oh yeah, call it again. So I called it again. I was like, he said, can you write it? And I just gave him one bombastic side eye. So in the process of him doing all his back and forth, can you explain? Can you? He just let my phone fall, slammed to the ground, and it broke. And immediately, that thing that he could not remember stuck in his head. And immediately, when it broke, I was livid. I was. Angry was an understatement. I was livid. But immediately, I told myself, things are meant to be used. People are meant to be loved. So I just told him, I said, guy, if you love yourself, move now. Immediately, he quickly went to do what I sent him. I picked my phone. Everybody was like, he's broken. Hey. And I told them, things are meant to be used. No matter how expensive it is, I bought it. And no matter how big any amount of money is, when you write it on a bank check or slip or whatever, please, what do they put after it? What did you say? Only. Thank you so much. Only. Any money that has an amount, that's it. That's it. Only. So will I say, because yes, this phone is very expensive, then I talked about safeguarding and child protection, and then I will now abuse a child that should be loved. Will I punish him? Will I make him learn that what he has done is wrong? Yes. But remember, there is a thin line between abuse and discipline. And at that point, because I was livid, I will not discipline. I will abuse. I will do physical abuse. I will do emotional abuse. Which other abuse? I would, in fact, if I can do neglect immediately, I will do neglect. So you know yourself. You know yourself. Nobody should have your remote control. Nobody. Nobody should have your remote control. Acknowledge that you are human. Know that yes, it's possible to get angry. It's possible to fail. It's possible not to get what you want at the time you want it. It's possible. So when you know all these things, you don't get mad at yourself. There are some people, they are so mad at themselves. I remember many years ago when phone just came to Nigeria, and you know those days when you go to computer village and you're not careful with the things that you go to buy, they could slip something else into your hands. They still do it now anyways. So then my brother, my big brother, went to buy food. Then it was still the era of Samsung. If you're using Samsung those days, it's still those button phones, so not smartphones. So if you're using Samsung those days, blue lights. You know, then when phone came, it was orange lights, green lights. But if you are using blue, then they call it blue face. Say, blue face. It's just like you're using iPhone now. Say, you're using blue face. So he went to, and he also likes technology like me. So he went to computer village to buy the Samsung phone. And you know, you already saw it, already tested it and all that. For him to pay, they said, "Oh, let us pack it for you." Gave it back to them. What's the mistake of his life? And they put fufu.
Yes.
They packed fufu as in real life fufu. They packed fufu for him. So when he go home, he slept where mosquitoes will bite him. And mosquitoes were biting him. And we said, bros, leave this place now. Mosquitoes are too much. He said, no, I deserve to be beaten this night. Let mosquitoes bite me. You know, it's so funny, but we really need to understand that we are humans. And as humans, we are prone to make mistakes. God is the only one that does not make mistakes. As nobody is above mistake. And that's one of the things I also let my students know. Like the day I said I made a mistake on my PowerPoint, and I was saying, no, what's going on here? This is nonsense. I've put nonsense. Immediately there, I made them understand that, yeah, I've made a mistake. Hey, I was one that wrote it over, but it is mistake. And immediately I started correcting. Sorry, it's not supposed to be this, it's supposed to be this. And everybody was laughing. Yes. They were able to laugh because I already let them understand that I am human. If I were to be acting like I'm the teacher, I'm the one that should know all, and I'm not acting like, no, they're not going to learn. You are human, as long as you're not God. And that day, I was able to help them understand the lesson. And understand that no matter how good you are, when you're done with your work, check it before you submit. Don't say, oh, I've done it. I said, no. Did I make mistake that day? Yes. Why did I make the mistake? You did not check your work. I said, thank you. So go back and check. If I, as your teacher, can make a mistake because I did not check my work, who are you as a student? Go and check your work. You are still human. Are you God? No. Go back and check your work. So understand that you're human. When you understand that you're human, you will forgive yourself. You will. You will breathe. Let the poor breathe. Don't worry, you're not poor, but breathe. Breathe. Some of us have been holding our breath for too long. So that they don't know that. So that they don't think that. So that they don't feel that. Please breathe. Breathe. Drop that burden. Choose emotional peace. Inner peace, inner peace, inner peace, inner peace. Like Kung powder, thank you. Master Uku. Inner peace, inner peace, inner peace.
Inner peace.
Choose inner peace. Choose emotional peace. Please. Love is not easily provoked. Stop getting angry at yourself. Stop getting mad. When things don't work your way, don't get mad. Please, forgive yourself. The next one, love thinks no evil. Love does not think any evil. Still an extension of what I was saying. Forgive yourself. Stop thinking because you did not get this, then you are bad at it. Because you don't. Now, some people be. Let me take it back to maybe education. Because you don't understand what the teacher is teaching, you believe that, oh, I am bad at math. I can never get it. I can never succeed in it. I can never pass it. I can. Some will even go. I know I've heard a student say, even if God comes from heaven to the earth to come and teach me, I cannot know it. Thinks no evil. Say, I'm dumb. I'm this. I'm that. I'm no good. I'm not brilliant. I'm not. Calm down. Be calming down. Stop thinking evil about yourself. You're created in the image of God. And if God is a master planner, you are a master planner. If God can succeed, you can succeed. There's this song about that Yorubas sing. Alarumiga, Eminaga. My God is high, I will be high. My God is big, I will be big. My God is great, I will be great. That's what you should tell yourself. I am a masterpiece. Even science makes us to understand that for you to be born, you came first in that race. Is it easy to be first? Do you think you were the only one? Do you know how many millions that you outran for you to be born? That alone should tell you that you can do it. And that's where the power of yet comes in. Yes, you're not doing it yet, but it does not mean you will not be able to do it tomorrow. There was a topic when I was in school, when I was in secondary school. There's a topic in math that, okay, finally, SS1, I began to know math. Hallelujah. But then, there was a particular topic, bearings and distances. I don't know what I did to that topic. That topic refused to enter. Even longitude and latitude entered. Bearings and distance did not enter. Every other topic entered. You see bearings and distance? They stood their distance, calculating their bearing from me. And I was like, God, this topic always comes out in WAEC. What will I do? And you know, I kept studying SS1, SS2, SS3. The topic refused to enter. But I did not give up. A night to WAEC. I had math exam tomorrow. A night. The topic entered. I tell you, a night to the exam. I understood it. How I understood it, I did not know. But a night to the exam, I understood it. This is something that it took me like 3 years to understand. I did not understand. But a night to the exam, I understood it. The power of yet. You cannot do it yet. It's different from you cannot do it. You cannot do it. That's a fixed mindset. But I cannot do it yet. There's a power behind it. That even if I don't get it in January, February is there. If I don't get it in February, March is there. If I don't get it in March, April is there. If I don't get it in April, May is there. As long as I don't stop trying. That's a growth mindset. As long as I don't stop trying, I can do it. And I will do it. The power of yet. So forgive yourself. Don't think any evil about yourself. Instead, think good things. There's a part in the Bible that God asked Jeremiah, he said, "What do you see?" And then he told God what he saw. And God told him, "You have seen well. And because you have seen well, I will make haste to make it happen." What do you see? I'm putting that question to you now. What do you see about yourself? What do you see? Are you seeing something good? Or you're seeing something bad? Because if you're seeing something bad, it will still make haste to make it happen. And then you now start wondering, why is bad thing happening to me? Sorry, you saw it. You saw it. You saw it. And whatever you have seen, it will make haste to make it happen. So help yourself by seeing the right thing. See the right thing for yourself. Love does not rejoice in iniquity. It does not rejoice in sins. Be honest about your needs. Be honest about your needs. Be honest about the things you need. Oh, I need to become better. Be honest about it. I need to do this better. I need to stop procrastinating. I need to stop sleeping too much. I need to stop eating too much. I need to stop doing... The previous speaker said something about how to stop bad habits. But the thing there is, you cannot stop what you don't know you need to stop. You know, there's something that there is... one of the speakers spoke about intention. He said something about known ignorance and then unknown expertise, or intentional ignorance or something. Basically what he was trying to say is, you know you don't know this thing. Oh, that's a step forward. Even though you don't know it yet, it's a step forward. But there are people who don't know, and they don't know they don't know. That's a calamity. Because how do you get out of it when you don't know that you don't know? So you have to be honest. You have to be honest about your needs. You have to be honest about your weaknesses. Be honest about your emotions. There are times when maybe you said some things you shouldn't have said. Come back, call a meeting with yourself. You know you should not have said that thing you said the other time. What could you have done better? That's one of the ways we help children. Yes, they've done something wrong. Instead of saying, why did you push him? Why did you do this? Are you the only one? Okay, what happened? The child will explain. I did this. I pushed so. Okay, you pushed so. Do you think that thing you have done is the best? And no, I wasn't supposed to have pushed him. Okay, so what do you think? You know, you say, I wasn't supposed to push him, but he pushed me first. Oh, okay, he pushed you first. Okay, fine. But what do you think you should have done better? And then the child will be like, and when he pushed me, I was supposed to tell an adult. So did you do that? No, I did not. I am very sorry. Now, in that little interview, you have helped the child to see him or herself, to retrospect, and to acknowledge what they've done wrong, and also tell themselves what they could have done better. The next time they do something wrong, you can always refer them to what they have said. Now, because it comes from them, it's faster to help them change than when it comes from you and they see it as this teacher or this person is always picking on me. The same thing you do to yourself. The worst thing, I tell myself something, the worst thing a man can do to himself is to lie to himself. Although the Bible says there is a way that seems right unto a man, the end of it is destruction. Yes. And that is why you have to be very careful that you are not supporting yourself. Look at yourself objectively. Call yourself. I talk to myself, Oluwagbemisola. What you did that time was nonsense. You shouldn't have done that. Call yourself by name. Talk to yourself in the third person. You know, when you're still talking to yourself in the first person, It's very easy to want to take sides with yourself. But that person, boy, the reason why I fought with him was because he slapped me. Now, how can somebody now slap me? I was just writing on the board and he just suddenly came to me and he slapped me. It's very easy to support myself because I'm talking to myself in the first person. I am feeling my emotions. But when I detach myself from myself, I detach myself from my emotions and I talk to myself in the third person, I can easily talk to myself. The way those boys spoke to me, you disappointed me. That way, you're not trying to understand yourself. You're trying to help yourself become better. So you have to be honest. Reject fake identity. Reject fake deception. Don't deceive yourself. Don't put yourself to be who you're not. Reject fake identity. It does not rejoice in iniquity, but it rejoices in the truth. So tell yourself the truth. Remember, the worst thing a man can do to himself is to lie to himself. Love bears all things. Love bears all things. Create emotional spaces for yourselves. There are some people, the speaker that spoke in the morning talked about, especially firstborns, when they have a lot of, they have to be strong early in life and all that. It's not just firstborn. There are some wives, they have been strong for too long. There are some sisters, there are some brothers. They've been the one carrying everybody. They might not even be firstborn. There are some families, the last one that is carrying everybody. And you hear, and the elder one say, bro, Wanoni. It's our younger brother, it's our younger sister. And after, if I spend my sister's money, it's still my money. There are some families, it's not the firstborn that is carrying them. It could be the middle child, it could be the last child. There are some people, they've been strong for too long. Understand that you've been strong for too long. Understand that you need a breather. You need to breathe. Ask yourself, how well do you breathe? For some people, the way they breathe is by taking time off. Take time off. They just go and lodge themselves in maybe one hotel or one resort. 1 week. Phones switched off. Computers switched off. They block off themselves from the world. And they focus on themselves. By the time they come out better, rejuvenated, stronger, ready, mentally alert to face the world. For some people, it's sleep. People like me, I go and sleep. I can sleep for like 10 hours. Just don't wake me. Don't even wake me for food. Just leave me. I don't want to hear anything. Just allow me sleep. And by the time I wake up, I'm ready to face anything. There was a particular holiday I had at work, and for a whole week, I'm this person that any little time I have, I do trainings, I do everything, I do this, I do that. I just keep learning. I just want to keep learning. Sometimes I can run like 5 trainings, 3 trainings at a time. And I'll look at myself, who sent you? Who sent you? As in, because I'm like, wait, it's not even as if I'm in school. But you're just doing this, you're doing that. But see, that particular holiday, I turned off my laptop, turned off everything. I told my children, because our holidays did not fall at the same time. I told my children, I said, come. Normally before now, even during my holidays, I'll still wake up, I'll do everything. I said, this time around, number one, I'm not going to wake you up. I'm not going to do anything for you. This holiday is for me to breathe. But if I wake up and I discover you're not done, you're not ready to go to school, you're in trouble. If you go late to school, you're in trouble. So they have to set their alarms. They wake up. My second son prepares meals. I already taught them how to do these things. So he wakes up, prepares the meals, prepares his younger brother. Piam, they go to school. All he does is, Mom, we are out. Say, bye. Once he's out, say, shut the door. Thank you. I sleep off. And I made sure for a whole week, all I did was sleep. Because I was beginning to feel like something in my head was going to snap. My brain is the type that it works very fast. No, it works. Sometimes I tend to like hear some sounds in my head. Like, it's spinning. So I knew that at this point, if I don't intentionally let it rest, maybe the fan beds will cut. And that was going to cause a bigger problem. So I slept. For 1 week, I slept. By the time it was the following week when I had to resume to work, they were on holiday. Thank God. So they had the time to rest too. But I got back to work. I felt my head was light. I felt rejuvenated. I felt stronger to even be a better mother to them. I felt energized to be a better teacher to my students. And I felt stronger to be a better person for myself. Please breathe. You know what you want. You know how you unwind. Some people, when they want to unwind, they go and dance. Although I don't understand, maybe because I'm introverted, I don't understand the logic behind it. You are tired, but you want to go and do an energetic thing, and that's how you unwind. I don't understand. So maybe people who unwind via dance can help you understand. Is there anybody that unwinds via dance here? Oh, interesting. And after the dance, how do you feel? You feel better. As in, not better inside or outside. How does your body feel? You feel light. Interesting. I wish I could try that, but I dare not. If I even want one bear, I would need like 3 months to to get back my energy, so I can count how many parties I've gone. I really do not understand it, but then that's a good one. So just know what works for you. Basically, know what works for you. Just know what works for you. Breathe. Create an emotional space. A safe emotional space for yourself. There was a time I was going through some issues in my life, and God was telling me something else. But the people around me were not understanding what he was saying. They were like, are you saying that I'm not a Christian too? Are you saying? I said, no, I'm not trying to say you're not a Christian. But this is what God is telling me. But what you're telling me is different. It's not a sin, but it's different from what he's telling me to do. It was what he was telling me, and truth be told, it was sounding crazy. Sometimes he uses the foolish things of this world to confound the wise. It was actually sounding crazy, basically. But that was what he was saying. But nobody was understanding what I was saying. So at that point, I needed to create an emotional safe place for myself. I locked my door. I blocked some calls that I know that these people, when they call me, I cannot say no. So I blocked them so that they will not call me. Then I got out some words from the scriptures, pasted them in my room, so that when I'm on my bed, I'll just be looking at the scriptures. I'll be reminding myself of what the Bible says, and I was just there. I'll say, God, you're the one that said I should do this. And I'll just communicate with God on my bed. That was my own emotional safe place. And the day my answer came, it came also because the method he gave me was not the normal method that human beings normally would follow. It was something crazy. So the answer also came in a crazy way. Away from the ways that humans would think that it will come. So when the answer came, everybody began to say, hey, and you said it all, that God actually said this. You don't need to explain. There's a word on the street, they say, avoid the odd to shalaye. Avoid you all to explain. You don't need to explain. It's you. Create a safe emotional space for yourself. This is what works for you. Create a space, a safe emotional space for yourself. Do what will help you to be sane. Because if you go crazy, they'll tell you, oh my, that person is crazy. They will avoid you. Your mental health matters. So create a safe emotional space for yourself. Give yourself space. Sometimes your safe emotional space could be taking yourself out. Some of you that your love language is gifts. When have you bought yourself a gift? Or you're waiting for somebody to come and buy you gifts. And you say, he does not understand my emotional language. Or he doesn't understand my love language. Do you understand your own love language? Okay, now you understand your love language, that it is gift. Do you speak that language to yourself? How many things have you bought for yourself this year? How many things? No matter how small. No matter how small. How many things have you bought for yourself? You see that phone that you like? Have you bought it? Yeah, you see that phone that you see that phone that you like. Have you bought it? If you cannot buy it, save money towards it. There's a joy, a different type of joy that comes from this thing. It's my money. You know, there's something I used to do, and I still do it anyways. Sometimes I will just, maybe if I get a particular money, it could be maybe my first salary from this place, or maybe my money from this event, or I name the money. I name it. And how do I name it? I can say, oh, I bought this with the money I got from this. So every time I see that thing, I remember, that time when I did this thing, that's when I bought this thing. Many years ago, when I just finished secondary school. No, it wasn't when I just finished secondary school. When phone just came to Nigeria and people started buying phones and I needed a phone, I did one job then, census. That was what year was that again? Was it 2006 or so? 2006, yes. 2006. So I did census, and then they paid us. How much did they even pay me, self? I think it was 15k or so. Was it 15k? But then 15k was a lot of money, because 15k was a lot of money. So they paid me. They paid 15. Was it 15k? I think the 15k was even training money or something. I can't remember. But out of the 15k, as I collected the money like this, and then I removed the one that I want to use to buy things for people in their house, I now removed like 6k and I went to buy phone. And then I'll look at the phone like this. I bought this phone by myself. You know, the joy of, I bought my first phone with my money. That joy cannot be quantified. It can't. So, it might be a lot. There are different apps now that you do buy small, something, or maybe, or maybe you save your money. There are apps where you save your money, and as the money grows, they will even add interest to it for you. Save it. Start small. Buy yourself things, especially if that is your love language. Get yourself things. If your love language is food, please take yourself out. It's not bad. Take yourself out. Eat. See, the Bible says, a man that works and eats out of his work, it is the gift of God. Please, unapologetically, spend your money. You worked for it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Spend your money. Even when you will save, even though you will save, yes, saving is good. Yes, it's good. Investments are good. Yes, I'm not saying you should spend everything. After all, a farmer does not even eat. As a farmer, you don't eat your harvest. You don't eat what you're going to plant the next planting season. So no matter how much you eat, you will still take out the one you will sell. You will take out the one that you will plant in the next planting season. But you will still, you will say because I will plant in the next planting season and you will not eat out of it. Please, you have worked. Enjoy your money. Don't say our lawi is small. And if we are collecting 70k. Viewers. See, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Even if you collect 1 million, it's viewers. My own salary does not. I tell my colleague, I said my salary does not pass 12 midnight. That's the truth. Once the salary enters like this, that's why Yoruba call it salary. We just see it. We've seen it. It don't show. It show. Have you seen it? We've seen it. Salary. We've seen it. It does not pass 12 minutes because once it enters, piam, transfer piam. And you see Nigerian money. If you 100k minus 20k is 4,000. Do you know that math? It's math, so mathematics. Take it from a mathematics teacher. Forget the method. 100k, as long as it's in this Nigeria, 100k minus 20k. Answer is 4k. Thank you. You are amazing students. All of you, you've gotten A. 4,230. The person even tried. The person that gave you change tried. The person has change. Because in this Nigeria, when was the last time you saw 20 naira? They'll tell you there's no change, come back. And they'll tell you that, even if it's 50 naira, they'll tell you there's no, even 100 naira, they'll tell you there's no change, come back. They'll tell you there's no change, come back. So that's it. So you see, and that's why they say success is not a destination, it's a journey. So don't tell yourself, this 70k. When I begin to earn 100k, when I begin to earn 500k, I will begin to do this. Sorry, let me bust your bubble. You will not do anything. Because the more your earning rises, your responsibility rises. It's direct proportion. As one is rising, something is rising. They are both rising together. If care is not taken, it will not even be direct proportion. Because this one is rising. If this one rises once, this one will rise 3 times. So you have to be you have to be intentional. The key word is intentionality. You have to be intentional. I'm going to take care of myself. One of the things I told myself is, initially when I earn, responsibility. And then everything will go to responsibility. And then one day I told myself, what if I earn 100k less? After all, there was a time I was not earning up to this amount. What if I earn 100k less? Will I still solve the responsibility? Yes. I'll take 100k. If it is savings, I want to put it. I'll put it in savings. I look at it again. What if I earn 100k less? Will I still solve the responsibility? Yes. I might not be able to do as much as, but I will still solve it, right? I will do the ones I can do. I remove another 100k. What if I earn 20k less? If it is 20k I want to use to buy something for myself, I remove the 20k again. And after all the removing, the rest, responsibility, come and take. Because even if you are not working, responsibilities will come. So why are you stressing yourself? Even after you are gone, even after you are long gone, responsibilities will still be there. So why are we stressing ourselves? Enjoy. Because success is not a destination, it is a journey. So enjoy the journey. Because you don't even know when you will arrive. You don't know when you will arrive. You might say, when I start earning 200k, then I will start taking care of myself. Number one, you don't know when you will start earning 200k. And then by the time you start earning 200k, you don't know the responsibilities you will have by then. Responsibilities necessarily do not have to be negative. They are good responsibilities. But then there are still responsibilities. There are things you still need to do. And then by the time you start earning 200k, you now say, oh, you now shift the buy again. When I start earning 500k, I'll start. And then you now start earning 500k. You shift it again. When I start earning 1 million. And then you start earning 1 million. Then you shift it again. You keep shifting. You keep shifting. When do you want to arrive? When exactly do you want to take care of yourself? So intentionality is the key word here. Protect your mental health. The Bible says we should protect our heart with all diligence, because out of it comes every issue of life. But I will recoin it and say protect your mental health with all diligence, because out of it comes all the issues of life. A crazy person cannot have money. If you're crazy today, you can't be aspiring to perspire. And then you perspire in order to inquire the desire. It's only somebody that is sane that can think about that. Protect your mental health. But you cannot protect your mental health when you don't know what works for you. I used to be a workaholic. I will walk round the clock at work, and I will still take work home. I will work at home again. I will still add it to my chores that I have to do at home. And then when everybody has gone to bed, I will sit up again. I will start doing. And then one day I told myself, you cannot continue like this. You cannot continue. After I finally dragged myself from laziness, I now I dragged myself from what I'm actually an extremist. I dragged myself from one extreme, then dragged myself to the other extreme. I said, no way. It will not. No. There has to be a balance. Even God is a God of balance. There has to be a balance. So I intentionally dragged myself back to the middle. And then I'll tell them in my office, whatever you need me for now, be saying it too. Because once I clock out of here, I am no longer a staff. I become a staff tomorrow morning. I will never take work home. That was my own way of intentionally not being a workaholic. Intentionally allowing myself to breathe. That was my own way. Say, whatever you need me to do for you, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because once I clock out, I'm no longer a staff here. I also have my own life. Because you have your life. Outside work, you have your life. Outside school, you have a life. Outside whatever you're doing, you have a life. You have a life. There are some people that it is when they hear that they are going to die tomorrow, they now look at their life. They've actually not done anything for themselves. We shouldn't have to get to that level. We shouldn't have to let life push us. There was a movie I saw sometime many years ago. The lady was told she was going to die, but fortunately for her, it was a false alarm. And then, she had been walking, pulling heavy weights, carrying everybody, doing this, doing that, did nothing for herself. But when she heard that, she went to withdraw her money. And she's not ready for anybody to spend her money when she died. She withdrew her money, took herself to a fancy hotel, first class flight, did everything that she never did all her life. And she had the life, she enjoyed the life of her head. Let me use that. She enjoyed herself, gave herself the treatment that she had never given herself. And then, I think a day to the day she was supposed to die, the doctor called. I'm very sorry, it was a misdiagnosis. And it occurred to her, she said that, and it occurred to her that I had only been existing, I had not been living. And that's what most of us are doing. We are merely existing. We are not living. Ask yourself, if the world ends today, what would be my greatest regret that I did not do? You see that thing? Do it. Begin to live. Live. Seek help when you need help. Some people have been strong for too long. And there are times when, yes, you want to breathe, but you cannot breathe on your own. Even medical science understands that sometimes people want to breathe, but they cannot breathe on their own. That's why they have oxygen masks. They put people on ventilator and all that, or what do they call it? There are times when you cannot help yourself. Ask for help. Ask for help. There was a time I had to see a therapist. And even the therapist knew that everything she was telling me I knew already. Even though I did not tell her, but she noticed herself. And she was like, I'm very happy that everything I have to tell you is something you know and you're already doing, and this and in fact. But why you ask me, why did I see a therapist? I just needed somebody to talk to. As in, I know what you want to tell me, but I need to unburden. I've been strong for too long. I need to breathe. I don't want to speak to anybody that will put in familiar emotions. Don't put in familiar emotions. Oh, I know you and I know, no. I want somebody that would listen because they've not heard the story before. So they will listen and I'll be able to unburden and I'll be free. And after everything, she was like, I don't even know what to tell you because everything I want to tell you, you are already doing them. So sometimes, seek help when you need help. Acknowledge that you need help. Because it starts from there, acknowledgement. Know that you don't know. That is when you now begin to learn that, oh, I need to know. So first acknowledge that you need help. You need to breathe. You need somebody, whatever help you need, ask for help. Ask for help. Ask for help. Ask for help. You are not somebody, the other speaker said, even Jesus was helped. Even when God, according to the Bible, even when God created human being, he took Eve to Adam, name her. Took all the animals, named them. Are you telling me God cannot name them? That's what they call Molomole Pioneer. Another person's child cannot kill another person's parents. Basically, I've done the one I will do. Oh, yeah, you to do your own part. Ask for help. When you ask for help, it does not mean you're helpless. Neither does it mean you're useless. In fact, asking for help is a strength. Only strong people actually acknowledge that they are weak and they need help. Only strong people. So you asking for help is a strength, is a sign of strength that you are strong. So ask for help. Love bears all things. That's one of the ways you bear these things for yourself. Bear yourself. Love believes all things. Trust yourself. Trust that you can do it. Trust that you are enough. Trust in your ability. Trust in your voice. Trust in your vision. Trust in your strength. Trust in your purpose. There's some people, they will call them, come and do this. They say, Mike. So you counted everybody. You realize that they are not complete. You now discover that it is me of all people. No way. No. One of the things that has helped me to quickly develop myself over the years is that, I'm this type of person too. I don't, because I am introverted, I don't push myself out there that who will do this, say who are we going to send me, lie, not me. If I were to be in that meeting, I will not raise my hand. I won't put myself out that I want to do this. But if that responsibility drops on me, I won't turn it down, even if I don't have what it takes to do it. I will go back to myself, call a meeting between me, myself, and I, and then I begin to ask us, which is me, myself, and I, how are we going to do this? And then I begin to pull together every skill, every resource that I need to do that thing and get it done. It might not be perfect, but I get it done. And that's how, over the years, the skills I have been able to pull together to carry out that task became a part of me. And that's one of the fastest way I've been able to develop myself. When I began speaking, I was not the one that said I wanted to speak. They said, hey, come. Then I was even very small. Hey, come and speak. I was like, me, when there are a lot of big people around me, say, yes, you, come and speak to us. And I just stood up and I spoke. Even though I don't know what I was saying, but I knew I spoke. Did I speak? Yes, I spoke. What did I say? I don't know. The first time I did a compare, I was just told, you're going to anchor this program, this and that. I was like, hey, okay. I pulled myself together, did the program, and everybody was like, hey, well, have you ever done this before? Everybody said, no, I've not. This is my first time. Oh. And that was it. Trust yourself. You don't have to be perfect. You are human, remember. You are human, so you don't have to be perfect. Even computers are not perfect. I'm now talk of humans. So trust yourself. Cut yourself a slack, but trust yourself. No matter what you're doing, trust yourself. Even if it's the first time, trust yourself that you're going to give it your best. Give it your best and leave the rest to God. That's just it. But trust yourself. Don't put yourself down. Don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself. The Bible says a doubter will not receive anything. So the moment you're doubting yourself, you're putting down yourself from receiving the grace to carry out that task that you need to carry out. So don't doubt yourself. The next one is love hopes all things. Love hopes all things. Hope never dies. Believe that your story is not over. No matter where you are, this is not the end. There's this song I love so much. It says, we shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I really know that we shall overcome someday. We shall overcome. It says we shall overcome someday. That's what it says. We shall overcome someday. It's a hope. You're giving yourself hope. It go better. Everything will be alright. It will be fine. It will turn well. It's just like that now. Everything is going to be fine later on. Hope. Keep hoping. Trust that your story is not over. Trust that your future is meaningful, no matter what you're going through now. There are so many of these great people. When you hear their stories, you know that whatever you're going through now is small. And if they could be great, Who are you not to be great? Who are you? If they could be great, then just know that better days are ahead. Your journey is sacred. Everything is going to turn out fine. Everything is going to turn out fine. Your breakthrough is definitely, most definitely going to come. You just don't have to rush yourself. Trust the journey. Trust the journey. Love endures all things. It endures all things. And love never fails. Show up. Keep showing up. On tough days, keep showing up. On hard days, keep showing up. Don't give up. Consistency is the key. Keep showing. Even when you don't feel like it, show up. Show up. Believe that things can change. Trust that progress is possible. Keep showing up. I talked about a particular topic that was not entering my head. If I had given up, in the way I was able to understand it a night to the examination, I wouldn't have been able to. I wouldn't, but I never gave up because I kept telling myself, this question will come out. I cannot afford not to do it. This question will come out and I should be able to do it. Oscar Wilde says to love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. Love yourself. You are the only one that cannot leave yourself. You cannot break your heart. And if you break your heart, you will mend it by yourself back. So it's the beginning of a lifelong romance. So love yourself. Remember that self-love is not an event. It's not an event. It's not something that just happens once. Okay, so today I decided to do something for myself, or I decided to put myself first, and that is it. No, it's not a one-time thing. It's not like a lottery or something that you just do once and then that's it. It is a journey. It's a journey that you take gradual steps every day. Baby steps. Don't be in a rush. Pick one thing that you want to begin to do for yourself today and start. It's a gradual thing. Perfection. It's not about perfection. It's about progression. It's about, you might not be able to afford iPhone 17 Pro Max for yourself today. That's fine. But what can you afford for yourself? Can you afford cabin biscuits? Maybe you love to eat. I have a sister that loves Paco biscuits. She loves Paco biscuit. Like, if it is that Paco biscuit that you love, buy it. You know, there are some times that apart from transport and feeding that I don't even eat out of it. But apart from transport, so let me remove the feeding because I don't eat out of it. Apart from transport that I used to take myself to work, there are times that from the whole of my salary, the only thing I eat is shortbread, because I love shortbread and Hollandia yogurt. So I'll just collect my salary, I'll just say, get me shortbread and Hollandia yogurt, and I will sit down and I will eat it, and I'll not give anybody. My children already understand. They know your own is coming, but you see, this one is not for you. It's for the person that works for this money. I learned that thing from my dad. My dad will cook and he will say, for my wife. And I'm telling you, we will not eat out of it. As many as we are, they will finish it in front of us. So even if we are going to taste out of it, my mom will be the one to, corner it. If he sees it, he'll say, okay, bring it. He'll collect it. It's not for you, it's for my wife. So I learned that thing. So I'll tell them, this is for me. So they know already. So sometimes the only thing I really eat out of my salary is shortbread and Hollandia yogurt. I'll buy the big pack and I will drink it and I will sleep. It works like an aphrodisiac for me. So I will drink it, I will sleep. By the time I wake up in the morning, I feel like a baby. I tell myself, yes, ready to face the world again. It could be as small as that. It doesn't have to be you buy yourself a mansion. By the time you can afford it, you will do it. But start from little things. Because if you cannot start from little things, then you won't do big things. There are people who can afford to buy themselves 10 mansions, but they will not do it for themselves. Even when they will do it, they will buy it for somebody. Number 1 for this, number 2 for this, number 3 for this. They won't do it for themselves. Because they've not learned the act of self-love. Also remember that self-love is sacredness. It's not selfishness. So because we're saying you should love yourself, we're not saying you should be selfish. Remember that the goal of loving yourself first is for you to be able to love others. But if the goal of loving yourself is just for yourself, then that's selfishness. Remember that at the end of that love, yes, you are the one in front, but at the end of it, you shouldn't be the one at the end. You are not the alpha and the omega. So why should be the one in front and then the one at the end? You are in front, yes, but humanity should be at the end. You are loving yourself so you can pour out enough love out to the world. So it is not selfishness. Don't get it twisted. Love is a beautiful thing. Thank you. And when you love yourself, you will walk with confidence. It shows in the way you carry yourself. Your confidence will be overflowing because you love yourself. You're not feeling. The speaker spoke about body shaming, and then when you now love yourself, nobody will body shame you again. If not, when they come, you give them aura for aura. You know, you're able to give them from the abundance of your confidence. Because if you're not confident about yourself, you'll be crying instead of giving it to them. So when you love yourself, you will walk with confidence. You will speak with clarity. You don't mumble words. You say, I think that, you know, because you are scared of what people will think. No. You will live with courage. When you're choosing, you will choose with wisdom. You will shine with authenticity. And then you will live with compassion. Because you love yourself, you have so much love to pass around. It's flowing. It's flowing like a river. So you have so much love to give. Because when you love deeply, the world becomes less heavy. No, it does not become a burden for you. Instead, life will become more meaningful. It becomes more meaningful to live. And you will become unstoppable. That's just it. So you need to remember that the greatest relationship you will ever have is with yourself. That's the unending relationship. That's the greatest relationship you will ever have. And that is why you have to nurture it. You have to honor it. You have to protect it. And you have to celebrate it. Don't forget the oxygen mask approach. You have to first put on your own mask so you can help others. I know we are busy right now, but I would like us to do a post-test. Post-test, everybody. Now write down 4 people that you love most in your life. 4 people that you love most in your life. Now let's write them down this time around. Is anybody ready to tell us? Who are the 4 people? Okay, let's go. 4 people that you...
I love myself.
Okay.
My mom.
Your mom.
My dad.
Okay.
My siblings.
Thank you so much. Another person who is ready to share with us. Yes, please.
My babe, my babe, my babe, my babe.
Your babe.
My babe is my life.
Your babe is alive. Okay. Interesting. One more person. Okay.
Myself.
Okay, yourself, your mom, your babe. Okay. Well done, everybody. I love the fact that now we have seen the importance of loving ourselves. Now we are not just loving ourselves. So it's not just about I love myself, but you come first. So it is you, then any other person, but you come first. Thank you very much for listening. And with this, I would like to pass on the mic to the next person.
This is a trophy at this point, and I owe this trophy. Congratulations. It's such an amazing evening to hear so much about about self-love. I know around this time everyone should, every time you're asked 4 people you love, you know what to do, right? Yes. You people don't still know? You all don't still know? Okay. I'm glad that we all know. Alright, so we've had an interesting day, and I'll just start today by appreciating every one of you for your grace. I mean, we have a full house this evening. Thank you for your grace, and I'm tempted to just follow her flow, but I'm not sure I'll be in the element of that. But quickly, I should try. Alright, you guys are really amazing. I mean, to be awake now. But I would just, I'll give a brief, I would call it a master class, or something that I have learned over the couple of years, and I'll just be sharing with you what I've learned. And for some of you, it might cut across the industries where you currently work, and then you can see opportunities to layers or work across board. Okay, so but today I'll be talking on no other topic but building a tech innovation career globally from Nigeria. How many of us are interested?
All of us.
All of us. Brilliant. All right. So when we all hear tech bro, Texas, what comes to mind first off?
Someone who is involved with technology. Financial freedom.
Financial freedom. What other word comes to mind? Computer. Who else? Money bag. Interesting. Nobody's saying Yahoo. All right. Okay. Great. So one last ideology.
Internet fraud.
No, we already said no Yahoo now. We said no Yahoo. So
I'm trying to touch it.
we are trying to touch it. Okay, interesting. All right. So essentially, I'm going to be talking about how to build from Nigeria, even from your local space. I did not say global. I said local. And local is a word that originates from both global and local. Right? So how to be in the local space and still service, or because the service technology is service based, right? Okay, there are a couple of few products related there are a couple of products that are physical based on technology, but I'll just be sharing with you. So a little background: my name is Faith Sampson, and people call me Digital Prof. Some other people call me Mommy G of Tech, but that's aside. But essentially, I told a little bit of backstory yesterday about how I got started in tech ecosystem. I did not read anything technology, or I did not do any computer science related course. Disclaimer: most people always think that I did, but essentially I work in tech at the moment, even though I did not read any technology-based course. And I'm going to just help you marry that to see how you too can actually, you might not be a technical person per se, but you can walk through the ecosystem and carve out a career for yourself, or you can as well even build products from where you are or from what you do. For Isimi, that that is a vet person, yeah, and likes dogs, you can actually decide to build a dating app for dogs. Who knows? Yeah. So yeah, it will thrive in Nigeria. You'll be so surprised. You'll be so surprised. Right? You cannot validate it, and I'll show you different systems to validate your product or services and how you can leverage technology. So essentially, I'll just be giving a background story of how I got started. I think I was just a little bit after secondary school. I had gone through. I usually have a place where I read in the library. I love books, by the way. Yeah. So after secondary school, I was reading for WAEC in a library, and then because I was a very book, read. I would not like to call myself a bookworm, but I just love books. Let's just leave it at that. So I had been in the library, and I used to read as maybe a secondary school poncholo girl. For people who are listening globally, poncholo means is just something to say small. In Nigeria, it's just a slang, right? So yeah, I'm speaking to in the global stage. So and secondary school is just I'm not sure exactly what it, maybe it's high school, anywhere you're listening to, but yeah. So secondary school, and then I was sitting for the exam. I was preparing for JAM, and I always love fashion. By the way, I made my dress. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So and so after secondary school, I had gone to read in the library, and in the library, good enough, downstairs they had a fashion house. And then they also had a computer lab, and then upstairs was the library. So I will always tell my parents that I'm going to read in the library. But guess what? 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, I'm in the fashion house learning fashion design. 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock, I'm reading upstairs for JAM. 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, I'm in a JAM tutorial, what's it called, lecture house, is preparing to write exam. And so that was my routine for like 6 months. And then it was only after the 3rd month, my mom got to mistakenly see my materials for sewing. And then she was like, who has all these things? I usually come home and hide it somewhere, because they wanted me to just focus on education, and out of also a good heart, either focus on education or focus on education, or maybe learn a computer skill. But at the time, a computer skill was like zero in my head. Right, I remember my earliest gift that was given to me by my father. He bought a set of computers for me, and I'm like, computer, yeah, like a set of, like a computer set, not computers, yeah, a computer set when I was in, I think, primary school. But I didn't know, I felt like you could have bought something else. Why a computer of all things? Someone had sent money to say, okay, buy something for her, and he felt something. By the way, my father is an engineer, so he got a computer, and I'm like, no way, this is not something that I want. And so he always, like, he didn't push me to it. He didn't make me say, oh, you're going to do it by force, by fire, or all of those kind of things that we see. But he little by little, he would just chip in, do you want to? And I'm like, no, I tried to learn, but it wasn't just my thing. And so even after I had gone to this, what's it called, I was preparing for JAM, I had done that as well too. I started going to read at the library, and then I started learning fashion. But I did not, I think I collected, if my brain serves me right, I collected the form for the computer school, but I did not attend. But I went ahead to attend the fashion classes. And so by the 3rd month, I made a dress for my mother, and then she was like, from where to where? How did we get here? What is, like, go back to the story, let me understand. And I said I had used my money to register. I think the registration was, I think it was Lagos Fashion School, and it was a scholarship from Her Excellency then, who was in power, I can't remember, but it was an initiative. So I just had to register with 5,000 naira for the academia. So I had gathered money here and there and registered for the class. So by the third month, I was already making dresses for people, asking people to just give me that last check. And so I went ahead to start that. But I met somebody, which I explained in the last course of my conversation, and he happened to be a big brother that just finished university, and then he was like, oh, it seems you're preparing for work, and he was coaching top professionals, right, to live an optimized life. And so he just picked interest and like, oh, you're always coming here to read, you're always sitting in one place for the longest time, you are the close to the youngest person who is this very dedicated and all of that. So he picked interest and told me, what did I apply in school? And I told him, he had a conversation. I told him I applied for accounting and all of that. He asked me why accounting. I told him, but actually I wanted to do accounting to just prove points, because my accounting teacher, I was struggling to get validation from my accounting teacher. That was why I chose accounting, to say I'm going to do it anyways. Right, but good enough. I got to school, I applied for accounting, but I was not given accounting. So I was given, guess what? I was given marketing. I was given marketing, and till today I think that's one of, it happened to be a blessing in disguise, for real. And I learned marketing. By the way, I did not know there was a course like marketing, and so I cried the whole time I saw it. I cried. I'm like, nothing. I'm not going to accept this. And I went back to my coach to say, okay, this is what they gave me, and he said, sit down. I think the future is actually technology. At that time, you can find a way to blend two of them together and still create a career for yourself. And I said, how am I supposed to do that? And then he told me, okay, when you get to school, look for what is called the Google Developers Group or the Women Tech Maker. And I said, okay, no problem. I'm going to check it anyways. And so when I got to school in my 100 level, I asked around, and then I attended one of the events, two of the events on campus. And by my 200 level or 300 level, I was already a co-organizer, and I was already leading the community. That's the Google Developers Group and Google Women Tech Maker in the city, in the school where I was, and then in the larger sphere in the school, in the city where the school was located. By the way, I went to University of Benin City. Alright, so essentially that's how it started. And even though I had a background in marketing and it did not collide with technology, I developed an interest in building my tech career. And one of the I'm going to be sharing tonight some of the things I think has helped me today and to the larger world, people who will be listening to this either now or much later. Some of the things that I did that stood out, that I think if you want to build or you want to start learning in the next 6 months, I must have taken this journey for 5 years, but it can be compressed for you in 6 months if you do your due diligence. I'm not saying you're going to make it overnight, but literally if you put in the work, you're going to be able to find a path in it, right? So one of the things that I actually did was to decide what tech track I wanted to start with. Remember, I did not have any technical background whatsoever. I was a commercial student in school. I never did any, although I was the best in biology in my class. That was the only sciences that intrigued me, was biology. Every other thing, it was looking like it was blood in my eye. Yeah, so essentially I had started that, and then so I decided on what tech track to get into. Remember, I don't have any technical knowledge. I cannot code. I cannot what's it called? I can't really operate the computer as much and all of that. So where do I start from essentially if I don't have all of this knowledge? I started with a basic computer appreciation course, which I think most of us have at the moment, right? And so I started with that learning, and then because I was reading marketing, I had to start to take courses on digital marketing right from school. I started to, every single night class I go to, we all know night classes, right? Yep. We don't know night classes. Oh, I'm shocked. Maybe you all went to private universities. Well, all right. So, by the way, yeah, I had tried to take marketing courses, digital marketing courses, aside from my normal classes that I go through, the normal, I want to call it 9 to 5 classes. Normal classes I go in the daytime. At night, I would literally study digital marketing, go to night classes, download materials, Coursera, take courses, and all of that in digital marketing, and start to do a little bit of practice in traditional marketing as well. I joined a team of students in school who were my friends. Actually, they were producing a notebook, the university's notebook, and so I joined them to be able to distribute it. I became like the major distributor, and in the first semester or so, I distributed that notebook to over 8,000 copies of that notebook to the stores around my school. So I was stretching my hand on seeing how far I could speak to people to convince them about things traditionally before putting it up to digital marketing as well. And so I had said that, and I tried the experiment. One wonderful experiment I did was that I learned by doing was I created the need for the notes. So nobody knew the notes. It was a customized notebook, University of Benin. Nobody knew the notes around the school. So I went to each store. I'll send my friends I'll go and ask the woman in the store, please, do you have this notebook? She said, there's nothing like that though. So they know they use them. I went to almost every store and asked them, please, I'm looking for this. I sent my friends to ask for that note. So literally what I did was I created the urgency and the need for it. I created the need and the urgency for it. And so every time I now went to those, I sent another group of my friends to say they are distributing this notebook. The same places that went and said no, they said yes. Because at this point, multiple set of people had come to request for that note. And so I created the demand for it, and I sold 1,000 copies in a semester. That money has gone. That money has literally gone. So that gave me the strength to say, okay, I'm going to try to do this as well, digitally, since I've been able to try my hands around it. I mean, I had no capital in the business. I was just the marketing girly in the team. The guys were the one producing and all of that. So I learned marketing, and in 100 level, there's a market close to the school. They call it Uselu Market. So they used to call every lady in my department Uselu Market women. And so I used to be very pained, like, no way. I'm a global marketer. I'm not a local marketer. That kind of a thing. I'm always very energetic. But I did not know how to navigate through, but I just did the little that I knew how to do. And so I took one of the courses I took was the Google Digital Skill course. And then it was free. I took it and I did not realize it was going to be a thing. And because I took it and I was serious with it and I finished it, I realized that they were looking for trainers, students who are taking the course, who would train other students. And so that was my first job in campus. I was going through department to department, from my department to other departments to train them in in digital skills with the course that I already got certified in, and I was paid for it. So that was how I started. So the first thing to do is to decide what track you want to go. There is two parts of technology. There's what we call the technical side of technology and non-technical part of technology itself, working in the industry tech. So the technical part, you see courses like UI UX design, you see things like web development, you see things like front end, back end, AI engineering, data science, right, and all of those things. But in the non-technical parts, you see things like community management, marketing, you see things like product marketing, project management, and all of that. You don't have to necessarily know those technical skills, and that's why I believe every one of us can optimize using technology to grow in whatsoever we find ourselves. So the next thing out of this 10 things I've written down is to optimize free courses. I've already mentioned I took a free course, and because I finished it, I got paid to teach other people to finish the course. So optimize free courses first before you even think of paying for any course. What I realize, or what I see young people do more often than not, is that immediately they want to start their tech journey, they are ready to pay a huge amount of money to get into a tech academy. It's not a bad thing, but I always advise start with free courses, free materials, right? When I was switching to product management, I downloaded all from product school, more than 60 videos, free videos from product school. I consumed it before thinking of paying for any course to become a product manager. So the next thing you can do is to optimize taking free courses on LinkedIn, on Coursera, and all of that. Then the next is to volunteer for projects. The third is to volunteer for projects. I mentioned already through my story, I think I've already mentioned almost all things I did, but I'll just highlight them so that it's very important for you to take note of. So volunteer for project means that when you see a need, when you see somebody building something, or a team of people, your friends and all of that, say, oh, they want to do this, they want to do that, just say, let me just join you. Within the next few weeks or few months, build what you are building, and let me just learn my hands around it. What I see most people do is they learn for months and sometimes for years, different things. This year they are learning graphic design, the next year they are learning web development. It's not bad, you can make all those transitioning, but essentially if you learn and you do not do, it's like wasted knowledge. It's like convulsive knowledge base that you're not finding expression. It's like you taking so much food and not having a way to pass it out or to send it out of your system. So it will not be useful to you. It will cause even constipation to you. So I would say that what you can do is to volunteer for projects. Like when you see a project being done, with what you have learned, don't wait till you have a system to replicate it or pour it out. Literally go ahead and find a system around putting the knowledge base that you've learned, either in graphic design. Try to build a portfolio for all your designs, put it up there and share with people to say, okay, this is the design, no matter how awful it is. Every graphic designer that you know today, if they showed you their first design, you will never believe it. Or any developer that you see today, if they show you the first version of what they did, you will never believe it. So the next is to get an internship. After you volunteered, I usually teach the VIP model to actually get jobs or get into jobs in the nearest possible time. The VIP model, the V in the VIP model is volunteer. I've already mentioned it. The I in the VIP model is internships, get an internship. And the P is get paid finally. Right? So you can skip it. You can be lucky enough to, while learning, get paid. But the system at which is most assured, or system at which you can actually walk through that process, is called the VIP model, which I have already mentioned, which is volunteer, intern, and get paid. And I think this works across board industries, not just technology, if you ask me, right? In any career phase that you find yourself or you want to grow in, even as a student or a graduate and all of that. So the next is to join a community. And because I'm a community driven centric person, I've led communities, different communities, and I even have my own community. I started building my personal community for women in tech about like 5 years ago or 4 years ago, and we have trained close 2,000 women already on the projects, on different projects, right, with partnerships with organizations and all of that. So because I understand the power of community and the power of getting ahead with communities, I highly recommend joining a community of people, like-minded people, right? People in the tech ecosystem. There are a handful of them. I might not be able to mention all of them, but I can give recommendations of a few, right, which I know. But essentially, join a community. A community will help you get ahead much faster than you can imagine. Why a community helps is that it's like birds of the same feathers flocking together. One person will help the other. When an opportunity comes up, the other person shares it, and you can literally learn together, grow together, and even get ahead. Most of the people who I currently either work with or have worked for in one way or the other are people I've known as far back as university communities. Some of them work in InterSwitch, some of them work in multinationals, technology companies, and all of that. They work in different places, right? But essentially, from that community that we're able to say, okay, there's an opportunity here, before the larger world sees it. Let's just throw it open to you guys in the community and all of that. So essentially, join as many communities. Don't stereotype yourself to say you want to belong to only one community. There are many global organizations that have communities. Remember, my coach was the first person to recommend joining a community, and he told me the name of the community. I joined the community, and the game change happened in the community. So in any area or anything you're building, this principle works across board. Join a community of people who do those things naturally, and you'll find yourself flying through. So the next is to blow your trumpet on social media. This I am currently repenting of, because I've seen that I've done a lot of. I was in a meeting last week, and then the couple of things I've done, I shot myself in the leg by not documenting them so well in the past years, but not anymore. I'm not going to cry over spilled milk, right? But literally, something I think helps, and something I think I've helped a lot of people that I know, even the people who don't even know as much as I do, right, is that they actually blow their own trumpets. They blow their own trumpet on the things that they are doing, right? They talk about the things they are doing passionately online. They hold Twitter spaces, they are into conversations and all of those, right? So blow your trumpet on socials. LinkedIn is one of your best bets. I know it looks like everybody there is just congratulations, I got this, I got that, and looks like a lot of pressure. But allow the pressure to cook you into your own elevated space. Don't make it a noise, make it an elevation, like something that helps you to get inspired, not get depressed by people's win and all of that. So essentially, you cannot afford to build, especially in this industry, without being on LinkedIn. Unfortunately, as I said, I'm learning it. Alright, so the next thing I think is very pivotal is to build a portfolio and a CV, right? A proper CV and a portfolio for that. Then the next is we know what a CV is, right? And do we know what a portfolio is? We don't. Oh, thank goodness I did not think you all know what a portfolio is. Alright, so a portfolio is just like a body of either a space or a system where you can show people a body of work that you have done previously. And good enough, one of my friends is actually building a portfolio management system startup. You can check winumo.com. WINUMU, right? Winumo, WINUMU.com. So you can actually build a portfolio. You can actually put all the things that you have done in the past there, so that when people ask you, oh, what have you done, or what can you do, you're not talking, you're just showing them. Remember, in building a career in any sphere at all, one of the things that will get you ahead most assuredly is show, don't talk, don't prove, show. When you show people that, okay, this is it, send them 2 links, let them go through it and see all that you do. it's a better way than trying to prove that you can do it, because they've seen that you've done it already. So a portfolio is just a space where you can put all the body of the work that you do, no matter the career you find yourself, either as a lawyer, as a doctor, any sphere that you find yourself, you can actually use technology as an enhancement tool. I always say that technology is a tool, like pots and spoon that we use to cook food, right, in the kitchen. It's a tool. It's not the end in itself. It's a tool to an end. So you can either use it for your good, or it is used against you on the flip side. So you can build a portfolio and your CV. The next is to shadowbox an industry leader. Shadowboxing is just a simple term for following somebody who know road. Shadowboxing is just a simple term for follow who know road. That's look up to somebody who has gone 5 steps, 10 steps ahead of where you've gone to, and ask them questions, or ask them if they could help you to shadowbox their journey. Or you can look through them and say, okay, where did they start from? You want to either be the Chief Justice of Nigeria, and then you've seen somebody who has actually been a lawyer for the past 20 years and he got there. By shadowboxing him, what you actually do in the real sense of it is you go to his page and say, where did he first work after school? How did he get ahead after? What took him to the next 2 steps? What took him from that next 2 steps to the next 3 steps? And all of that. When you're able to trace this through a leader or an industry leader, you can easily find your path through either what they did or other ways. There's always no one way to the market, right? There are many ways to the market. But by shadowboxing a leader or making them help you to see things clearly, you would get ahead faster than every other person. So the next thing I would talk about here, which is the 9th thing, is to support a fundraising project, right? Or support an initiative in the sphere or in the place where you want to actually work in. This very much looks like volunteering, but a little bit of why this is different from volunteering is fundraising is you are trying to raise money for them. Not necessarily you putting your money, but it gives you the knowledge on how to raise money in the tech industry, right? Because one of the most important skill that you will learn, even if you want to run a business in the future, is how to raise money. If you don't know how to raise money, or how to make sure that if you want 10 million naira today, you are thinking of the 6 things to do in the next 3 months to raise 10 million naira, from talking to maybe 4 of your friends or 4 of your big brothers or something to raise money and say, okay, this is what I'm doing, XYZ on this project. Can you support me? Can I give you within this period of time? What's your stake in the business? If it thrives, if it goes wrong, how do I refund you, and all of that. So one of the things that would help you to thrive in building a business in the future, even though a tech-enabled business here, because I'm talking about technology as an anchor to every other career or any other thing you're building naturally, is to learn to raise fund. I think that's one important thing that many young people still don't understand how to do. So essentially, there are over like 19,000 direct jobs that have been created over the few years that tech has been a buzzword in Nigeria. Of course, we have a vast number of potentials to create more jobs and multiple jobs. And this is because we have the global markets pinning down on Nigeria, or pinning down on talents in Nigeria. And this is the simple reason, because they tend to hire with lesser amounts than their counterparts in other parts of the world, right? So it's easier for them to say, oh, one boy in Ikorodu who has been a developer for the past 5 years, to say, okay, they want to just get him on board for a project to pay him $1,000. or $500 for the month. I mean, if they are employing the same person in the workforce in their country or in the US and in the UK, they will pay far more than that. And so that's an advantage for us to tap into on a global stage. And then we can now see that we have over 77 innovation hubs in Nigeria, right, at the moment, nationwide. Either free innovation hub or paid innovation hub, from CC Hub to the Innovations Hub to Lagos Innovations to different state-owned innovation hub, private-owned innovation hubs, and even institutional-based innovation hub, from the American corner to different bodies that have venture capital and all of that. For lack of time, I may not be able to start to list all of them at the same time. Oh my god. Alright, so I might not be able to. Okay, let me just. So we have. Anytime I see a young person and then they say, I don't have a laptop, I don't have light, I don't have power, I don't have data to learn in Nigeria, I'm like, 1 minute silence. I cannot go more than 1 minute so that we don't get disqualified. But yeah, but essentially because there are places where you can actually use laptops, internet for free around you. I think that would be a top. That would be a top secret. Top best secret. But a couple of places you can try out is the American corner, right? That is almost a sure place I tell people to go. Universities, in most universities in Nigeria, you have the American corner. I think they just opened one for Unilag just 2 weeks back or 3 weeks back. But almost every city, there's one in the island, there's one in the mainland, there is one inside Unilag, and other states in Nigeria, they always have an American corner in almost every city. And you can walk into those places and use the laptops and the internet for total free, right, to learn the courses that you actually want to learn. Or if there's no power, you can actually do that for free as well, right, to optimize it so that you know that the cost that you are bearing to learn, at least for the next 6 months, is just transport or or feeding. But you know that by the next 6 months you're already into the game, or you've learned so far. So that's that for building a career in tech. And this I have done, I said, for the past 5 years. But essentially this year I took another leap of faith into making Nigerian youth see not just consuming tech products alone, or not just being employers of labor of tech companies and tech institutions, but also looking to building products. Of course, maybe because of the invent of AI, which makes it much easier in split days to create a digital product or to create a startup, right? In the past 2 weeks, I and my team have been building an AI solution for women in business, right, where they can actually have all their activities and operations in one system, which are going to launch, by the way, by the end of April. But that just validates, that just helped me think that for the past couple of years, we have just been learning. But learning is not enough, right? But building products that would also serve thousands of people in Nigeria, in Africa, and even globally would be one way to actually project Nigeria into the global space. And because we have the numbers, we are a large country. For countries like India, countries like China, countries like maybe Europe, and all those countries that have large number, Asia, one of the things that they optimize is they understand they have the numbers, and so they optimize their workforce to say, oh, they train them solidly. In the tech ecosystem, one of the best set of people in the tech ecosystems are Indians. If you work with Indians, oh my, their work rate is like 52 times. I don't know, the power of their work rate is really high, right? But essentially, one of the things that we can actually optimize as Africans or as Nigerians, because we are very resilient as Nigerian youths, is to optimize that also. Because when you go eventually to all these countries, or maybe they put you on a work visa or a work visa, if you go with the mindset of just working and not building a product or a system, I know a couple of persons are building products, different people are building products, but I want us to just not think only about the consumption. We have been known for a long time to be a consuming centric people. This is just a call for every one of us to literally look from the lens of just consuming products or digital products from the global north, to actually creating our own products that can also be shipped to those nations. We have a couple of examples of success stories of organizations that have built unicorns in the past 5 to 10 years. I think just yesterday, Piggyvest celebrated 10 years anniversary, and they have processed billions of naira. Yes, and that was just Odun and her friends thinking about helping. That was just Odun and her friends thinking about how to help an average Nigerian save better, right? And to digitalize the colo system of saving money. And so that went ahead and it became a product everybody became very keen with. A couple of us had Piggyvest and we were asking questions. These ones are not banks. Hope they will not run away from my money and all of those things. But in the long run, we see that those systems eventually become the systems which we currently use now. And even when people even leave the country, they still use it either to grow their wealth. There's a part of growing wealth on the Piggyvest app and all of that. So we see companies like Flutterwave, Opay, Money Points, Andela, and Jumia, and the likes, who have been able to build unicorn businesses out of the numbers that we have, leveraging the numbers we have, right, to be able to create unicorn businesses. And so we also can actually create that same system and not just only look from the lens of consuming or just limiting ourselves to building a career in either product management or UI UX design, product design, or front end or AI engineering and all of that. You might start from there, but I'm just indulging us not to stop there, to also build products. So we can see that so far in Nigeria, we have like over 3,000 tech startups that are running already. Every now and then you hear this one, that one. If you are into the tech news ecosystem, like every day there's one thing or the other. There's one news or the other that is coming up with the trends and the things that happen around the ecosystem that makes you really, really intrigued about the kind of solutions people are building and the grit that Nigerians are using to build the products to the global stage. So Nigeria actually has the capacity to go from local hustle to global tech force, right? And to also build that. But essentially, the proof of innovations in Nigeria shows that we can actually scale products and services from Nigeria to the world. Nigeria is no longer catching up, right? But leading forward in all of these organizations that I mentioned. We have processed over 6 billion in funding, $6 billion, by the way, in funding in the past 5 to 10 years in the tech ecosystem. I am not exaggerating or saying that they are not economies that actually build or has the numbers than the tech ecosystem in Nigeria. But I'm just saying, as young people who are just starting out, you might not be able to just hop onto all those big. But one thing that can differentiate you is you can use your knowledge of technology to still build in the industry, but have a what's it called? You have a competitive advantage over your mentors or people who have gone ahead in your industry if you know what you're doing properly. So also use that to help them. So we see here that also Lagos alone has processed over $15 billion dollars in funding, either from Silicon Valley and all of those organizations. You see a young person will tell you that he just raised $1 million for his startup, and you're like, from where to where? Guess what? He just attended maybe like 12 meetings in different places, from Silicon Valley to the UK venture capital, just like few meetings, met some people in the deal rooms and all of that, and was able to close up and say, okay, this is what I'm building, this is the number of Africans, showing the viability of this product, this product, this product. These people can get it, these people, there are no products in the market that is relating to this, and show them the viability and the numbers, and then they give them the money to actually get started in it. So literally, that's another game, that's another system, venture capital, and then venture VC. We call it VC in the tech ecosystem. It's called venture capital. That's a capital that's a couple of people who have funds all over the world, just set apart to just bet on businesses, to say, I'm willing to support you and hold you by the hands to grow. Right, just last week I was in a meeting for a venture capital for female businesses, female-run businesses, and the money that I was hearing flying in the room, I'm like, in this Nigeria, in this same Nigeria, they were about giving a woman $10,000 to start up a business. It was supposed to be 100. The organization was supposed to give $100,000 for the female-led businesses, but somebody in the hook line, a man in the hook line, decided that he wanted to disburse only $10,000. That's like 10% of the money. So good enough, every woman on the stage denied the funding because he wanted them to write it on the. That's another story, by the way. But this just shows the viability that people are willing to fund businesses, viable ideas, but you have to do the work of validating that the product is useful for the people that you are willing to serve, and then build from that system. Even though you don't necessarily need to leave the career path in which you are currently flowing through and all of that. So I think those are the things that I would just highlight. We have many of them, many organizations, many startups that have sprung up from Yaba to the world, from local spaces to global stages, from just simple ideas to profound impacts that most of us are actually even benefiting from. So building a tech innovation and a career from the local space in Nigeria, that's global but local space, is highly possible. So I join every one of us as Nigerian youth to not just put our blames on certain things, but see how to help ourselves together to get ahead. I would be rounding up now. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time. I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker to help us get ahead.
All right, that's a very explicit one, and even for me, it's a very big one, because I'll also be talking about clear way to building the right career paths, and she just spoke about a clear way to build career paths in tech. So that's a very good one. That's a very good one. Okay, just looking at her story, for instance, she actually gained an admission. She initially put in to study accounting, right? But somehow she was given a course in marketing. But I truly believe that it's not really even about the course now, it's about who she actually met, right? The man that she met. That even while other people are just getting admission and going to school, she had a strategy. The man said, okay, when you get to school, look for so group and join the group. And that alone changed the course of her career for life. That's the importance of information. So some people might have even been studying medicine, even from that 111, for instance. Or the impact she had made, I won't call it little, looking at her age and her level currently. And now evaluating someone that is a medical doctor, some of them might still even be in school still studying. So you can't actually quantify that, right? Because of what information, meeting the right person at the right time. And that's what I'm talking about, the clear way to choosing what's the right career. Imagine three students boarding the same bus. And when the first one stopped the bus, The driver asked the students, "Where are you going?" He said, "Well, I don't know, but anywhere is fine by me." And after about 10 minutes, the second student, stopped the same bus. And the driver asked the very same question, that, "Oh, where are you going?" But he said, "Okay, well, my parents said I should enter this bus." And after about 5 minutes, the third student stopped the same bus, flagged the bus down. And the driver asked, "Where are you going?" The boy said, "I'm going to the University District Faculty of Engineering. I want to become an engineer." 3 students, same bus, same driver, but only one knows, where he's going and why he's going there. So my name is Kaide. I am the Damilari. And today, I'm here to enlighten each and every one of us, those watching online over the world, and those that will even watch afterwards, the right way to choose a career path. While studying this topic, a lot of things was just bubbling through my mind. Because initially, after visiting schools, speaking to students about it, and currently writing a book too on it, I began to check, okay, what's really career? And when I really analyze it, I realized that career is actually gotten from a Latin word, carriera, and carriera simply is path or road, a pathway or road. Then, after some time, some scholars actually describe it as a person's journey throughout work or throughout life, a person's journey. And after about some time, the psychology also rose. Everett Ouz now, his name is Everett Ouz. He said, career is that perspective in which a person views his life as an individual. So it's similarly still seen as a life job or job throughout life. And later, a psychologist rose, and he defined career as the series of position occupied by an individual throughout his job. That series of position, probably you're once a worker, to an assistant manager, to a manager, and finally to a director. So all of those processes is what he calls career. But looking at our current time and day now, looking at this modern age, that definition isn't sufficient enough. It's not sufficient. So when I analyzed the definition and I began to ask myself, why do this word really exist initially? Why do the word career exist initially? Then I started ruminating on that. I look at it and I said, okay, I think every profession actually exists to solve a problem. So if every profession exists to solve a problem, then there's something really wrong with that definition. And that way I came up with this simple definition. I said, is that long life process in which you use your skill or ability to solve problem and create value. I think that's what she didn't also realize. That's what she might not really realize in time too. The fact that the man told you, okay, when you get to school, study this course, right? Look for this group, join them, and after joining them now, at that point in time, she started taking some course online. I'm talking back to looking back to the first speakers, some of what she actually say about herself now. No, after she actually acquired the skills, right? And that skill equip her with value, then I can now solve a problem. And now they are not paying her. She's also transferring the value to others. So that's why I define career as that. So when you really know that there's something, sometimes you would have observed that, there's actually something in the room, but because you're not conscious about that thing, you don't even know that thing is in the room. But later when someone has said, but that thing has been there, not say, and I saw it slightly, but because you're not conscious of it, you didn't know it's there. So immediately you start seeing career like this, then you'll not be confused when it comes to choosing career path. That you know that it's a skill, ability to solve problem and create value. So after defining career this way, then I also look into it, and while studying again, I observed something, that there are 3 myths when it comes to choosing career. There are 3 myths. 3 myths when it comes to choosing career. Over the years, it has been hands on to some of us, not even without teaching us, without sitting you down and telling you, okay, do this. No, but somehow, somewhere in your mind, it's there. By default, it's there. So the first one is, we confuse hobby for passion. Sometimes when I ask you, what's your passion? More than 95% of everyone here will mention their hobby. Yes, Because let me give, and the reason why I said so is when I checked the dictionary, I realized that passion simply means, let me just give you the dictionary definition. It's a true sincere desire. A true sincere desire. So it does not mean an activity. One, when you say hobby now, hobby is something I love doing. But when I say passion is a true sincere desire, it means it's a product of something. It's not a product. Are we getting it? It's a product of something. It's not a product. So, and looking at this, I don't understand alone. So I actually now say, okay, am I really correct? I try to really analyze if I'm correct. Then I came across a study, or a Canadian, a study was carried out over 500 Canadian students. And after the end of the study, they discovered that 84% of the students said, we have passion. But out of the 84%, when they analyzed the results, by 100, now they discover out of that 84% that said, oh, I have passion, 96 of the passion is actually hobby, and just about 4% may not must or may lead towards a career, because what they listed as their passion were swimming, sports, arts, and dancing and all of that. So they were like, it's only about 4% that is related to career or can even lead to work. Because somewhere in their mind, when they were asked what is your passion, they thought they were really asked what do you like doing or what comes natural to you. You just have that in our mind. So that's the fourth myth. Don't confuse passion for hobby. And I haven't understood this now. I read a book by Carl Newport now. He said something that's so good. Be so good they can't ignore you. So good they can't ignore you. He said something in that book about passion. He said most people don't begin with passion. They develop it. And looking at the definition I gave about passion, I said passion is what a sincere desire you have while doing something, right? A sincere desire you have that keeps you going even when going gets tough. That's just what it means. A sincere desire, it keeps you going even when going gets tough. So looking at it that way, then it means passion is not the starting point. It's not the starting point, but rather passion is developed, it is grown, it is being built as you progress or as you build competence in doing something. So the more I build competence is the more I become passionate about something. Like she also mentioned that, said initially when she got the course, she was feeling like this course is somehow, what will I even do it? Because literally she said she was crying, right? I feel that pain when someone meets you on campus and say, what are you studying? Say marketing. Who look at even the course and someone else and I say, well, I'm studying medicine, I'm studying accounting. There's this way you look like, I don't know, but I know some people here really understand what I'm saying. So there's this way you just feel that, okay, I'm studying this. It's this way you just feel. So looking at that point now, passion, but along the line she developed what? Passion for it. So it's actually an end product. And that's why Kanye Porter said something about passion. He said passion is not the starting point, it's actually what you build or what you go over time. And just using her story for instance, initially she didn't like the course, but she continued in the course. She now developed passion for it. So the second myth is now trying to make passion the starting point. Is the product, not the source somehow. Is a product. Is a product. So when you really understand is a product, and this is another example for instance, when there's certain, John C. Maxwell once said something, he said he enjoys playing golf, but he's not good at it at all. But he just enjoy it just like playing golf for instance, but he's not good at it. So I said that to say that if there's an activity or something that you don't do well, you don't perform well whenever you actually carry out that task, you notice these three things. One, you will not be confident about it. You will not. be confident about it. And secondly, you feel frustrated about that thing. And what you are not confident about, what you're frustrated about, there is no how you can have interest in that thing. But in same vein, if there is something you are good at, like there's something you perform excellently well at, or something you have a level of competence in, gradually you build confidence in it. Gradually you feel better while doing that thing. And the third thing you feel now, you develop a level of interest in that thing. And at the long run, your efforts will begin to build a certain level of interest in you. And that interest will lead you to enjoying that thing when you do it. And at the long run, you have the product called what's passion. And that thing, you have passion while doing it. So passion is not actually the starting point. It's actually a product. Because that's why from the dictionary definition, I told you that it is sincere desire that keeps you committed to a task. So if you've not performed the task, then how do you get the passion? I don't know if you're getting the analysis now. If you've not performed the task, there's no way you can get that passion. There's no way you can get it. So when you start chasing the product without, passing through the process, then you're already missing it at the first stage. So don't forget, the first myth I mentioned is people confuse hobby for passion. The second myth I mentioned is the fact that people start with passion first. What is an end product? They made it the first thing, which is wrong. And the third myth I'll be mentioning is that people make career choice based on making passion or hobby the decisive factor. Okay, let me just buttress this point again. That was why I defined career as what? As the lifelong process of you using your ability and your skill to solve problem and create value. So that way you won't make hobby or passion that that this thing is not actually solving real life problem and it's not creating any value. You won't make it your career. So that's why sometimes at best some certain hobby should just be hobby. Because nobody will really pay you for that. That's just the truth. Nobody will pay you for it. Because whatever does not serve my need, then there's no need for me to get it from you at any cost. There's no need. So at that point in time, you'll not be able to really identify, okay, what passion can really solve a problem. So you don't just go for what motivates you or what you enjoy. Imagine someone saying that, okay, I love playing video games, for instance. It sounds good, you love it, but there's no one that will pay you professionally for playing video game. Nobody will pay you for that. So understanding career as the ability to use your skill to solve problem and create value. Now, if you understand these three myths, leads me to my second point now, which is the decisive factor for choosing career. So what are the decisive factor for choosing career? Now that I've known that, okay, these three myths are the things I have to really consider. What are those decisive factors? The first decisive factor is ability. And somehow, I'm not going to be defining ability the way you look at it. Because ability in this sense does not mean what is natural to you or what comes natural to you. But ability in this sense, you may love to write down, you may just want to jot this somewhere, is the substance that makes you substantial in that field. So if you can see the substance in you that can make you substantial in a field, then it means you actually progress in that field. Because I really realized, I think that's one of the first speaker didn't see initially too, but the man had seen her in the library, and the man had seen, okay, if this girl can consistently come here every day and she will sit for hours, and that's why the man did not really think, there's something in the Holy Scripture that says that God will not cast precious stone, the pearls to swine. Because the man, she said something that the man trains professional, and for such person to now sit with you, the person is actually spending time with you, his time and his money. So for that man to actually come to her and just sit with her, because the man has seen a level of value, a level of commitment in her. So that point, the man could not really say, okay, so even if I'm giving this at no cost, I'm making impact, I'm putting it in the right place, I'm investing it in the right person. So that's why I actually look at it from that angle, and I said the really thing you have to understand, immediately you see yourself that you have that substance that it requires to be substantial in a given field, then it means you're on the right track. So the first decisive factor is what? Ability. And ability here again, I reiterate, it simply means that substance to be substantial in a given field. So immediately that's what the man saw in her, even if she didn't, see it in herself. But that's what the man saw, and was like, okay, let me give her this information. Because I bet you the same information she was given and she acted on, some other people were given that same information, that when you get to school, join so and so good, but they didn't do anything about it. And sometimes I can say the way some individual will be like, let me look for a job. The way she spoke, I don't think she'll be looking for a job. So if you actually go even to school with the right mindset, you won't come out and be looking for a job. You won't. And that's what now leads me to my second decisive factor. I haven't understood ability, okay, or let me still buttress on my ability. I haven't understood ability now. You should also know these three things about ability. The ability, one, ability can be developed. Ability sometimes can be discovered. And ability can also be built towards discipline. These three things about ability. One, can be discovered, can be developed, can also be built through discipline. Very important. Can be built through discipline. Now, this now leads me to the second decisive factor that I call what? Problem solving. Now, I know I have the substance to be substantial in a given field. The next thing I have to look, okay, this substance I have to be substantial, what problem can I solve with it? See, if every student actually go to school with this mindset, even from your class, when you're receiving lecture, you're already seeing the solution you can actually offer with that course. But when you come out, or when you're done, even before you graduate, you start solving problem. That's what happened. She said at 100 level, she sold about 1,000 copies of books, which means to some certain extent, she would even ease her parent of the stress of daddy, I need this, mommy, I need this. She will ease her parent of the stress at 100 level. Oh, that's, for me, it's actually a whole lot. So it's a whole lot. Because that kind of person in 200 level, it means she will do more. In 300 level, she will do more. Why? Because she had what's the right exposure, the right knowledge. So when you have the right knowledge, that you're not just picking a course because you have the ability. Now you see the reason why you're picking a course is because you're going there to solve a problem. And this is actually, that's just a bare truth. Because looking even professionally at what we're having, doctor exists because what people get what sick. That's just the truth. Engineer exists because infrastructures must be built. That's just the truth. And the reason why the teacher exists is because knowledge must be transferred. So when you understand this, even from the onset, you won't be in the lecture room and you not know, you just be there and just be like, let me just pass through the school without passing through me. No. So even if you were given the course, you start seeing the problem and the solution you can now implement. Which leads me to my third decisive factor, which is value. So that point where you bring your ability and the problem you see, you apply the ability to the problem, what you create is value. And value is the benefits people experience from your work. That's value. I was speaking in the school one day and I actually brought two things. Sorry, I'm not with touch here. I raised a gourd up and I raised a bottle water up. And I asked them that if you're in the desert and you're dying of thirst, which one is more precious to you? Intrinsically, gold is more precious, right? Yeah. But now I'm in a desert. I'm dying of thirst. What is more precious to me? Is it the gold or the water? It's water. So I told them that, okay, so it's at that point, which means sometimes it's not about how classic, the course sounds sometimes, is in your current geographical area, is that course worthwhile? In your contextual area, is that thing worthwhile? Because if you really know this, you know what to invest your time in, and you know what to just, let's just forget about it. There are some countries, I'm privileged to serve at Badagry, and I say I'm privileged because I'm serving at the border, which means my accommodation is not in Nigeria, like in Benin, and we have constant lights, both in. So I know. So in that kind of country, you don't, for instance, you don't. How will I put it? You don't think of Jen. Thinking, okay, I want to open a store for Jen. You won't sell. You won't sell, though. Because it's as if I on and off touch lights, and when I get to the office to where I work, there's also solar. So even my power bank for some months, it was as if it was useless. Probably I'll just have to take it back home. So do you get what I'm saying? So sometimes what you think is a problem in somewhere else might not be a problem where you exist. So problem is always in context. So at that point, when I'm in desert, although I have gold which is quite valuable, but at that point what I really need is water. Is water. So this is actually, so whenever you identify your ability, you're looking at the problem you can apply that ability to. The third part which I just also talk about is what is a value you can create with it. And this way now, you don't now even have to chase money. Money will come after you. It will come. You don't have to chase the money. It will come after you. Why? Because you have the value. Because that time I'm in the desert, even if I don't have water at that point, and I see someone that wants to sell the water for, let me say, for 2,000 naira, I don't mind giving the person my gold because I don't want to die to get the water. I don't mind giving the person my gold to get the water. Because this is a matter of life and death. So whatever value you're also looking at, whatever skill you want to actually developing, you want to also be sure that is a need, not a want. Because what will makes you last a test of time is you always making that commodity, that service you can offer, a need. What people need, and not they want. And this now makes you know how to position yourself, the place you should actually go to, the kind of people you should network with. Why? Because you realize that these are the individual that can actually serve with the value. I started with the story of the 3 students, right? Let me now tell you, let me apply this, let me apply it to this. Because the first students, I'll tell you the pillar that is missing in his life. The pillar he missed. I talk about the decisive factor, right? The part of the decisive factor he missed, I'm going to tell you. Because now the boy has been admitted into, Faculty of Engineering. That's the boss he entered, right? And now, he's in 111. He's seriously struggling with the course. Because he can't, he's not good at maths. Or he can't comprehend what calculation is, having issues in calculation. Why? Because, and the reason why this is happening is because he didn't consider his ability factor before choosing the course. What he told the driver is, anywhere is fine by me. So he missed out in that decisive factor. He didn't actually consider his ability. And the second boy, that stopped the bus because his parents asked him to stop the bus. I truly believe that the reason why the parents said that is because they believe that course is high paying and will lead to, a comfortable life, right? And now the boy is in 200 level. He come across some guys that they are Yahoo boys, and they're already making money, living a comfortable life. Because he missed that the goal of studying a particular course is to solve a problem. He will not become the problem himself. Because he said, why waste time? Why should I spend 5 years studying a course when I can make the same result I came here for, to get a comfortable life? Yeah. So instead of him solving a problem, he will become problem himself. He will just follow suit. It means if I just follow these guys in months, I'll start earning millions. And the comfortable life, I'll start living it now. So I truly believe if every youth out there, if the nation, every youth out there really understand the core concept of these athletes, they won't get to school and miss it. They won't get to school and even chase shadow. And even when I come across students, people that they are not financially buoyant to attend, university, I always tell them, don't let them what limits you. That does not mean you cannot still do something where you are. If you really understand this decisive factor I just spoke about, that does not mean you can't really create value where you are. So the boy will just end up, joining his friends, making the cool money already, living a kind of life his parents, presume or assume or imagine for him, and said, okay, because of that, go for the course. And now it becomes the problem instead of the solution to the problem. While the third student is not confused initially. He already knows. He has actually evaluated his ability. He has looked into the problem he can actually solve before putting in for the course. So even while he or she is in school, he's already seen the solution he can offer to society with the course. Just like what she actually did to while she was in school. She's studying marketing. I want to believe she's not the only one. When some students are there saying, Unipen gave me the course. She was already there making money with the course. Why? Because she had the right perspective even before going to school. She had the right perspective before going to school. So when every youth, every student actually have this perspective in her that, okay, the reason for any career, or the reason why I actually choose any career, is because I want to use my skill or ability to solve problem and create value. They won't miss it. They won't miss it. Because they have the core concept, the right understanding of what it means to be what's valuable, to be needed, to choosing the right career. So at the long run, the ability to actually choose a right career, it still boils down to the ability to place this indicator, these three factors I've mentioned, the right way, and to apply them to your decision making. So this is a core concept of my career choice, a core concept of the correct way of choosing career. So lastly, I'll just reiterate this again, and I'll pass the mic to the next person. So if you ever choose the right career, you must, one, understand the myths people come across when it comes to career. Then make your decision based on the decisive factor, and the three decisive factors I mentioned is ability, problem solving, and value. And when you do this in the right way, you'll be sure of success in your career paths. So right about now, I'd like to pass the mic to the next speaker.
I congratulate you for being a part of the audience in this session. To the senior citizens, Dean School of Eloquence, our respectable audience, Nigeria, Africa, and our amiable audience all across the globe. My name is Adegoke Felicia Oluwatoyin, and I am going to be talking about children with learning disabilities. Children with learning disability. This is most of the issues, most of the problems that are always faced by the young Nigerian child. And over time, and most of the times, the school we enroll them in do not have enough resources to help them navigate these learning difficulties associated with early life education. So most of the times, it is always, we think, oh, that boy is stubborn. You see teachers making nasty remarks over all these children. You see them saying things like, he's lazy, he does not like writing, he only likes to talk. When you ask him to come and work, he would start giving excuses. When you ask him to come and do this, the only thing he knows how to do is to hit and talk and hit and talk and play. Over time, coupled with learning difficulty, that child's self-esteem begins to dwindle by the passing of each day and moment. So clock that. So we were once talking about dyslexia. Dyslexia is difficulty in identifying letters, difficulty in spellings, difficulty in reading. So most of the times we used to think, oh, that we think, oh, maybe it's just his learning pace. Yes, every child has a different learning pace. But when do you as a parent, when do you as an educator or as an older sibling or as an auntie or as an uncle know when to help that child? What are some signs you will see in a child for you to know, oh, this particular child is having a difficulty with this particular aspect of learning? We also have children who suffer from dyscalculia, that is difficulty in approaching mathematics, numbers, being scared of numbers, being scared of symbols. They can't seem to relate. When you tell them 1 plus 1, they'll tell you is 1 plus 1 is 1. See 1? Yes. I can actually use it because as in there are this group of people that I've actually grown with. So if you ask the child what is this, for people who have issues with like dyslexia, this is actually, I'm actually saying this to actually appreciate how he has actually grown over the years, how I've actually watched him grow. This is somebody who's so special to me. So when he was quite young, there was a neighbor who is into cooking, like a roadside cooking. So on Sunday nights, whenever this uncle is cooking, he used to, when they are frying their fish and meat they will sell the next day, he used to hold that spoon. Even if he's going anywhere, that uncle used to hold that spoon all around. So when I now asked that young boy then, okay, when we went to the kitchen to pick something, he now said, look at Shibi Bodala Kum. And his name was actually Akim. So but he was mixing the consonant sound for themselves. Instead of saying Brother Akim, he was saying this is Shibi Bodala Kum. I know you might be watching me now. Anyways, you may laugh about it. So then over time we started calling him Shibi Bodala Kum. Actually he outgrew it. So this is to say that children most of the things they say and we make jest of them, there are things they say that is a telltale sign to a learning difficulty. Other children suffer from dysgraphia, or from what is explained over time of the gross motor skill and the fine motor skill. The gross motor skill includes skill that involves the child moving most of larger muscles of the body. For example, walking. The skill that is learned in the first year or 2 years of life, walking, jumping, turning around. So if a child has issues with gross motor skill, that same child will have issues with fine motor skill. And we'll talk about activities that we can use to build fine motor skills in the house before taking them to the school. In the educational system before, we have teachers here who have been teaching over decades. If a child his hand did not reach the other end of the hair, he would not be admitted. Yes or yes, we have people that can admit to that fact here. But now, even if the child cannot actually handle a pencil, they will still admit such child. But there are things that has been put in place to help those kind of children to learn better. So it is believed if you have your muscle coordination that accurate, then a pencil grip would not be difficult for you. So, but over time, we believe now we want our children to graduate before 16-year-old, finish secondary school before 16-year-old, become a graduate before 20-year-old. Who exactly are you competing with? Where are you running to? Where are you running to? So, you will see such children progressing in life. They are going to be brilliant, yes, put your finger on that. But they will lack intelligence. It's a different thing. Like one of the speakers have said, being brilliant is different from being intelligent. For a child who grew into the educational system, as a 2-year-old, as a 1-year-old boy, as a 1-year-old 6 months, 1 year 3 months, he has been in school, he's learning the sound, he's watching people talk, he's watching children play. That kind of child will not be dull academically. But I can put it to you that his brain is going through stress that is age inappropriate. because there is a particular age when children should embark on specific activity. So when you are giving activity that a 5-year-old should do to a 2-year-old, you should know that there will be a stunt in such child's growth. So over time, I attended an educator seminar, and they were talking and they were saying that nursery education, KG, on the kindergarten, nursery education are supposed to be done at home, in the house. So that's why their curriculum is most of the time is always suggestive. It's supposed to be done. That's your 2-year-old child, your 4-year-old baby, you're taking to nursery 1, nursery 2, whatever you're teaching them there, they are skills you should have taught them in the house. You should only bring that child to an elementary school when they are 5 to 6-year-old. So you would notice that in your basic 1 textbook, there's a retracing of the number 1 to 5. Like they start from 0 and 1 and 2 to 5, as if you're just learning it again like in the KG. So now when we are bringing them to school, parents, please, I'm using this opportunity to implore you, do not leave the strategic year of life to the teachers alone. Do not leave. I'm still going to go to the controlled scribbling and the uncontrolled scribbling. For a 2-year-old that you give a crayon to scribble, the class teacher is not expecting a controlled scribbling. Then you be a nice auntie, then you collect the crayon and do a controlled scribbling. You have robbed that child of knowledge. You have robbed that child the experience of trying. So other children have auditory processing difficulty, in the sense that when you tell them, like the example of the Bodalaku, it's actually a big man now anyways, yes, the example of the Bodalaku, you will hear something, you will tell the boy something, he would hear another thing. Sometimes some of these children do not know how to express themselves. Anyways, there is a young boy I really want to talk about, even though I don't want to remember a lot of things because it's actually late now. So then when I was teaching him, it was about some 7 years ago. So this boy, when I looked at him, I observed. He picked his water bottle and he was throwing it on the floor. He was around 2, it should be 2 to 3 years. And he was dumping it on the floor. He would pick again and dump it on the floor. He would pick again and dump it on the floor. And I just knew this boy is actually very, very thirsty. But they would never open their mouth and come and tell you, I need help. So I could deduce that, oh, this is what this boy is trying to say. So most of the times they may be correct, they may not be correct. I once I recommended a movie like Stars on Earth, or a movie for the dyslexic boy. So in a seminar I once took, when the boy was given 9 times 3, and the boy, because he wants to solve 9 times 3, you the people who are so intelligent people in the class, you people will solve your 9 times 3. You read your multiplication table 9 or multiplication table 3, you get your answer. No, my boy was very special because he wants to solve 9 times 3. He went into space. Pew! Yes, and he was now jumping from planet to planet, from planet to planet. So when he got to Earth, when he got to the planet Earth, then his rocket jumped into the Earth. Phew! Then he counted backward. That is Earth, from Earth to Mercury is 3. Then Earth, Venus, Mercury, that is 3. Then he wrote is 9 times 3 equals to 3. And he is very correct in his own word. The boy is very, very correct in his own word. But because you, as the educator, you do not understand the amount of stress the boy went to for him to provide that answer. He provided that answer and he was feeling fly. He was feeling like a hero. Like a hero. So how do we help children with learning difficulties? We're not supposed to call them lazy. We're not supposed to call them, oh, the child doesn't want to do anything. Even the laziness is even a branch of executive I will even term as executive laziness, because most of what looks like laziness is that they didn't even get your instruction. Yes, they didn't even get your instruction. You're telling everyone. Most of the times after I give instruction, now everybody do this, there is one particular girl, she would fold her hands and look at me like this, as if I'm speaking Spanish. Everybody do this, and I now have to call her and begin to explain word after word after word after word. So in that boy's word, it was very correct. Like I said, the boy was very, very correct, but in his own word. And I was saying, had you been the class teacher, followed him to the planet, he would know that the boy was very correct. But because you did not follow him there, so it is understandable. So number one thing that you have to do in helping dyslexic children is you have to build their self-esteem, make them know that they can do it. Because once they are in class and they are fumbling with their pencil, the seat partner would say, "Hello educator, look at Rachel, she's writing across the line." Someone is trying to tell on her, so she just sits quietly. Now, do not forget that children with difficulties get lesser validation. Most of the times, when we see a child who scores 10 over 10, 20 over 20, the teacher will say, "Oh, give this person a round of applause." Now, the child that scores 2 over 20 would not behave it. Children, you may not even know that, oh, this is what is happening to them. But over time, in the class, they know that these are the set of people that get the compliments. These are the set of people that do not do so well. So there's a way they place themselves, like these ones are the OGs in class. These ones are the real genius in the class. We are the average. They have grouped themselves. So it should be very, very effective if you include every child in the learning process. If you include how distinct they are, how each child is different when it comes to their learning. There are some children that they are auditory learners. Some children are auditory learners. That means no matter the pictures you draw for them, they would never understand. So you have to make use of your sounds. You have to make use of your onomatopoeias. I'm talking to graduates, so I don't know. I may not need to define onomatopoeias. You have to make use of your sounds. And there are some that they are kinetic learners. That means whenever you're teaching them, you have to jump, you have to dance, you have to turn. Yes, you have to be on the move. You have to be active. You have to be restless. You have to be energetic. So even if they do not remember what you say, they will surely remember what you did. Of course, we have the visual learners. You do not need to do so much. Just show them. They will tell you what it is. They'll be, even before you explain, they will begin to tell you yes. So in a class of 25, we have 10 of them are kinetic learners. We have class of 25. 10 of them are kinetic learners, 10 of them are visual learners, while the remaining 5 are auditory learners. Now you come to that kind of class, you write on the board as if you're writing Spanish, then you explain it and assume, do you understand? Yes. Any question? No. So there is a place to build their self-esteem. Another thing that helps children is the routine. Someone was actually giving me a case of a child yesterday, and I told that person, do this. He said he has done everything. I said, you have to do this particular thing. So when you build a routine, you are in the class for the first time. I don't know, one of the teachers who was saying that here, that one of the first thing you do in your class is classroom management. And one of the first rules of classroom management is your class rules. When they know that this is a particular time, this is
this is restroom break, this is break time, this is math time, this is time to arrange your desk. There is a routine. That means if you miss that window, you do not, nobody breaks in. So the class will be a place where the child can be helped when they know that this is the time to do this. This is the time to do this. So I'm going to be going to the sensory tools. The sensory tools includes shapes of different colors. Shapes of different colors. For children who are dyslexic, they may not have any business for now using the conventional pencil. They should use sensory tools. So most of the times they want to identify, you get papers or shapes and colors. Now they count. There are some toys used for counting, not the conventional, okay, now count with your fingers. No, that's a whole lot. Colorful toys, enough to pluck out their minds from distractions. Now you should know that dyslexic children are daydreamers. They are daydreamers. For once, you're telling them, oh, everybody, what is 2 times 4? 2 times, the class is already cursing. 2 times 4 is this. Now do not forget that the dyslexic child in your house is thinking about, when I get home, I'm going to watch PJ Maxx. Now you ask him again, hello, John, what is 2 times 4? That's how they do. And you will just get frustrated because you'll be screaming all day just to make sure you impart knowledge. So we can help dyslexic children. We can help children with learning difficulties. But do we have the resources? Do we have the patience? Do we have the heart? Like one of the educators once says, empathy before expertise. Yes, you are good at what you do. You are a professional. But are you empathic enough to make this child remember you for bringing him or her out of this learning difficulty? So I might want to bring this to a close. I remember a teacher of mine in primary school. He might be watching me now. We call him Uncle Dauda. So then, the school I attended before, I was always flogged. But I knew that I was not a dull person. Anyways, I didn't even know if I was dull or not. I just knew I was not coping. So on the day Uncle Dada was going to teach us time, So even till today, if I'm going to teach that particular concept, that is the same thing I do. So when he brought out the time, he did not mention anything like hour hand, minute hand, seconds hand. So when he came, he was actually teaching with the Yoruba language, and he mentioned the seconds hand. He said, everybody, can you see that second hand? He said, yes. And that time of the year when I was growing up, this ajo was quite very common. Men or women who do ajo, they are always moving around. They are always trekking. They have the trekking anointing. So he said, look at that red hand that is moving around like Babalajo. That is that shift man. That hand moving around like a jobless man. That hand that hand is the second hand. So he brought out whatever it is that we are looking at in that clock. He brought it out in real life. So when my mommy asked me to go and check time, the first thing that comes to my mind is Babalajo, and the one that is not moving, and the one that is moving very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. So you build the child to do small tasks. Do not forget that they are daydreamers. They cannot retain much information. So whatever you want to give the child to do, if the whole class is doing, we are doing 1 to 10, break that task into small routine. Break the task into small routine. From this time you do this, to this time you do this.
when you've done that and you are able to see the speed will increase over time, the speed increases over time. Now you can come back and do this. Now you can come back and do this. In another hand, I'm going to be talking about an aspect of the Montessori education, which brings children in same peers together. Children in same peers together. It fosters mentorship among the children. For example, there are children who are like 4-year-olds, 2-year-olds, we have 2-year-olds, we have 3 years old, we have 4-year-olds. Now, you put them together in a place. Now, you see a 3-year-old trying to fumble with a particular toy. Then, the 5-year-old or 4-year-old will tell that child, him or her, that, oh, this is how it is being used. This is how you count. You put it this way. You put it that way. Most of the time, they are free to ask their peers for help. So, a teacher once wrote in our class, mathematics is all about asking questions. It's all about asking for help. Yes, asking for help. It's all about problem solving. Yes, critical thinking. So, when you are looking at a mathematical problem, most of the time they'll tell you the y and the x. No, the first thing you're supposed to do there, what is this aspect of mathematics trying to teach us? Is it critical thinking? Are you just to think? Are we to solve a problem? Are we trying to do day-to-day financing and budgeting? Day-to-day financing and budgeting. Are we going into building or critical building? That is joining shapes together. That is trigonometry. Is it the aspect we are going to? So, this is Nigeria, the great Nigeria, and the honorable citizens that we have therein. If the generation that is to come are taught right, if the generation that is to come are held and mentored with stability and strength, then I give you my word, gentlemen and ladies, ladies and gentlemen, that Nigeria is going to be a formidable country that cannot be shaken by the wind. I'm going to drop with this quote that is actually being said by my supervisor. He said, actually he's not the one that says it. He quotes someone and I'm going to quote it. He said, examination is formidable, even to the best prepared, because the foolish can ask more than the wise can answer. And on this note, I'm going to be bidding my temporary farewell to Nigeria, the School of Eloquence, Africa, and the global community. Now, it's time to pass the microphone, to give the microphone to the next.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure to be in this position today. I am going to be talking about a topic that is of great public health importance, not just in Nigeria or Africa, however it is of significant challenge or concern globally. I'll be talking about the hepatitis viruses. So the hepatitis viruses, majorly, I'll start with what is hepatitis. Hepatitis is of two root words, the hepatic and itis. Hepatic simply means the liver, while itis means inflammation or whatever the prefix is. So in this case, the inflammation of the liver. While hepatitis viruses are viruses that are known to cause, that once an human is infected with this virus, they tend to cause inflammation of the liver, either in the acute phase or in the chronic phase, that is either in the short term when the person is infected with this virus or over a long period of time. So as I said earlier, the hepatitis virus is something that is of public health importance, of great public health importance, because it has a very high prevalence rate. That is, people that are living with this virus, either with them knowing their status or not knowing their status, is very high. And also the incidence is also increasing exponentially. that is the rate at which new people are contacting this infection, is also increasing significantly in Nigeria, in Africa, and also globally. However, we tend to see that this virus is grossly understudied. I would be going through the statistics of the morbidity and mortality of hepatitis virus, and I'm sure that you would agree with me that the morbidity and mortality of hepatitis virus is as severe as tuberculosis or HIV. However, I'm sure that you would have more knowledge, or you will have had more of HIV or tuberculosis. However, I tend to see that quite a reduced number of people have correct information about the hepatitis virus. That is how it is contacted, what it does to the body, what part of the body it affects, how it could be prevented, and how it could be managed. Is there anybody that is that has heard about the hepatitis virus here? Can you please signify by raising up your hand, please? Hepatitis virus, anybody? Thank you very much. From what I can see, I think like 2%, like 20% or so of the audience is familiar with the hepatitis virus. Hence, that would also buttress my point that this virus is grossly understudied. However, it is the second leading cause of death globally as a result of infection. So, I'm Dr. Khadija Munilola Yekini Abdurazak. I'm a public health enthusiast and a preventive medicine advocate. Hepatitis virus. The current prevalence rate of hepatitis virus globally is around 304 million individuals are living globally with the hepatitis virus, either with them knowing their status or not knowing their status. While we have 2.2 million people annually contact this virus, either through any of the means at which you can contact this virus, or we have like 2.2 million people annually are contacting this virus, and we have 6,000 individuals daily contact this hepatitis virus. And the mortality of this virus, that is the death that is due to this virus, either due to the acute infection of it or the chronic infection of it, or complications that arise as a result of being infected with this virus for a long period of time. We have about 1.3 million people lose their life yearly from this virus. So that's about 3,500 people that die from this virus or complications as a result of it daily. So in Nigeria, now let's come down to Africa and in Nigeria. So currently about 15.7 million individuals are living with the hepatitis virus currently in Nigeria, and that is about 8 to 12% incidence rate. That is 8 to 12% of Nigerians have this virus, and it is only about 13% of them that are diagnosed, that is that they know that they have this virus. So that's to tell us that we have around 87% of individuals living amongst us, in the 87% of people that have this virus living amongst us that do not know their status. That's to tell you that they don't know their status, they don't know what to do to manage their health, they don't know what to do to prevent themselves from transmitting this virus to other individuals that they interact with daily. And that's to tell you the rate, the potential of this virus spreading exponentially. And also, as I said, 87% of people that have this virus in Nigeria currently are undiagnosed. The rate at which they could transmit this virus, and then it keeps going, it keeps increasing exponentially. Hence why it is very important for us to discuss this topic and create a lot of awareness around this topic. And currently in Nigeria, we have about 46,000 deaths that are associated with hepatitis virus annually in Nigeria, either as a result of the infection of this virus or complications that arise from this virus. And currently 63% of the global burden of this virus is in Africa, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. A whole 63% of this virus is in Africa. That's to call us to action where we need to put more interest into the public health, into advocating for people to know their status, advocating for people to be aware. Even if you are currently not a carrier of this virus, you need to be aware in order to train other people and to practice safe health practices in everything that you do. So as I've said, I've talked about the virus, the prevalence, the incidence. I would also be, in order for me to emphasize the significance of this virus, as I've said, it is an inflammation of the liver. Is there anyone in the audience that could tell me maybe one or two functions that you know that the liver does? Is there anybody that is familiar with the function of the liver? I'm sure everyone here knows that they have a liver. Yeah. Animals have liver. But are we aware of the function of the liver? Anyone? Just one?
I think it
detoxifies the body system, amongst other things. Any other person? Any other person?
It does stores vitamins.
Yes, it does stores vitamins. It does that. But amongst that, there are a host of other functions that the liver does. The liver is the biggest internal organ in the body. It does what we call metabolism. So what metabolism basically means is once you eat, the food we eat, the water we drink is like fuel that drives our body to perform different functions. So once we eat this food, the food doesn't just break down and then get into, like let's say you eat rice or something, it goes into your digestive system. It doesn't just teleport into your muscles and then you're able to move your muscles and all. So the liver does what we call metabolism. That is, it breaks down this food into chemical components that could be absorbed.
I have a question.
Yeah, I'm with you, ma.
So if the liver does metabolism, right? The metabolism.
It doesn't solely does the metabolism, but it's
So when something happens to the liver, does that affect metabolism?
Oh yes, it does.
Does that lead to obese?
Amongst other things. Amongst other things. So as I've said, it performs a very significant function. It takes a significant role in the metabolism. That is, when you eat your food, it goes into your stomach, and then digestion starts, goes into your intestine, and then the body absorbs the ones it needs, and the ones you don't need, you pass it out through your anus. So once these foods are broken down in the intestine, it is absorbed into your bloodstream, usually in form of glucose, and then the glucose is in the blood. So let's say you had your meal now, you had your meal around 8 a.m., you had maybe rice, you had a whole big plate of rice. As at that morning, you don't need all the glucose that you are consuming as at that particular time. You've eaten, you have those whole glucose in your body. From your intestine, it goes into your bloodstream. Now what the liver does is you have a whole lot of glucose in your body that you don't need at that particular time. You are not going to burn it at that particular time, but you are going to go to work, do a lot of things, transport yourself from one place to another. Your work might be stressful. You might not be able to eat during those times while you are at work. There's something the liver does that we call the glucogenolysis. Once you have a lot of glucose in your body, there is an organ in the abdomen, we call it the pancreas, that releases insulin. So insulin converts the excess glucose into glycogen, and then the glycogen would be stored in the liver until the time that you need it. That's the glucogenesis. Yes, the glucogenesis. So once you start your daily activities, you start working, you are currently not eating at that particular time, but you have a bank, a glycogen bank in your liver that starts breaking it down. We call that glycogenolysis. That is, they start breaking the glycogen down to give you your glucose back. The excess that you had in the morning that your liver stored for you, it starts giving you back in bits, until you have your next meal. So you don't just get tired once the whole glucose you take crashes down. So we call that the glucogenolysis. And then there's something we call gluconeogenesis. That is, in a case where you don't have glucose, you don't have glycogen, you've depleted your whole store of glycogen in your liver. the liver has an ability to produce glucose from other sources in the body. The liver has a function that has an ability that it can convert fat in your body to glucose. It could convert protein in your body to glucose. So you see, in cases where you see people that suffer from protein energy malnutrition, like in kwashiorkor, in marasmus, I'm sure we've seen things like that in the television. You see that their whole muscle mass is depleted. They look so tiny, as if they only have their bone in their body. Yes. So in cases like that, their liver will keep breaking down their protein just to preserve that person, because that person is not taking the glucose they need. It keeps breaking down their protein just to preserve that body. After it is done with the fat, it goes to the protein just to preserve that body, that person, until the person is able to get the nutrients that they need. That's what we call a glucogenolysis, as is part of the function of the liver. It also works in the metabolism of protein. That is, from protein you can form urea, breaks it down to form your muscle mass. It breaks it down to form clotting factors that you'd need for blood clotting. It also works in the metabolism of fat. That is, once you consume fat, it could the ones you need uses at a particular time. The ones you don't need, it stores it in either in the liver or other parts of the body. And in cases where you need it to also break down those fats to use it as energy, it does that too. So it's more or less like a reservoir that auto-regulates itself without you even asking. You just go about your day. You don't know what the liver does for you. Also, it also works in the synthesis of albumin. Albumin is like a protein that is present in the blood that does a significant function in managing the osmotic pressure of the body. That is, it tends to manage the way your fluid flows from either your blood vessels to your extracellular space or to the interstitial space. It manages the oncotic pressure, and then albumin, a drop in albumin is very significant because it could also affect the kidney. Also, it also helps in the synthesis of our clotting factor. So clotting factor, what clotting factor means is, imagine that you have a scratch or you have a cut on your skin. Immediately you see your body start bleeding from that place. But over a short period of time, you see that the bleeding would stop on its own accord without you even maybe applying pressure or doing any significant thing, as much as the cut is narrow or it is minute, that it doesn't affect any main structure, any main vessel, any main blood vessel in the body. Or if you bleed, your blood falls on the ground, you see that the blood automatically becomes like a paste. We call that clotting. So the clotting factor is like a structure that is miraculously placed in the body, where it prevents the body from bleeding out from every minor scratch that you have. Because without the clotting system, if you have a minor cut, if someone's clotting system is not working, the person has a very high chance of bleeding your entire blood volume from any minor cut if the clotting system is faulty. So there are things that are like enzymes that work in the clotting factor. We have the proteins, the enzymes that work in the clotting factor, and the liver plays a significant role in synthesizing these enzymes to maintain the clotting system. Also, it also works in the production of some certain hormones and enzymes, hormones that regulate the reproductive system. Examples of hormones, we have the testosterone in the male, the estrogen, the progesterone. I'm sure we are familiar with that. And also other hormones, we have the insulin, we have the glucagon, a host of hormones that regulate almost everything that you feel. We have the cortisol, the hormones that make you feel like that helps with the puberty stages, that makes you feel, oh, the voice start getting deeper, you start having pubic hair. For the woman, you get your menses, you get your increase in breast size. All the hormones that regulate all those things. Or when you are stressed, the hormone that is released, you have the cortisol that makes you feel you are stressed. The hormones that make you know that it's time to sleep. They are mainly like chemicals that regulate the body, that are responsible for everything that you feel and how your body works. All these things are also produced by the liver. And as my good sister here said, it also works in the detoxification of the body. Detoxification majorly means that it removes harmful toxins from your body. Harmful toxins that if they accumulate in your body, they have a very high chance of deregulating your body or even killing yourself in the long process. So let's say harmful toxins such as drugs, even our normal medications that we take, a high concentration of them, they have a chance of affecting your body. And not just a high concentration, even if you take it at the right dose, there is a certain time period that medication is meant to stay in your body, and the liver does the function of removing it from your body, so it doesn't stay long more than it's supposed to, and doesn't cause harm, rather it just does you the good why that medication was prescribed to you initially. Also, consumption of things like alcohol, poisons, the liver does the work of removing it from your body to prevent it from causing significant harm to you in the long process. Also, the liver also works in the excretory function, that is, it removes waste products from the body. There's something we call the bile that the liver produces. It is usually saved in the gallbladder. I'm sure we are all familiar with the gallbladder. Even if you are not familiar with it in the human body, you see it a lot in animals once they kill it. In Yoruba, we call it the ororo. So the liver produces the bile that is stored in the gallbladder, and it plays a significant role in the metabolism of fat, breaking down fat, and the way you can use it in your body. And the excess bile is also removed from your body in cases where the liver is not functioning well. To do that, that's what causes the thing that we call jaundice. I'm sure you're familiar with jaundice, when you see someone with yellowish sclera, that is, the white part of the eye is yellowish or their skin is yellowish. That is also the function of the liver. It also works in storage function, in storage capacity. It stores the glycogen, as I said earlier, that is the excess glucose that shouldn't stay in your body. It stores the glucose there for you, like as a reservoir, so whenever you need your energy, it gives it back to you. So it stores glycogen. It stores fat soluble vitamins, that's the vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, and vitamin K. It also stores cobalamin, that's vitamin B12. It also stores iron and copper. So iron and copper are like elements that are required in the body for blood formation. They are also stored in the liver. So it also has immune function. There are things that we call the copper cells. They are like macrophages. That is, they are like cells that provide immunity to the body. So whenever there is any harmful substance or any harmful microorganism is seen, they tend to swallow up that microorganism just to provide some form of defense, some form of immunity to the body. The liver also does that. And also it has a hematological function. The hematological function, that is the functioning that has to do with the production of blood cells in the body. So it's for an average person, they tend to change the whole of your blood cells. That is, the whole of red blood cells are in your body are being recycled every 3 months. That is, if I take a sample of your blood cells now, in the next 3 months you won't have the same blood cells again, because the liver does what? It takes old blood cells and replaces them with new blood cells. So in order to keep the person healthy and keep the blood cells functioning, because an average blood cells can't function past 3 months. So it also does that. And it's also I've talked about the clotting factor, which is also an hematological function of the liver, and it also serves as a blood reservoir. It saves blood that you currently don't need and then releases it when you need it. And also in endocrine function, that is metabolism of some enzymes, as I said earlier, insulin, thyroid hormone, your steroid hormone, those are the stress hormone. So amongst all these, you see, I took my time to list out the host of function of the liver. That's to tell you that the liver is not just the only thing it does, not just to detoxify the body or to store enzymes. It has a host of function, and you see that all these functions that I've talked about are things that we need to function in our day-to-day life. So a person without a functioning liver is almost not living. So a person without a function, there's no way you could even function without a liver that is functioning. Yes, please.
Sorry, I have questions about the liver.
Yes, ma'am.
Liver doesn't just, I want to ask, liver does not just stop functioning all of a sudden.
Yes.
It's a slow process.
Yes, it is. Ma'am.
Explain what affects cortisol.
Cortisol.
Yeah.
How the liver affects cortisol?
You said something about liver. You said you wanted the liver to be cortisol. That's an cortisol hormone.
Yes.
Stress.
Yes.
So what causes the cortisol stress hormone?
What causes the cortisol stress hormone?
What stresses cortisol? What causes it?
Okay, so cortisol is like a normal hormone in the body.
Yeah.
As I've said, we have the at least host of hormones that are released in the body. The same way we have the testosterone that is for male sexual hormone. We have the estrogen, progesterone for female sexual hormone, and then we have the cortisol. That is we call it the stress hormone. So it is an hormone that is required for the functioning of the body. Do you understand? So it is not like in abnormal cases where you get cortisol. Cortisol is just there. However, the rate at which cortisol is released varies based on how well it is triggered. And what triggers cortisol, as I said, is a stress hormone. So what triggers is stress and poor management of stress. So it could cause you, so let's say you currently have something that scares you out of your wits, or you have to run from one place to another while your mind is also relaxed, your cortisol level would increase. That's your stress hormone. And then in cases where you are well relaxed, if your cortisol sample is taken, it would be reduced. So it's like a stress hormone, it's an hormone that is released once you are stressed. However, cortisol is a steroid hormone. So it is associated with increase in fat accumulation in the body. So hence why a level of cortisol, high level of cortisol, it is associated with increased weight gain, hormonal imbalance, just because it is a steroid hormone.
Okay. You mentioned something about the blood paste.
The clotting, yes.
Clotting together like the paste.
Yes.
And that if the blood should not clot together as a paste,
yes.
It would mean that blood will find a way to flow out of the body.
Yes.
Which could lead to death.
Yes.
Okay, so
you want me to explain further on clotting process?
Yes, that's what I want you to explain. So
yes, please. Okay.
In her 60s.
All right.
And the blood paste,
blood clots.
The blood clots, right?
Yes.
Was flowing too easily, like
out of our body, yeah.
But you had to be buying pints of blood
to replace that.
Yes. So we are saying that it could have been AIDS, but I suppose that because of her age,
yeah,
and blood pressure, it was caused by something else.
Okay.
Could you shed light on that?
In medicine, no two cases are the same. So I really can't say for certain what was the exact cause or what was the exact cause of that scenario. Actually, but I was just going to talk on blood clotting further. Do you understand? So blood clotting majorly is there are host of series of events that happen once a blood is exposed. There is a certain enzymes in the blood vessels that is injured that lead to the blood being released. So if all things being equal, that is if the clotting enzymes, all the clotting enzymes that are involved are present and are working as it should, because there are host of diseases that could cause the clotting process, that could hinder the clotting process. It's not just about the liver failure. There are other things. We have the von Willebrand factor deficiency. We have bleeding disorders. There are several bleeding disorders. There are several things that could cause a destabilization in the clotting process. So, however, the liver also does a significant role in the clotting process. That's why I said it. So there could be host of things. That's why I said there is no two cases that are the same. Or only if I have the history of that person and I was able to examine, do investigations, as I could say for certain that this was what could have caused that particular scenario. Do you understand, man? Exactly. So if there is anything that could that hinders with the whole process. There are several processes that leads to from a blood coming out to it forming a plug that stops the blood vessels from leaking out from that particular place. There are a host of steps that happen. So anything that goes array between all these steps could lead to the person bleeding out from that particular place. Do you understand? Thank you very much. Oh yeah, Mifima.
Alright. So what can somebody do to protect their liver based on everything you've said? Because
I would most definitely get there.
Alright.
Thank you very much, ma. Alright, so I've talked about the significance of the liver. The liver is not just a big chunk of organ that is in the body. It does a host of things that affect our daily life. So now let's come back to hepatitis virus. This virus that I've been hammering about, I've been talking about, that we need to pay attention to, especially in the young, because in the prevalence of this virus, the younger generation, especially from 18 to about 45 years of age, they take a big percentage of the people that are infected with this virus. So now we talked about the hepatitis viruses. Now, as I said, there are viruses that cause inflammation of the liver. That is, inflammation basically means that infection of the liver that makes it to go through several changes that now eventually distort the structure and function of the liver. So mainly, this hepatitis virus, once they enter the body, they all tend to attack the liver cells. They enter the liver cells and then replicate in the liver cells. In the process, they tend to spoil the structure of the liver, and then they form scar tissue. So let's say you have a wound, and then your wound heals with a big scar. So these viruses, they go to the liver, attack the liver, and they make the liver become scarred up. So part of the body that is scarred up won't be able to perform the function as optimal as it should. And in some cases where it becomes so severe, it even stops it from being able to perform its function entirely. And that's what we call the liver failure. So this hepatitis virus, there are 5 main types that are known to affect the human. We have the hepatitis A, B, C, D, and E. And these viruses, although they are all hepatitis virus, they all affect the liver, they all affect human. But there are significant changes in all these viruses. Significant changes in terms of their mode of the way they are transmitted from one person to another, the way they attack the human body, the severity of their attack. That is, in some viruses, the attack could either be acute, that is, it attacks the body in a short period of time. For some people, it could be chronic, that is, it stays in the body for a long period of time. That you go a long period of time without any symptoms, then all of a sudden the person just comes down with liver failure. That's what we call the chronic infection. And also the rate at which they could be prevented, the way they could be transmitted, the way they are managed, they are all different in terms of distance. So I'm going to start with the hepatitis A and E. So hepatitis A and E virus, they are basically transmitted to fecal-oral routes. Fecal-oral route means, fecal means feces and oral means in the mouth. So they are transmitted from the feces of an infected person into the mouth of another person. So you would think that me saying that, you think that, oh no, that's not possible, who eats feces? Of course you don't eat feces, but that doesn't mean you don't get content of someone else's feces in your food or in your water one way or another. So this hepatitis A and E is quite common in the low income earning communities, especially in regions where they don't have access to potable water, that is, they don't have access to good drinking water, or the members of this community are not well educated to know how to practice good hand hygiene when preparing their food, or they don't have access to potable water. That's for hepatitis A and E. However, hepatitis A and E, they are of acute phase, that is, they attack the body acutely in a short period of time, and then they are self-limiting. They don't go into the long phase, they don't become chronic in the body. The body gets rid of it after a while, but their effect is acute. That is, in that short period of time where you're having that infection, you do feel it, but it's not chronic. And we also have hepatitis B virus. Hepatitis B virus is the main villain. Hepatitis B virus covers almost 80% of hepatitis infection. Hepatitis B is the most common. It is chronic. It stays a long period of time, and it is transmitted through exposure to contaminated body fluid, unsafe sexual practices, and a host of other things that I'm going to get to. And also we have hepatitis C. Hepatitis C is transmitted also from contact with infected blood. However, it has a chance of becoming more chronic, that is, it stays in the body longer, and the effect in the long run could be so severe that in some cases it leads to either liver failure or eventually leads to something we call hepatocellular carcinoma, that is the primary form of liver cancer. And also we have hepatitis D. Hepatitis D is less common, but it takes someone to have hepatitis B infection first before you can develop hepatitis D virus. So what are the key there's something we call risk factors. Risk factors in medicine means that things that if they are present, there is an high chance of you having this there's an high chance of you having this virus, but it doesn't necessarily mean it would cause it. But if these things are present, there's a chance of you having this virus. The number one thing is unsafe medical practices. Unsafe medical practices in terms of the type of places that you go to get medical help when you are sick, the type of places you go to get this is quite common, especially in Nigerians, actually, in people of low income, and you even see some people that are even well educated, that are illiterate, but once they get sick, instead of them to present themselves in an hospital or in a primary health center or in a registered health facility, they go to, there's one nurse in their house that gives them injection. Once they get this injection, they become fine, they become this and that, which could open them to getting all this type of infection. And also practicing something we call unsafe sexual practices. Unsafe sexual practices majorly means involving in any form of sexual practice in the wrong way. This could it could be between having unprotected sexual intercourse, that is having sexual intercourse without barrier, without things like condom or diaphragm or female condom as it is, or having multiple sexual partners, that is being sexually active with more than one person at a particular time, or the people you are also one or two of your partners also having multiple sexual partners. You can imagine the exponential way that you could get this infection from here. And aside from that, also people that patronize commercial sex workers, it also opens them to this type of infection as it is. And also lack of vaccination. I'll get to that in when I start talking about ways that we can prevent ourselves from this virus. Quite a number of these viruses have vaccines that are available. Some are even free for us to get, and a number of these vaccines, if you follow the due process, it provides a lifelong protection from having this infection. And also for people that abuse medication, the IV drug abuse, there are some drugs of abuse, that is psychoactive substance that people take that requires them injecting themselves. People like this, they tend to high prevalence of high incidence of hepatitis virus is quite high between people that do all these practices. So now for someone that has this infection, what are the things that we see? What are the common signs and symptoms that such person might have? So I would want to start with the fact that in most cases this virus could be asymptomatic. That is to say that someone that has this virus will be completely devoid of any form of symptoms. You don't go down with fever or headache or anything. The virus is just there in their body, chilling until it is time for it to completely destroy their liver without even giving them any form of notice. But however, in some cases, such person could develop symptoms such as fever. Fever simply means the elevation of the blood of the body temperature about above 37.5 degrees Celsius. The person could develop symptoms such as fatigue, that is severe body pain or unnecessary body pain. Even when you are well rested, you are still experiencing severe body pain. We call that fatigue. And also in some cases they could have symptoms such as nausea and vomiting. Nausea is the urge to vomit, while vomiting is when you actually vomit, that is you bring out food that you've already ate and then you throw it up. And also we have anorexia, that is reduced appetite or lost appetite. You could also have abdominal pain, especially in the right upper quadrant. And what we have in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, that is if you divide your abdomen into two, the right upper quadrant, does anybody have an idea what organ is in that upper part? Can anybody take a wide guess? If you divide your abdomen into four, the right upper part, the abdomen have been shouting, the organ have been shouting about this morning. The liver, yes, it takes a large part of that place. So you could be having pain in that part of the abdomen. And also such person could be passing dark urine. You know, as I've said earlier, I talked about the bowel, what the liver does with the bowel, and if the liver is not working as it should, you could have jaundice. That is that what do we call it now? Bilirubin that the liver is supposed to push out will now be storing in your body. So you now have jaundice. That is, the person's eyeball will become more yellowish. The white part will become more yellowish. Once the person passes urine, the urine will be almost greenish, as opposed to the yellowish urine that you are supposed to have. Yes, please.
Sorry, is it the same thing that causes jaundice in like babies?
Yes. So in babies, there are also other things that could cause jaundice, but it's just because their liver is not functioning as it should yet. Their liver is still not premature, but it's not matured yet. So there are a lot of things that could happen in them that could now trigger their blood cells to be broken down faster. That now leads to release of bilirubin that the liver is supposed to clear. But because their liver is not well functioned yet, so the bilirubin level goes up in them, and then you start seeing yellowish eye in the baby, yellowish skin in the baby. Now for an adult that the liver has been functioning well all their life, and all of a sudden you just develop yellowish sclera, or their skin is becoming more yellowish, or they tend to itch their body more frequently, we call it pruritus, without any visible rash on their body, or they pass urine and their urine is greenish, or they pass stool and their stool is pale. That is as a result of high level of jaundice in the body, because the liver is not functioning as it should.
Almost white.
Yes, the stool is pale. So the liver becomes more dark, the stool becomes more pale. And also, I've said the tender part of the liver. And in some chronic case, that is, I said there is the acute phase. So these symptoms that I described, that is the acute phase, that is the infection is there. The infection is just starting, is aggressive at that particular time. You can experience all those symptoms that I talked about. But in chronic case, that is, the infection has been in your body for a long period of time, it's not giving you any signal, it's just there chilling. But it keeps affecting the liver without giving you any notice. So in some cases it could get so chronic, like get so bad, that it could now start affecting the functioning of the liver. So the liver is working suboptimally, or it's not even working as it should at all. So in that case, that's what we call the liver failure. The liver is failing to do what it does. So in cases like that, you could have symptoms such as persistent fatigue, like the fatigue doesn't just go away. You use paracetamol, the paracetamol is not even working, or it works for a short period of time, and the fatigue is still there. You treat malaria, the fatigue is still there. You rested as much as you could, you are still feeling tired. It could be a symptoms of chronic hepatitis infection. And also you could experience weight loss, unnecessary weight loss that you can't explain where it's coming from. You are eating as you should, you are resting as you should, but there is weight loss. And also there could be abdominal swelling. As I said, the liver is there in the abdomen, in liver failure, you could experience something we call hepatomegaly, that is, the liver becomes big, or the liver could make the abdomen retain fluid. So the person's abdomen will be so enlarged and bulging as if the person is pregnant. But however, the person is a man, or the person is an elderly woman that is not able to get pregnant, or you are not pregnant, but the abdomen keeps getting big, and then fluid keeps accumulating in such person's abdomen. So we call it ascites. A failed liver could also present in such way. And also, such person could have easy bruising and easy bleeding. So that brings us back to the clotting factor that we talked about, that is the function of the liver in preventing the body from bleeding out. So such person, any minor scratch on the body, the person keeps bleeding. The bleeding doesn't stop easily. We wonder, why do I keep bruising easily? Or if someone just grabs your hand in a way that, fine, maybe your hand could be a bit reddish, but it should resolve with time. But no, it doesn't resolve with time. You literally see you could really see blood that is bleeding underneath your skin. So that is part of the things that could happen if the clotting factor is deficient as a result of failure of the liver. And also there could be things like spider-like web in the abdomen, there could be portal hypertension, and the person too could become pale because of the hematological function of the liver in producing blood cells. So if the liver is not functioning as it should, your blood levels would also reduce and not be optimal as it should. And in cases like this, when the liver goes into failure without any interference or anything to prevent that, from liver failure, usually it starts with liver cirrhosis. That's when I talked about the liver scarring due to the inflammation that happens from the infection of this virus. From the liver cirrhosis, it leads to liver failure, that is, the liver is not working as it should. And from liver failure, it could lead to what we call hepatocellular carcinoma, that is a cancer of the liver. And then after hepatocellular carcinoma, it could also lead to portal hypertension. And if such person doesn't get a liver transplant as soon as possible, such patient dies. So that's to say that without a functioning liver, nobody lives. That's to emphasize how significant the function of the liver is. And all these could be caused by infection of a virus or viruses that could be prevented. So now, how do we go about prevention of hepatitis virus? Number one, we start with safe drinking water. Provision of potable water to everybody. And lack of potable water is quite common in low-income earning communities, in communities where they don't have access to potable water, they don't have access to borehole, they don't have access to, they tend to get their source of drinking water from surface water bodies like streams, like river. And in cases like that, you see them, if they want to defecate, they go to the river to defecate, and then the same river, they go there to fetch their drinking water. When I was talking about fecal oral, everybody was like, no, that's not possible. But imagine where in a community where they have the same water body, one person at the upper end of the stream is defecating by one side, and another person is fetching drinking water. The chances of them having fecal oral contamination is very high. Aside from that, even in people that have source of potable water, if the person that prepares your meal doesn't practice good hand hygiene, that is, when they go to the toilet, they don't wash their hand properly, they have long nails, and they don't practice good hygiene before they prepare your meal, there's a very high chance of you getting it from them if such person is infected with either hepatitis A virus or hepatitis E virus. So there's a high chance of you getting this virus once you consume the food they make. That is fecal oral route. You don't necessarily have to consume their feces to get that. Or also you consuming fruits and vegetables, that's fruits and vegetables that you eat raw, that might have fallen from the tree, and who knows what could have happened on that floor. And then you eat raw, either you don't wash properly, or in some cases for some vegetables you might really need to peel off the skin before you consume them. So eating this type of meals like fruits, vegetables, without cleaning them properly, not just cleaning with water, clean with vinegar, ensure eye hygiene. Even your own meals that you're eating at home, make sure whenever you enter the toilet or when you're coming out of the toilet, you wash your hands properly. Before you make your meals, you wash your hand. Before you do anything, as much as possible, you try and wash your hands. In cases where you can't wash your hand, you get portable hand sanitizers in your bag. If you have kids if you have kids or younger generations around you, you try and train them in hand hygiene, from washing their hands to using hand sanitizers as much as possible, especially when they are trying to eat. And also, aside from that, sanitation will not be overemphasized. And sanitation ranges from keeping our environment clean, from not dumping refuse indiscriminately, from not dumping refuse into water body, from not just going by the roadside and urinating or defecating, which is a practice that is quite common in just in Lagos and the whole of Nigeria, especially for the male. They find it so comfortable. They see it like a how do I put it, like a right, because it's so convenient for them to just go by the side of the road and just urinate. You are also, if you are one of the people that practice these things, you are also part of the people that are instruments to the spread of this virus. And not just this virus, a host of waterborne diseases that is in our environment. So practices like this should be shunned. Defecating openly should be shunned. All these things are ways that we could ensure sanitation in our environment and also prevent this disease. Also, as I said, good personal hygiene. And the main part of the good personal hygiene is hand washing. Hand washing is something that you do frequently, because there are germs that are in the environment. We touch a host of things that you don't know who has touched that before you. You don't know what is there before you. Someone that might have gone to the toilet that is infected with this virus, gone to the toilet, not wash your hand properly, that have touched a place before you, and then you touch the same place, and then absent-mindedly you start chewing your nails. Fecal-oral transmission. You have that person's feces in your mouth already. But imagine you are someone that you practice hand hygiene, you wash your hands as much as possible, even without any significant dirt. You keep washing your hand as much as possible. You tend to provide some form of protection for yourself from this type of virus. And also good hygiene in your household. You make sure your water is well protected. If you are eating raw vegetables, you cook them, you clean them well. Your cooked meals, you cook them well. Whoever is handling the foods, wash their hands very well. All these things are ways that we could also prevent the spread of this virus. And also practice of safe sexual practices. I mentioned that earlier. Safe sexual practices range from avoiding multiple sexual partners. If you have sexual partners, stick to one person that you are sure of your status and you are sure of the person's status. Having multiple sexual partners has no significant benefits, either psychologically or medically, that I know of or that is established yet. So as much as possible, avoid multiple sexual partners. Use protection whenever you're having sex as much as you could, unless you are sure of your partner's status. And also avoid commercial sex workers. And then any exposure to sexual practices in children also put them at risk of this. And first sexual practices like rape and all also play a big role in people getting this type of virus too. And also your grooming materials, as much as possible, make sure you have your personal grooming materials. So one thing about the spread of hepatitis B virus is a virus that is very rugged. That once the virus is on a particular object, it could last as much as 2 weeks. So let's say someone that has the hepatitis virus uses a nail clip, and then the nail clip cuts the person and the person's blood is on that nail clip. For as long as 2 weeks, whoever uses that nail clip, there's a high chance of them having the virus if it cuts them also. So that's why I talked about having your personal grooming materials, from having your nail clips to having your own hair clipper. So sharing hair clipper or sharing public hair clipper too are part of the ways that people are exposed to getting this virus unknowingly. And also any sharp objects that you use in your home, either you know your status or you do not know your status. Once sharp objects like blade or any objects that pierces someone, once this object pierce you, it is advised that we don't share objects like that. Even if it pierces you or it doesn't pierce you, things like blade or needles, as much as possible, you don't share it with any other person. And also avoiding drug abuse. So people that abuse intravenous medications, intravenous psychoactive substances, they tend to inject themselves. They are at higher risk of having hepatitis C virus and even hepatitis B virus, because people like that, they don't tend to practice safe injection practices. So in proper medical profession, you don't use one injection twice, even for the same person, even for the same patient. But however, you see people that abuse intravenous injections, you see them, they tend to repeat a particular injection, or they even share without caring. So there is an high risk of them transmitting this type of infections with themselves. And also getting appropriate medical care. We shouldn't be part of the people that patronize quacks. There is nothing like anti-nurse. Nobody learns nursing. It's either you go to medical school or you go to nursing school and become a nurse. There's nothing like she learned nursing from one person for like 3 years and now she's a nurse and now she did graduation, or some people even learn doctors. I don't understand that. Some people even learn to become surgeons. And I've actually seen someone that just goes to an hospital and observes, and all of a sudden is performing cesarean section, like he's literally opening someone up to deliver them of their children. So we shouldn't be party to things like that. There are a lot of prominent people. I don't know if it is right to talk about them now. A lot of prominent people that lost their life, and when information is not getting to us, that you see them patronizing quacks when they could easily afford medical help. When they could easily afford medical help from legal means, you see them patronizing quacks. They think, oh, they are the same thing, of which they are not the same thing. Someone that went through intensive training to become a doctor, to become a nurse, or you go to an health center where everything has structure. You can't nobody works alone. But nobody works alone. There are processes that you need to take, there are things that you need to do. There are people that will check and balance what you are doing. In such place, you can be rest assured that your life is being managed properly, as opposed to just going to a quack by your house because you are trying to cut costs, or or you think, oh, they are just the same thing. No, you are just lazy. When it comes to your health, the person you put your health in his or her hands is very important. So as much as possible, try and get appropriate help the appropriate way. We shouldn't be part of the people that cut corners. We shouldn't be part of the people that practice self-medication. You shouldn't be part of the people that patronizes quack. You shouldn't be part of the people that encourage quackery. And also for pregnant women, we tend to encourage them to register for antenatal care as much as possible. So antenatal care is a series of care, hospital visits, medication, investigations that women go through right from conception until they give birth, and then 6 weeks post-delivery. We call that the postnatal care. So for women that go through antenatal care, there are some certain screenings that they do before delivery. Once they present for the antenatal care, and part of these screenings that we do is the hepatitis B and C virus that we screen them for. And for women that are positive with hepatitis B and C virus, there's something we call the vertical transmission, that is the transmission from the mother to the baby. However, there are things that we can put in place. Even if the mother is a carrier of the virus, there are things that we put in place as much as the woman presents to the right channel as soon as possible. There are things that we put in place to prevent vertical transmission, to prevent the mother from transmitting this virus to the baby. And after delivery, there are vaccines that the baby takes, there are immunoglobulins that the baby takes to protect the baby from having this virus, so the mother could deliver the baby either vaginally or through cesarean section. The mother could breastfeed the baby without transmitting this infection to the baby. And also for some women that choose to give birth to their baby, either give birth to their baby at home or to patronize traditional birth attendants. A lot of these traditional birth attendants seen them to be one of the highest means by which women get infected with blood-borne infections, especially HIV and hepatitis B virus. It is increasing alarmingly, and we see that a lot of Nigerians are more either comfortable or they have more trust in traditional birth attendants. You see some of them, they will come to the hospital throughout their antenatal care. They've come for the antenatal, they come, whatever investigation you ask them to do, they do whatever medication you place them on, they are compliant with it. But when it's time for them to deliver, they choose to go to traditional birth attendants to deliver their baby, which they could open the baby themselves, the baby, to getting all these infections that we keep talking about without putting the right things in place. As much as possible, I would want to commend especially the government of Lagos State with trying to educate these traditional birth attendants, because we've seen that our people, they tend to have some form of trust in these traditional birth attendants, even more than the medical practitioners. So a lot of efforts have been in place to train these traditional birth attendants in order to protect the women that still patronize them as much as possible, and also to reduce the burden of this infection in our society. So now we talk about under the things that we can do to prevent this. We talk about the vaccine. So there are some of these viruses that have vaccines that prefer some form of protection, even in some cases lifetime protection from people that get these vaccines. So example of it, we have hepatitis A and hepatitis B vaccine. And note that I talked about hepatitis B being one of the most prominent, it has the highest prevalence rates in all of these hepatitis that I've talked about, and it is known to be chronic, it is known to be aggressive. Not aggressive like it could be dormant for a long period of time, but it is known to be one of the highest hepatitis virus that causes liver failure or eventually hepatocellular carcinoma in the future. However, this virus has vaccine that works for it, that provide protection on the individuals that gets it. This vaccine is part of the routine immunization schedule that our children get once after birth. That there's one they get at birth, there's one they get at 3 months. For children, they get it. However, for adults too, especially the younger generations, that I said that they are more open to these vaccines. These vaccines are available in almost all primary health centers. At least I can say for Lagos State, there's no primary health center that you go to in Lagos State to get this vaccine, especially for vitamin D, that you won't be able to get it. Although you may have to pay some certain amount of money, which is not so significant or not so cumbersome, but you can get vaccinated for hepatitis B virus. You can protect yourself from hepatitis B virus. You know, I told you that 87% of people that have this virus are actually living free within us. They don't even know themselves. So that's to tell you that you have a high chance of getting this virus from them, because they themselves too, they do not know. You get this virus, you keep spreading this virus. But you taking the bold step to get vaccinated against hepatitis B virus is like you putting a stop to a chain that could increase exponentially through you. So it is honorable and it is sensible to try as much as possible for adults that are not vaccinated to try and get this hepatitis B virus. And for people that are infected with this virus actually protects their partner from, this vaccine protects their partner from getting the virus. So if you have a partner that is hepatitis B positive, you can actually get the vaccine. Once you get the whole complete dose of the vaccine, you can have unprotected sexual intercourse, you can get married to such person, you can have children, and the children, both you and the children, will be protected from this virus once you are vaccinated. And also we have the hepatitis B immunoglobulins and the prophylaxis. So that's to say that if you are exposed to this virus, either you have a needle prick, maybe a needle that someone has used, or a blade that someone has used, and you are not sure of the person's status, there's something we call the prophylaxis that if it's taken within the first 72 hours, it would protect you from getting this virus even after you've been exposed to it. So we call it the prophylaxis. It is also available. It is also available for HIV infection, so you can get it at almost all primary health centers or general hospitals or teaching hospitals around you. And also public health strategies that could be put in place. And public health strategies doesn't just have to, is not restricted just to the government. It is each and every one of us responsibility, right from government organizing public health campaign or public health policies that could be enforced either in our primary health centers or our general hospitals to afford more people to be screened for this virus, to afford them to know their status, to afford them to get vaccines at a cheaper amount or even for free, to non-governmental organizations or non-profit organizations organizing medical outreaches, going into the community to get the 87% of people that do not know their status but are infected with these things, to get them to know their status, to counsel them, to counsel the general public about this virus, how it could be transmitted, and the self-health practices that we can put in place to prevent ourselves from getting these vaccines. And also individuals that are opportune to get the information about this vaccine, to spread the information within our family, within our friends, to also get them to get more information about this virus, and also to protect themselves from getting infected with this virus. And also for routine screenings, that is there are certain conditions. I've talked about the antenatal care, that is a pregnant woman that has to go to the hospital to get tested for the virus. So that's more or less like routine. But routine screening, as in organizing outreaches, organizing screening, even though you are not sick, you don't have any main symptoms as of now, but going for routine screening, just screening yourself from these viruses, to know your status, to know your health status, to know how well all organs in your body is functioning routinely. It could be once in 2 years, it could be once in 3 years, as it is convenient for you. But you shouldn't just shun that part of yourself. As the earlier speaker talked about self-love. Part of loving yourself is screening for these viruses. Part of loving yourself is preventing yourself from getting these viruses. Part of loving yourself is practicing safe sexual practices, and not just thinking, oh, you are young, you could do whatever it is you are doing. A lot of young people these days are coming down with diseases that are usually sort of reserved for elderly people. You tend to see increase in hypertension in young persons, especially in the male, especially in Lagos. Maybe it's due to the increased stress in Lagos. A lot of young persons are coming down with hypertension. A lot of young persons are coming down with kidney failure. A lot of young persons are living with HIV. A lot of young persons are living with tuberculosis. A lot of young persons are having liver failure. So either you are young, you are healthy, you feel fine, you are not immune to these things. So love yourself by paying close attention to your health, going for regular screenings, know your status, protect yourself. And also in managing these viruses, as I said, there are different types. They vary with the way they react in the body. They vary with the way they are spread, and also their management also varies. So for hepatitis, for the acute infection, that is the one that I said that it affects the body immediately, but it's not chronic. Just the one I said, you could have fever, you could have fatigue, you could have nausea. So for the active infection, you could help your body with rest, good hydration, prevent it to the hospital as soon as possible, avoid alcohol, avoid smoking, avoid self-medication. for hepatitis B virus, which is what I said, there's chance of having a chronic infection. It is chronic infection and has a high chance of developing liver failure, liver cirrhosis, or eventually hepatocellular carcinoma in the future. So usually it is managed with antiviral medications such as tenofovir or a host of antiviral medications. I won't want to bore you with that. And hepatitis C virus too, that could also said it causes chronic infection. It could affect the liver in the long run. It also has antiviral medications. But also I want to mention that as of today, hepatitis B virus does not have a known cure. We only have ways that we could manage it. There is no medication for someone that is infected with hepatitis B virus that just takes the virus away immediately. There is no known cure for hepatitis B virus as of today. So it's part of the reasons why you should get vaccinated as soon as you can. However, for vitamin C, for hepatitis C, it responds well to antiviral medication. Like up to 95% of people that are infected with hepatitis B virus tend to respond well to antiviral medication. However, vitamin D, the one that I said that you don't get it unless you're infected with hepatitis B vaccine, hepatitis B infection, it is difficult to treat, although we use interferon or some therapy. Actually, it is a bit difficult to be treated completely. For hepatitis A and hepatitis E, the ones that I said are transmitted through fecal-oral, they cause acute infection. Most times they are self-limiting, that is, the body tends to fight it immediately, although it may have some form of acute infective phase, but with supportive management, antiviral medications, it is self-limiting. With time, you will be cured completely from the infection of hepatitis E. However, in cases where the person eventually becomes chronic or eventually develops maybe liver cirrhosis, for people with liver cirrhosis that could be complicated with ascites, pulmonary effusion, lymphedema, lymphadenopathy, they could be placed on diuretics, they could be put in position where the excess fluid from their abdomen is drained. And in cases where it eventually leads to liver carcinoma, they could undergo liver surgery. And in cases where if they are opportune, they could get someone that would be willing to donate some or part of their liver to them, and they could get a liver transplant. I'll tell you categorically, the chances of someone getting a liver transplant in Nigeria is very slim. However, in advanced country, they are able to get all these things easily, but for us currently in Nigeria, we don't have chances of us getting that is quite slim. Hence why we should be more conscious of our health. So public health, the public health importance of the hepatitis virus in Nigeria is the burden is high, and the burden is increasing significantly in Nigeria, and that's because the diagnosis rate is low. The rate at which people get to know their status is low. The people's information about this virus is low. Awareness on this virus is significantly low compared to the prevalence and incidence of this virus in Nigeria. So in things that we can do to help with this, I said that already, with public health campaign, organizing screenings exercise in our primary health centers, our general hospitals, and also government and NGOs coming together, collaborating to bring more awareness to the community, more screening and management of these diseases in the community. In conclusion, I've talked about hepatitis B virus, the hepatitis virus generally. I've talked about the state of hepatitis. I've talked about things that could cause hepatitis, that is inflammation of the liver, and the function of the liver in the body. So I want us to hold closely the ways that we can prevent ourselves, we can protect ourselves from being open to this virus, from ensuring we get enough information about this virus, read about it, share the information we have about it, practice safe sexual practices. We don't share grooming materials. We don't involve in any form of drug abuse, psychoactive abuse, or using of intravenous injections, or patronizing quacks, getting medical help from the right channel, and practicing personal hygiene. So with this few points I've had, I hope I've been able to educate the audience thoroughly on hepatitis virus. Thank you very much. I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for the wonderful speech. Good day, everybody. Let me begin by asking a simple question. How many of us are truly living for ourselves? How many of us are truly living for ourselves? How many of us are truly living not to impress? I said, how many of us are truly living for ourselves? Anybody? Who are you when nobody is watching? When you are alone? Okay, you are yourself, right? Because we live in a world today where many people are not real anymore. People are doing things just because they want to impress others, not because they want to impress themselves. My name is Osha Jamodina Tomonwumi. Today I would like to talk about the danger of living to impress. Danger of living to impress. What do you understand by living to impress? This means making decisions just because you see your colleague doing the same thing. It's not as if you feel like doing that same thing. It's not as if you want to do that same thing personally, but because you feel, this person is putting on good clothes, this person is putting on skimpy clothes, I want to wear the same thing. This person is going to nightclub, this person eats at the restaurant of high class, I want to do the same thing. Not because you feel like doing it, not because you want to do it. Oh, this person is putting on nice dress, I want to put on the same thing. Not because you want to do it, not because you are happy doing it. You are doing these things, you are dressing for validation, you are spending money to prove points. You are doing this so they can see you, they will be impressed. You are living beyond your reality, living a fake life to impress real people who don't care. These people you are doing these things for, they don't even care. They care less about what you wear, they care less about what you do. And you are doing it just to impress them. Okay, why do people live to impress? If I may ask anybody, why do people live to impress? Why do you think they are doing these things to impress? Okay, you are putting on black dress, I want to put on that same dress. For validation, okay. For them to feel good, okay. So I say fear of being looked down, yes. Some people feel like, oh, your friend asks you, let's go for a night party. You don't want them to look down on you like, she does not want to go. You feel, okay, let me just tag along, let me just do it. Okay, they are going for night parties, they are having birthday, they are buying luxurious cars. You feel, because my friend is doing this thing, let me do it. That fear of being looked down, you don't want them to look down at you like, she does not have that money, she's not capable of doing these things. And it's not as if you are fine doing that thing, but because you want to impress them, you want to feel among. Also, social media pressure, yes. Social media pressure is also part of the reason people live to impress. And to think for the fact that these things we are seeing on social media, they are not real in reality. They are all fake. Some people, social media, some people actually borrow car just to impress you. Exactly. Some people borrow money just for you to feel, just for, and you are looking at them like, oh, these people are rich, and it is a lie. It is borrow that they are doing. It is not as if they are up to that standard. Whereas you are at home, you are thinking, hey, this girl that I saw on social media, I want to be like her, and you are not even up to her. Somebody you are even seeing on social media, she's not up to that, but she just wants to impress you. Low self-esteem. You are not sure of yourself. You don't even know what you want. You don't know your value. These things are the reason why people live to impress. You are not sure of yourself. You don't value yourself at all. You feel less important to yourself, because if you are important to yourself, what you want should be first. Should be your first priority. What you want to do should be your first priority. You don't do things because others are doing it. You don't do things because my friend is doing this thing, I want to do the same thing. You do things because you are happy doing it. You are convenient doing it. Next, I move to danger of living to impress. Yes, there are many dangers. It leads to financial problem. Just imagine somebody that is not up to the standard of using a car, borrowing a car. It's not as if your bank account is up to you. Is that enough for you to borrow a car? But you have to borrow money from loan app to just finance that your lifestyle that are not up to the standard. What is the point of looking successful outside when you are suffering inside? You be outside, you show your luxurious cars that it is not even yours, and inside you are there taking garri. You can't even buy food stuff at home. You can't even eat noodles. You are inside, you are taking pap. It's not making sense just because you want to impress. And when you see them coming, you just pack everything. You don't want them to know. And these people, they don't care. These people you are living to impress, they are not even looking at your direction. They care less about you. They don't even know you. They don't want to know you. It also causes emotional and mental stress. Yes. At the end of the day, you start overthinking it. Hey, this is my friend. Oh, she just bought a car. Hey, how can I get it? Hey, how will I get it? How will I buy mine? She just bought that fine dress. And that dress worth millions. How will I buy my own? You are putting pressure on yourself, unnecessarily pressure. It is not that important. Just do your thing your own way. You become anxious. You lose your own peace of mind because you not be at rest. You be like, even when you are sleeping, you be like, I don't know what Tony has done again. No, maybe she just bought new shoes. I don't know what Felicia has done. No, maybe she just did her hair again. Maybe she just finished braiding her hair. I want to be like her. You don't have to do these things. You don't have to do these things to impress. And to think for Felicia is not even looking at you. She cares less about you. It can lead to bad decision. Yes. This thing, it can lead to you joining bad gangs, making bad friendship. Hence, you enter unhealthy relationship. Things you are not supposed to do at the end of the day, you later do it. For guys, it can even lead to the guy to just join bad gangs, robbery and all. Internet fraudster, these things, you don't have to do it. Just be yourself. Do what you know how to do best, what you love doing. Do it because you want to do it. Don't do it because you want to impress others. You take dangerous shortcuts. Let me just do it like this. Let me do it like this. If I do it like this, no, Felicia is doing this, I have to do it. No, don't do things like that. Don't do it that way. So how do we stop living to impress others? At least for a particular thing, if there is a causes to something, definitely it's going to have effect. And if there is effect, we should have a way to prevent it. So how do you prevent living to impress others? How do we stop it? Know your reality and accept it. There is no bad. It is of no bad if you start small. Okay, you want to be like this person, fine. it is acceptable, but just start small. Something you are not up to, don't tell them you are up to it. If they ask you, okay, we are going to a restaurant that is of high class, table water is 15,000 naira, tell them I can't go. I can still follow you to the one of table water 2,000 naira, I be 1,000. Come to my own standard. I'm not up to that. I can't do that. Let them know. Don't be ashamed to tell them. Face your reality. Okay, your friend is selling okrika and she's now well known, and you just start your own business. My dear, I'm not up to your standard. You can ship in your own goods. Me, I'm still buying from Oshodi market. Please, let me just stay at my level. Let me start small. Let me start gradually. You don't have to rush. You don't have to do things because your friend is doing it. And at the end of the day, these things is going to lose your own peace. It's going to affect your peace of mind. You don't do things like that. It is better for you to be real and progressing than for you to be fake and collapsing. Yes, it is better. Just be real. If you are real, if you start small, at the end of the day, you progress. You will even reach that person. You will pass the person. You don't have to rush things. You don't have to do that. Build your self-worth. Yes. Know yourself. Know what your value. Know your value. This is what I can do. This is what I'm going to do. I'm not doing it because you are doing it. I'm not doing it because you asked me to do it. I'm not asking for your validation. I'm doing it because it is at my own convenience. Your confidence, it is not loud. It is quiet and secure. Yes. You doing it like that, you being real, you being yourself. By building your own self-worth does not mean you have that pride. No. You're just trying to be who you are. You're trying to be what you want. How you want your things to be. You don't have to force things. You don't have to fake it. Just be real. Just be original. Do these things because no, it is right for me. I'm convenient doing it. Living to impress people may look attractive from the outside. Yes. If you are doing these things, it will attract people. You that you are looking at somebody that this person is doing this thing. Oh. Some people will be looking at you like see, hey, this girl today, see the hair she make, see her bone straight, see the dress she's putting on. It is attractive, but inside you are suffering. You are taking garri and groundnuts. It's not even with cold pure water, tap water. Don't do these things to impress. Just be who you are. If you are, like I said earlier, if you start small, even if you are drinking your garri, nobody will question you. At least nobody will beat you. If you are real, nobody will beat you. They will just know you for who you are. Nobody will question you. At the end of the day, you that you start from drinking garri, eventually you eat indomie. Abi? Indomie and egg. Eventually you take jollof rice and fried rice with chicken. Eventually you take salad. Eventually you take shawarma and chicken with juice. Yes. You start from small. But if you say no, I want to start from jollof rice and fried rice with chicken, at the end of the day you end taking your garri, and that is going to be worst. That is going to be worst. Because at the end of the day, it will drain your money. Yes, the money you are supposed to save, and you are even saving to enjoy it for your own business. At the end of the day, you just spend it to impress others. You spend it on birthday parties, going to club, putting on different outfits, and all. It's not supposed to be like that. This thing it will steal your peace of mind. You will not be at rest. You will not be at peace. It will push you into wrong decisions. decisions you don't want to make, these things will push you to do it. Even if you don't want to borrow money from loan app before, at the end of the day, when you see you are not up to their standard and you want to be, okay, let me just borrow 2,000 today. Tomorrow, okay, let me just borrow 3,000. From there, you enter into debt. If you are lucky, you have somebody that can just call you back that what you are doing is not good though. That is when you will not even go to prison. Because if you are unable to pay loan app, what will they do? They will paste all your pictures now. So you don't have to live. You don't have to live to impress anybody. You don't have to do things for validation. You don't have to dress for validation. You don't have to do anything because they ask you to do it like that. You don't have to do it. I just feel do things when you are at your own peace, at your own satisfactory. When you are what you are satisfied with, just do it like that. Don't live for applause. Let us stop performing for acceptance, because at the end of the day, a peaceful real life is better than a stressful fake one. Yes. If you are living peacefully, that it is real, it is far better than than a stressful fake life. It is better. It is far better. So why can't you just live to impress? To impress your own self. Why can't you live to impress your own self? Why? Just live for who you are. Just know your reality and accept it. Build your self-worth. I've said it earlier. Build your self-worth. Conclusively, I want us to live for who we are, build our self-worth, know our reality and accept it. I don't want a state whereby we are doing things because we want to satisfy others. We should do things because we are satisfied doing it. We should do things because it is okay for us to do it like that. Don't put on bone straight because your friend is putting it on, whereas it is all back that you can afford. You cannot afford bone straight at the moment. Don't go and buy long gown, party gown, nice gown that you know you cannot afford, whereas it is only one bag that you can afford at the moment. Thank you very much for listening, and right now I would like to pass on the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that speech. Our take home is be contented. Don't do things that put you not just at risk but at the extreme. Do things because you're comfortable with them, and don't do things because of pressure from friends or family or the society or the media. So thank you for that. Thank you so much. This is a quick question to all of us. Have you been stung by an ant before? Okay. Have you been bitten by an ant before? Yes, and you smiled. When it beat you, you just stood up for whatever you were doing and you smiled and you were laughing. Oh, are you trying to tell me you've not seen an ant before? Is it the soldier ant or Yes, have you seen the soldier ant before? Have you been beaten by the soldier ant before?
Yes, uncountable times.
Please, if you have, did you stand up and you were smiling?
Yes.
And you were laughing? Did you stand up and you were laughing? What was the expression like?
I was in pain.
You were in pain. Okay, you were looking for it.
So that I can kill it.
Wow. And it is evident that even while you are asleep and you get bitten by that animal or that insect, you tend to wake up immediately just to do the needful by looking for it. I implore you in today's speech that if there is anything that resonates with you, please take it. But if not, you can discard it. Today I will be speaking on the sting of poverty and its reality. The sting of poverty and its reality. The sting of poverty is not just about lacking money. It is about deep. It's about the deep, often invisible pain that touches every part of a person's life. The sting of poverty touches every part of a person's life. Just like the way the ant beats you or stings you, that is the same way poverty touches every life of any individual in that circumstance, in such situations, at that moment of their life. The sting of poverty. It touches every part of the person involved in it. They say it is he or she that wears the shoe that knows where or how it pinches the person. You can wear the shoe and it fits me. I can wear the shoe rather and it fits me so well I can walk comfortably in it. But you can give that shoe to a person with either a smaller leg or a bigger leg, and they have their differences on that particular shoe. All I'm trying to say now and right here is that poverty has its stings, and its stings is as painful as can be. Its sting can be on a person's dignity, that you feel worthless, you feel not wanted. There's this particular prayer point my mom usually say to us, that you will go to where you are wanted. Your legs will take you to the right place, not just at the right place, but at the right time. In general, there is the structure, there is the pain poverty brings, that it stings on the dignity of an individual and it cuts so deep into it. Poverty can make a person feel small and overlooked. And the question will be, what is he even saying? Or what is she even saying? Or what is she feeling like? Or what is he feeling like in that gathering? Why is he not acting like that? This person that does not have money. That statement alone, it's not just to the individual, but it has a dent on that person's identity, on the person's dignity. It stings in choice. Poverty limits the choice of a person. When resources are scarce, options shrink. When resources are scarce, I may have that brilliant idea. I understand that the world is going digital now, and you hear a lot of people say, oh, money should not stop you. You can attain whatever you need to attain. You can go the heights, you can get to the pinnacle, you can get to the apex of you can even get to the zenith. You would hear people say that. But the reality sometimes is that you can have all the options. You can have that brilliant idea, but poverty can shrink it. The sting, it has the sting, it can sting the decision and the option of a person. Because it's a sting on your choice, it becomes a survivor instinct that you have. That you're not just living, you're living and you're trying to survive. How do I get what to eat? You wake up in the morning, okay, what next? The hustling starts again. How do I get what to eat? What am I wearing today? Time is against me. And you are just thinking the WH question keeps coming again and again. Poverty can shrink your choice. It can sting your choice. It stings in opportunity. Talent can go unnoticed. Potential goes underdeveloped. That is why, thank God for the internet anyways. But even at that, you still see people going, like musicians, you still see them going from one place to another, trying to promote themselves. I remember in NYC camp, a guy was going everywhere and says, okay, please, can you follow me? Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do this? Can you do that? But that's just the side of the internet, of which he's trying to leverage on. I was speaking to somebody of recent, and the person had a lot of dreams, but it's just the opportunity he's waiting for. Talents go unnoticed, not because the person lacks the ability, but because of lack of support. Not because you're not capable, but because of lack of support. The luxury we have of going into the four walls of an educational institution is what some persons, some children cry for. It's what they crave for. It's what they want. But because of lack of support, what can be done? It stings rather in consistency. I was speaking to my younger sister. She said, oh, I need to acquire something like a gadget. And I said, okay, how much do you have? And she said, I have so amount, but I'm looking to get another amount. And I said, okay, no problem. So how do you intend getting it? And she gave me the Y, X, Z and all that. And she was just like, I pray that this money gets to reach the certain time I want it to reach. And I said, why would you say that? She said, I hope I don't get hungry enough to put my hand into the money that I am already keeping. And I said, like, can hunger make you do that? I said, don't be playing. You've not seen the kind of hunger that maybe you might have not eaten from in the morning till in the night. Who are you keeping the money for? But yes, it stings on opportunity. You hardly think because of the hunger. You cannot even calculate your thoughts because of the hunger, because of poverty. I said the first one, it stings on your dignity, on the person's dignity. It stings on the choice he or she makes, the opportunity, the consistency. Poverty can do that. It can bring discouragement in the life of, And the person will, what am I even living for? What am I even living for? And the worst end could be suicide. But that's not where our mind should focus on. It stings in comparison. You know there are healthy comparison, right?
Yeah.
We have the unhealthy and we have the healthy. And the healthy comparison, not because you're not entirely happy for this particular person, but you want more for your life. You see, maybe you've envisaged your future. When I'm 25, I should have attained this and that. Or when I'm 30, at the age of so and so, I should have gotten this certain, like this amount of money in my account. But fortunately, not unfortunately, you've not attained it. And you see a younger person who you've known for quite a while. You see the person on social media. This is not the fake it to make it. This person is actually doing well for him or herself. And the question comes, what if? The regular thing we hear now is, Lord, am I a stone? Or am I a spoon? No, you're not. You're not. You're human. The sting of poverty is real, but it is not an identity. That's the hope. That's the leverage we have. That it is real. It keeps biting. It keeps stinging again and again. It is real. The pain is real. The difficulty in making certain choices is real. But that is not your identity. Because we've heard a lot of stories. My mentor had a very rough background, but he never allowed his background, get his back on the floor. So you get to hear success story from grass to grace. You get to hear people's story that are not just captivating, but motivating. The sting of poverty may shape a person's journey, but it should never be allowed to define their destination. It can shape a person's journey, but never allow it to define your destination. There is light at the end of the tunnel. And what is its reality? It is something we should not ignore. It is something we should not misunderstand. It is harsh. It is uncomfortable. My mom will always say something, though it's a prayer anyway. The woman is just so full of prayers, which is a good thing. Lord, that I will be able to eat what I want, when I want, and in good health. Not eating anything I see. Poverty is real, it is harsh, it is uncomfortable, and for many, it is a daily routine. It is a daily routine. It is waking up with potential, but going to bed with a limitation. It is silent battle between you and who you could become and what the environment allows. Like I said, there is this thing it brings in opportunity. That you are full of dreams, full of drive. You want to conquer the world. You want to go the miles. You know there is something upon your head. You know that you are just different. But then, you just need the right touch, the right help, the right support, the right connect, the right mentor. the reality of poverty. It is real, it is uncomfortable, but there is hope. Today I will not just speak about poverty, but let's break it down. What really causes poverty? I tagged it as, I spelled it out, Poverty. P, parental failure. As difficult as it is, though we would not want to blame anyone, because come to an accountable age where we should be accountable for ourselves. And this is not to downplay the role of our parents in our life, right? Because if they knew better, they would do better. But then, accountable, we have to hold at least them accountable in a way that if our parents had made certain decisions or taken certain risks or gone the miles, in a way, the child will not be where he or she is. And I'm saying this because there are times where the financial capacity of the family is not enough to feed 5 children. Just enough and okay to feed 3 or 2. But then they go overboard in procreating. 5, 6, 7. If not no proper family planning, it goes overboard to 8. What are you looking for? The parental decision. Sometimes poverty begins from a foundation that was not properly built. When guardian values, discipline, or vision are not passed down to the next generation, I don't know if you've heard of this statement that says old money. Old money in the economical world means a family who has had generational wealth from one generation to another generation to another generation and to another generation. That is a legacy that they have passed down. But I will tell you that one person from that lineage decided to be different, decided to go against the odds. And because he did take that drastic decision, he took that measure, took the bull by the horn, he or she passed that legacy to the next generation. The next generation preserved it and passed it to the next generation. That generation preserved it and passed it to the next generation. That is procreation of wealth. Like I said, if our parents knew better, they would do better in making the right decision to either invest in commodity, purchase the land, take the loan, listen to right advice or counsel. If they knew better, they would have done better. And now we know better. We will do better. We know better. We will do better. Let's go to O. I tagged O as obstinate decision. And I said obstinate decision because as individuals, we keep cycling again and again towards a certain pattern without truly sitting down to realize, like, hey, what's going on here? What's really happening? Life is give and take. Whatever you sow today, you reap tomorrow. But there are decisions an individual is meant to make for him or herself. By ignoring wrong counsels, that obstinate decision, you are meant to change in the character. It was, I think, yesterday, the speaker that was speaking on good professionalism at work, where you are meant to act in certain ways, correct characters, how to act in cocktail events, how to act when you're dealing with emails, how to address people, the handshake and all that. I'll tell you a story. I was involved in a meeting, and the host of that meeting shared a story, and he said his friend lost a prominent client because of his obstinate character, stubborn character. And how did he do it? He got a client, because it's still a tutoring job. He got a client, and the client was a news anchor. So the client was quite big, a news anchor. And this particular client told him that, okay, I need you to tutor my children for so and so period, this and this time, and that agreement was made. But for every time he reached out to her, he would use the word ma. Good morning, ma. And we know in English language that is not right. It's meant to be said as ma'am and not ma. She corrected him. I'm not your mother in any way. Can you use this language or use this word rather than this word? He said, okay, ma. So she let it slide, because at least you can give chances. And the next day, the next time he reached out to her again. Good morning, ma. Will the children be available to have the class today, ma? And she saw it, and she was like, I think I've told this young man that this and this and this and this and this. Obstinate character. And that was how he lost the client. He lost the client. And that was a decline in his income for something he should have corrected, or for something he would have changed. A bad habit, ignoring wise counsel, or warning signals. There are warning signals. This thing you are about to embark on, the risks, yes, the forest trading. I remember, I remember this while I was on campus. A girl came to meet me, and she was like, I invested so and so in forest trading, and this guy is good, he can trade very well. And I said, are you sure? And she said yes. I said, are you sure? And she said yes. My sister was telling me, Abigail, don't do this. I ignored the warning signal, and I went ahead of it. I lost my money, I lost the investment, and I was downcasted. For that period, it was hard for me. For months, I could not recover. So the first one I said, parental failure. Then we go to obstinate characters or decisions. The second one, visionless decisions. Visionless decisions. Where there is no vision, there is no direction. That you do not know where you are going to. I remember one of the speakers speaking about career, and he cited an illustration. about the bus taking people like on a journey, and people were just entering, but the driver would ask, where are you going to? One said he doesn't know. I think the second one said, the mom said, or the parent said he should go in. I think it was the third person that said he is going to a particular location. The bus driver would ask you, after you've stopped them, where are you going to? It is in your place to know where you are going to. It is in your place to know where you are going to. Poverty strives rather, where purpose is absent. You would always find poverty in where purpose is absent. Where purpose is absent, you will find poverty. And mind you, you don't have to walk to poverty. Poverty would meet you wherever you are. Since you're not ready to change that decision, you're not ready to think big, you're not ready to leave the shadows and grab that opportunity, it would find you, it would locate you wherever you are. You've got to be hungry at all times. Get the vision. Know the vision. Make it plain. Write the vision. Deliberate on the vision. And then direction is evident. E. Enemy called average. Enemy called average. I'm okay as I'm like this. I'm okay. This daily 2K that is coming to my hand like this. No, I'm okay. See, this see, I'm getting, so long I not do, I did not carry the cost over. I'm okay. Is it not the, I'm okay. An enemy called average. Go for the sky. The sky is your starting point. It is your starting point. The ground level is already occupied. Everybody's on the ground level. But up in the sky, there are lots of spaces. There are lots of spaces. And trust me, the enemy called average is just there. It wants you to stay in your comfort zone. Just do it gently. Just go gradually. Just keep going. No rush. In as much as no one is chasing you, but at the same time, you don't have to take life slowly. Go for it. Take the bull by the horn. Excuse sounds best to the person making them. Excuses sounds best to the person making them. The baby will walk when the baby will walk. That's not true. The baby will talk when the baby will talk. That's not true. I will be rich whenever I want to be rich. You sleep in the house, you don't go out. That's not true. Just my daily bread. That's not the mindset you're meant to have. I just want my daily bread. That is not the mindset you are meant to have. That is not the growth mentality. That is not the growth mindset. An enemy called average. Average is comfortable but dangerous. It whispers this is just enough. I've done my best this month. No. The best is not enough. You can do greater things. Greater things. I've spoken about P. I said parental failure. If they know better, they will do better. I've talked about obstinate decision or character. I've talked about visionless decisions. I've spoken about enemy called average. Refusal to grow, that's R. The R is refusal to grow. You are not meant to be in that spot. Get the certification. Go for it. A farmer will be worried. Sorry. After planting the corn and weeks pass, turned into months, month 1, month 2, month 3, he would start getting worried. Growth demands change, and change is not friendly. Growth demands change, and change is not friendly. Change is discomfort as it speaks. When you refuse to grow, that's the worst that can happen to mankind. And I will tell you why. Because the day you stop learning, that day is the day you start dying. Not the physical death per se. What next? Okay, I have acquired this. What next? The what next mentality, the mindset, the what next mindset should keep you on your tipping toes. Don't say I am the best of the best. Because in your locality, yes, you can be the best of the best. In your locality. What about state-wise? What about in the country? What about globally? What about internationally? So don't just think local. Grow and keep growing. Keep growing. Keep developing yourself. And the sky will be your starting point. When a person refuses to grow, to learn new skills, to adapt, to improve their life, nothing will change. We need change. We want to come out from that status quo called poverty. We want to come out from that tag called poverty. You have to grow. Don't just grow in body. Grow in mindset. Don't just grow in height. Grow in skill. Grow in capacity. Grow in ability. Grow in responsibility. Grow in character. And that will make me move to T, the torment of the past. I'll take T in two different segments. We have the torment of the past and we have the truth in the present. Because something failed yesterday does not mean you should hold on to it and refuse to move. Yes, the torment of the past, it has happened, but you should take it up like you're having a character building day. Oh yes, that decision I made, this and this and this and this is what I have learned from doing Y and Z. You keep going. Do not allow the failure of the past, the torment of the past, to deter you from making that decision that will kickstart the career, that will take you up the pinnacle. And do not let the truth of the present also deter you. And you look at yourself and you say, life is indeed hard. Yes, it's hard. And the way the economy is going, even tax is here, this is there, bills to pay, blah blah blah, a lot of excuses and reasons. This is the truth in the present. But at the same time, do not let what the present circumstances say deter you. Some people are held back by yesterday's failure, mistakes, and missed opportunities that they get trapped in today's decision making that would change their life and kickstart them for greatness. I would go to why. You are better than poverty. You are better than poverty. You are wiser than poverty. You are stronger than poverty. You are greater than poverty. The circumstance right now does not define who you are. You are more valuable. You have more opportunities. So long your mindset keeps running and you're not thinking about the failures of the past, you're not thinking regularly of the obstacles that you may face, but you're thinking of the what next, and you're thinking of the how. How can I do this? How can I do that? You're always having the growth mentality, the growth mindset, wanting to shift your life. Then it sums it up that you are better, greater, wiser, stronger, capable than poverty. The reality of poverty, it is real, it is harsh, but everything changes here with this decision that I am strong, with this decision that I can get it, I can get what I want, and I can go for it. Nothing stopping me. Everything changes here. It may be your situation, but not your identity. Everything changes here. You are born into that family. Everything changes here with the growth mentality, with the growth mindset, that you are stronger than the circumstance. Everything changes here. I will leave you with this. You may feel the sting of poverty. You may see the reality of it, but you must never accept that that is your final destination. Why? Because you are better. You are wiser. You are capable in crushing poverty. Thank you. With this, I would pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Alright, that's an amazing speech by the speaker. So I'll be talking about mental illness in Nigeria, and I feel this is an important topic because we Nigerians, we look less upon people who are not sanely okay, because to us is a normal thing. Everybody is moving sort of mad in Nigeria. Lagos is a mad city. Everybody's chaotic. You know, there's really no time to attend to people or tend to how people feel, because then again, what's the point? You know, what do you mean that you're not well? What do you mean that you're not okay? What do you mean that you're hearing voices in your head? How does that sound? So we tend to look down on people who are not mentally sane. And I'm sure that majority of us will seen people who we call mad people on the road. We've seen them eat out of dustbin. We've seen them dress shabbily, and they dress in rags. But have you noticed something, that despite how they look and how they move, none of them has actually run into a moving vehicle and then say, okay, since they are insane, they should die. And despite being mad or being insane, they are not suicidal yet. So, do we say that despite their insanity, there's a level of sanity that they have? Are we going to say that because they are mad as well, they have certain level of judgment too? This is to let us know that people are not entirely gone or forgotten. People are not entirely out of touch with reality. It's just that reality for them is bent. Reality for them is shifted. It means something differently to them because mental illness affects our mood, our thought pattern, our behaviors. So not everybody is okay. Not everybody feels alright. Not everybody is normal. And we have to accept this reality. Stop thinking that everybody you see has to be normal to you. Everybody you see must think exactly like you, must speak well, must understand well, must know things better. Not everyone grew up like the way we grew up. You would not expect a child that grew up like here in Ikoyi to understand what the sound of gunshots is. The only thing closer to gunshot they would have experienced is knockouts. And the people in Jos would understand truly what fireworks are. They understand what it is truly to watch life being snapped out of them or out of the people that they love. And you would not expect that from someone living in Lagos or someone living in Abuja, someone living in a very, very cozy lifestyle. Their mental health is going to be entirely different. And if we look at the psychiatric center we have in Nigeria, we have the major ones that we have are in Abuja, Lagos, and I think one in Ogun State. The popular one we know is Yaba, of course. They tell you if you do anything, they'll take you to Yaba left. And we have another one in Aru. So, Ogun State, yeah. So, Aru, right? Thank you. So, we can see that there is, with the situation of things, we can see that there is already a borderline that we're already creating. So what about having in the north? What about having in Delta states? What about having in Enugu states? What about having in all these distant places, in riverine areas? So are we saying that people in Lagos, Ogun State, and Abuja are the ones that are meant to be okay? Exactly. So what's happening to people who we cannot necessarily reach? What will happen to them? So because their mental health is declining, should we let it just derail and plummet downwards because we feel that somehow they are not supposed to be sane? And then again, we see big men as people who are immune to mental illness because they are rich, somehow their money has bought them sense. No. They said you can grow old and still be foolish. And that's the same thing that applies to wealth as well. You can have an amount of money and then you still don't have sense as well. You're still derailed, you're still battling with so much things in you. And we're going to be looking at different types of disorder. We have the mood disorder, which is bipolar and depression. Depression is constant sadness. Bipolar is when you have extreme high and extreme low. So you experience things quite extremely, right? When you're happy, you're so happy, you're so excited. And when you're sad, you're extremely sad. So with bipolar, it's quite, just see bipolar as a mood swing. And I'm sure that women understand that better. But with bipolar, it's quite extreme. Nobody wants to understand what you're feeling. And imagine you're working in a bank, for example, and you've got to resume by 6 in the morning, right, or 7 in the morning, and you're telling your boss that you have a bipolar. That sounds so strange. The Nigeria we live in do not want to give you room to understand your sanity or give you room to understand how you feel or how your health matters. Because the moment you tell your boss that you have a mental disorder, I think that very moment you'll be sacked. So I think you should just go home and deal with whatever you're dealing with, because you cannot tell them that you are not sanely okay. We have anxiety disorder, and under anxiety disorder we have the general, the panic, the societal, and then the phobia. Yeah, general anxiety is when someone is always anxious of anything. Anything, you're always just anxious. You always want to think things through. You don't let things settle. You're just constantly, well, I say paranoia. I think that's the best word to use. You're always on the edge. You're always on the edge, and we have you being normal, having a panic attack, and it's not as you being general. It's more like a personal attack that you feel. And we have societal. This is when someone is particularly anxious of society. And this is why some people say, oh, I'm an introvert, I don't like going out, I don't like talking. But in reality, you're just scared of society, you're scared of, socializing. You're probably not an introvert, you don't feel safe enough to interact with people. And that in itself is a decline in your mental health as well. So we have phobia. I don't know how many of us can tell me some phobias that you know about. The fear of water. No. Water. Aqua is heights. Okay, which other phobia do we have? Pause. Okay. Which other phobia do we have? I think she just said that. So. Xenophobia. Yeah. No, that's the fear of black people. Yeah, I think I'll just add one more. Trichophobia is the fear of holes, right? And now, I am not saying that these fears are not valid, but to what degree does it deny us the access to human connection, right? We have to see ourselves that if we begin to prioritize our mental health, and if we don't watch how it is declining and how it affects how we relate with people, it is a problem. It is a very, very big problem. We cannot say that we fear things and then we let it destroy us. Then we have psychotic disorder. These are people that experience psychosis, especially schizophrenic people. This is where you hear that they hear voices, they have 7 personalities, and those 7 personalities want to be in 7 different places. They want to wear 7 different clothes. They want to eat 7 different meals. You can hear today I'm Sunday and I like Amala. Tomorrow I'm Emeka and I want Okwa from Enugu State. Precisely. It's funny, and then again, how can you even pinpoint this thing? How can you even narrow it down? Right? How can you tell that this person is actually battling with its sanity? And if someone tells you this in front of you, of course, the person is mad. That is actually the point. But then again, do we necessarily give them the help that they need or the help that they desire? Right? We Nigerians, we're always good with sharing prayer links. NNSPD, every morning, we forward that. But how about we give people the opportunity to gain access to the right aid that they need? How about we let people have access to therapy, access to people that would help them grow better, help them feel better, right? Because these things happen, these experiences are real. Because it doesn't happen to you does not mean that you dismiss it, right? Because you're not hearing voices in your head, you're not looking at colors and they're producing sounds, Because you're saying doesn't mean that it's a luxury everyone can afford. I feel that we Nigerians, we should stop thinking that sanity is something everybody can pay. Like as we were born, we're all fine. Sanity was equally distributed amongst board. So you cannot expect anybody not to be well. In fact, living in Lagos alone is a mad city. It makes you crazy. You don't have time for yourself. You spend majority of your life, I would say, in traffic, and then you have to get home, you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to rest. So what time do you even have for therapy itself if you want to even go for therapy? Can you even afford one? Because you need to eat. So you rather use that money to eat first and let your mind sort out itself. So we don't have that balance for us to run these things, because even in as much as we want to do, the system does not give us the enabling factor, which is another problem that we have. And also, we have eating disorder, and some of you may have called yourself a foodie, but you need to check yourself probably if that's a disorder, or you're eating because you're hungry, or you're eating because you just want to gain every pound that you want to have on your body. You want to amass a lot of weight. We have anorexia. Anorexia is when you don't eat, you lose weight. There's just this fear of gaining weight. So you need to look at yourself and know under what category do you fall in. Then we have the personality disorder, which we have the borderline and the antisocial. Now, borderline is where you don't know where to draw the line between boundaries and relationships. And this is where some of you stalk people. You want to know where they live. You want to know where they stay. You know, that's not love. You have a serious problem if you don't know where to draw boundaries. If you're always stalking people, you always want to be there where they are. You don't care about how they feel. You don't care about their sanity in itself. So borderline issue is really, really a very big problem, because some people do not just understand where to draw the line, where to say, okay, I am not going to stalk you too much. I'm not going to pursue you too much. This is where it's going to be. Right? If you find yourself stalking someone too much, you always want to go to their house. You always want to be clingy. Please, it's not love, and you should detest from it. Then we have antisocial disorder. Antisocial disorder is quite different from societal, right? Because societal, you tend to lean that towards one being, what's the word? Being an introvert, right? But with antisocial is you are literally a thorn in people's flesh. That's what you are. You don't want people to settle down. Whenever you come out, you're always looking for problem. I would say busybody, but you're the height of it. So antisocial is a disorder. We have the neurodevelopment, which is the attention deficit and autism. Right. Attention deficit is when you have a problem focusing. 3 minutes into the movie, you've paused. 3 seconds into the podcast, you're no longer listening. You open a book and then the book is already a sleeping tablet. You're not even down to half a page. You're gone. So you just lack a very, very large attention span. Anything doesn't just pique your interest. Any small thing, you're gone, you're off. And you should check yourself. You should check yourself. And mental health decline is not until you start wearing rags in the street and eating from the dustbin before you know that you're not okay. There are subtle signs, things that let you know that you might not be okay. And some of it are OCDs. You check your door like 7 times if you've locked it. You check if the iron is placed properly. Your cloth has to be neatly and folded properly, and it must follow a particular color pattern. Things must just be asymmetrically kept. Your slippers must be arranged properly. Now, these things are not bad, to be neat, to be okay, to do things well. But then again, to what extreme are you doing it? And then the context as well matters. So you need to see yourself and watch yourself if you have an OCD, which is obsessive compulsive disorder, where you repeatedly just do something, right? You need to check yourself. I don't think it's normal to I don't think it's normal for you to lock your door 11 times to know it is properly locked. You're going to lock the door, lock the burglary, and you are just putting yourself in denial. Yeah, and another one is neurocognitive. Neurocognitive is basically one who has an Alzheimer. Alzheimer is a brain disease where someone can no longer remember. Their memory is fogged out. And I feel that disease is quite terrible. Then we have the final one, which is substance abuse. Right? If you find yourself taking caffeine too much, I think that's a problem. If you find yourself drinking too much in itself, that's a problem, right? You must not push yourself to the edge. And under no circumstances should you find yourself taking marijuana, taking opium, taking meth, crystal ice. It would derail you. It would rip every shred of humanity that you have left. I'm going to share a story with you. So, I had a business deal with this guy. I never knew that he was taking meth. So, we got to Computer Village and I asked him to, okay, go get a cost of something for me and I would pay. You know, just let me know what the cost is. And he went, and for some hours I could not find him. I didn't know what was happening. And I'd sent him money for the laptop batteries and everything. So I had waited and waited and waited. You know, I knew where he went to fix it. I just wanted him to go. So at least, you know, they say, now when man walk in the chop, right? Where you work, you eat. So I felt like, of course, he should have his own cut, you know. How much is it going to take? But I think that was my mistake. Because I didn't know he was on that met. So, Ikeja closes by 4, right? And it was already 3:30, so I started looking for him. You know, just search as much as I could. To my greatest surprise, I found him drooling. So there was a lot of spit in his mouth. And people were like, when he's been falling on the road, they've been picking him up. You know, I didn't know that Walt had sent him a message and he chatted me up that, oh, the cost of it is 25,000 naira. God saved me that day. I didn't send the whole money, I just sent 15, right? Because I told him to just go get it done first, then after it is repaired I would send the balance. So I sent him 15,000 naira. I didn't know he went to take Met eyes. So, and that affected him. So he was drooling and spitting, and people had to pick him up on the floor and carry him and everything. Oh my God, I was mind boggled. I could not believe what I was saying. And to top it again, on top of that, his phone was stolen. So my 15,000 naira was gone. Yeah. So my 15,000 was gone, his phone was gone. There was no way I could get the money. So I had to go and meet this guy. I was begging that, please just get this stuff fixed. This is what happened to this guy. Well, that one wasn't even concerned. You know, it's none of his business. Whatever he's doing, let him do. So I had to just cut ties with him. I paid the extra cost and everything. So please, under no circumstances should you try Igbo or try drug, or you just want to see how it feels. You're sad, you want to take Molly. Please. You don't know how you'll be happy, and then you think the ocean is your jacuzzi, and from there you just join your ancestors. So please, don't take that risk, please. Don't take that risk. Don't take that risk. If you want to eat cake, eat normal cake. Leave brownies alone, please. Don't try to experiment. Right? You don't know how strong your head is. And the strains of what people smoke and they take and they tell you, and just try, just one drag could drag you away from your sense, could drag you away from life. I don't think our life should be played like a Russian roulette. I don't know if most of us know what Russian roulette is. Russian roulette is when you take a revolver and then you put a bullet inside of it, so you keep shooting till it gets to the bullet that finally kills you. So that particular moment where you're trying so hard, maybe if you're going to risk it, maybe that day you shoot is the one that is just going to finally take away your life. So please, let's consider our sanity. It is very, very important. And mental illness is not a spiritual problem. Please, it is not a spiritual problem. I know God answers prayers. I know that God is real. But please, this person is unwell and you're taking them for deliverance. What will deliverance do? Deliver them from what? They have traumas, they have PTSDs, they need psychiatrists. And that is the miracle they need. In fact, the reason a psychiatrist exists is the very much more important thing that lets us know that indeed help is within reach. And the problem we have about fewer than 300 psychiatrists serving over 200 million Nigerians. Do you see how crazy that is? So we don't even have enough hands, enough help on across the board. So rather than taking people to select churches and they flog them with broom and chains, and we take them to MFM for deliverance, and please, let's just seek help. I know that therapy is expensive, of course. I know that this aid is quite pricey, but please, let's just invite people first. It's better we identify that, okay, this person is not sane properly, and then we begin to find the right way to help them. Please stop prolonging the issue, right? They will still do deliverance and come back worse. They will still go to the select church and it's a problem. They will still lock them up, and you're just prolonging the issue. It's not meant to be so. 1 in 4 Nigerians suffer from mental health decline, which is a very, very poor stat, and it's not good for Nigeria. So I think we need more of awareness. We need more of an education system to teach people, to let people understand that these things happen, and we should not stigmatize people. Please, if someone is not well, don't make them feel bad. We've so stigmatized people that we've created a song for it, Kolomenta. We've so pushed people towards the edge that people cannot even tell you how they feel anymore, because when they do, it becomes a problem. The Nollywood and social media needs to make it a case, right? Enough of making mental illness a comedy. I feel that we should invite the experts on board. They should come on radio, they should come on TVs and talk about these things and find ways to help people. And churches and mosques should create seminars that's going to help the young mind, help them understand what they are battling, help them understand what they are facing, because truly, to some degree or to some sense, when religious speakers tend to speak, people tend to listen. So one way to help is to just give young minds the room to heal, young minds to understand that their trauma doesn't define them, doesn't make them broken, doesn't make them gone. In fact, it makes them seen, it makes them heard, it makes them being understood, right? Community health should train workers, because early intervention is going to help. If you see someone drilling quickly, it could help set them up, And again, like I said, we have big people who are insane, and somehow we feel like it's justified not to have sense because they're wealthy. And also as well, we have celebrities who might not be entirely alright, and if they do speak, it is imperative, it is important that we don't stigmatize them, we don't judge them. Please, we need to give them room to feel how they feel and understand that it's okay to be who they are. And universities as well should have psychological units and centers that would help as well. Yeah, and government should subsidize therapy. I think it's very, very important. The NHIS should do that. The National Health Insurance Scheme should make therapy less expensive so that people can at least afford it, and it shouldn't be a thing of the high and the elite, a thing of those who can afford it properly. It should be something that is quite free across board. And yeah, I think I also want to employ more people to study psychology itself, to be psychiatrists. I think it's just going to help, because imagine just 200 people over 2 million, 200 million Nigerians, the stats is so poor. How many persons does one person want to cover? Right, so it's not a helpful start. And in 2021, Nigeria passed the National Mental Health Act, replacing the Lunacy Act. And well, that's a good thing. It's like saying that we no longer want to take downfall, we want to take taxi, but we're still jumping downfall. So written laws are not laws until they are implemented, and I think I want to employ the Nigerian government to look into this, to ensure that people are cared for. The country moves forward when we're sane, when our mind is intact, when we do things that is necessarily important to us. So please, my dear Nigerians, my fellow personnels, please and please make it a thing of importance for yourself. Make it something that you're going to do all the time, to check out for yourself, check out for your neighbors. Do not stigmatize anyone, and please look out for yourself. Your health is more important. Alright, I know you want to make the money, you want to make the bar, but don't lose your mind making that money. If you start running mad in the street of Lagos, what's the essence of the money you've made? Yeah, it won't be there to take care of you. So please, if you want to unwind, I believe there are other healthy vices for you to unwind and have a good time rather than taking drugs or leaning on alcohols. Please, you don't know how strong your head is, and I don't think you want to test that theory. So please, mental health in Nigeria is important, and I feel like the saner we have people, the sane the country is just going to be. I wanted to say joke, but I think I would not want to do that. Right, so please, yeah. So if we have sane country, we have sane leaders and sane people leading us, because I feel like the reason why we're deteriorating this far is because we somehow have leaders who are insane, and because we don't put that into factor or consideration, Nigeria is sort of going backwards 10 steps and moving forward with 2 steps. Right, so I hope with these few points you would take mental health seriously. I'm going to be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, Nigerians. All right. Yeah, what I want to talk about this morning is very crucial and important, that so many people neglect it, not because they don't have the knowledge, but majorly, let me say, because of laziness, number one. Then there are some people who do not really have the knowledge. Yeah. And also there are some people who have the knowledge, who are not lazy, but they just lack access. My name is Joy Oluwatimileyin Ajayi. Today I will be talking on personal hygiene, a foundation to healthy life. As a public health advocate, there is one thing that I've always believed, and that is healthy living is achievable. We can have a healthy community, and it all starts from our lifestyle. It all starts from personal hygiene. It looks simple, right? I know that you've heard it several times while growing up, even right from when you are in basic schools. But why are we not practicing it? Why are we not doing the needful? What is personal hygiene? Personal hygiene is not just about looking clean. Personal hygiene is about being clean in all aspects of living. Talk about physically, mentally, and even socially. It's all about being clean. It is also protecting yourself from diseases. It is preserving your dignity and respecting yourself. And it is the difference between prevention and regret. In public health, we say prevention is better than cure. So, that prevention starts with your hygienic habits. If you can protect yourself, you can protect everyone around you. Let me share a story with you, and I want you to follow along. There is a young man. He's very intelligent, brilliant, and very okay. He applied for an opportunity, a contract. When he got to the office and he met the board of directors in the organization, the first thing they checked was his physical appearance. Yes, he have the right skills, everything it takes to get that contract. But guess what was lacking? He looked unkempt with the level of his knowledge. He looked rough. He's not looking presentable. And he was denied of that opportunity. That's a sad news, right? Yes. He was denied because he was not looking presentable. And that is what is happening to some people. They know the right thing, but their physical appearance is zero. Going for an interview with a wrinkled dress, rough face, not looking clean. Who would give such person that kind of opportunity? That is why I told you that personal hygiene is about being clean, because if you can't manage yourself, how would you manage others? For example, you applied for the post of a manager in a particular office. If you are looking unkempt, how would your office look like? I've entered offices that, looking at the arrangement of the office, you will know that this person is clean, because the way the person arrange his or her files, you will know that this person is well organized. Someone who is clean will be organized. You will see them, they will arrange their stuffs accordingly. So it's about being clean in every aspect of your life. It's not just your body alone. If you get to some people apartment, their stuff will be scattered, not well arranged. It is when they need something that they will start looking for it, which is not supposed to be. So it is all about being clean, being organized. Just imagine you are in public place and you are sitting close to someone, and all you have to do is to cover your nose or find a way of not breathing in because of the odor. Personal hygiene is important. If you are not hygienic, it can make you lose opportunities that you even deserve. Personal hygiene actually matters. We should not overlook it. We are just recovering from pandemic, and everything we do matters when it comes to our health. And I want to tell you that it is not just about yourself. As you are particular about your own life, you are also helping others as well. Personal hygiene matters because it helps you to protect your health. The last time I have explained microorganism extensively, and I've told you that there are bad microorganisms that cause disease, and to protect yourself you have to be hygienic. You know, we are exposed to all these microorganisms, tiny organisms every day. They are ubiquitous, which means they are found everywhere, on surfaces that you touch, meeting people, a whole lot. Microorganisms are there, bacteria, the viruses and the fungi, and you as a person, you don't even know the bad ones. That is why we need to be careful and we need to be hygienic. And you must take to some of these simple acts, like washing of hands regularly. It's not something that almost everyone like to do, especially people that don't care. Imagine going about the day activities and coming back from work or from school or wherever you go to, and the first thing you do when you get into your house is to grab something, maybe from your fridge, and put it in your mouth. It is wrong. Anytime I'm out, the first thing I do when I'm back is washing my hand. I don't want to know how the hunger is. I will ensure that I wash my hands. So you as well, you should inculcate that habit. Don't be too fast to pick anything and put it in your mouth without washing your hands. And when I say washing of hands, it's not just pouring water. It's not just doing your hands like this. You wash your hands properly using soap and clean water. And WHO has given us the right steps to wash our hand properly. You wash all your fingers. You scrub all your fingers. You scrub in between your fingers. Even your wrist and your palm. You scrub very well. You wash very well. In between your fingers, you ensure that you wash properly, and all your fingers. That is how to wash your hand properly, not just fast method and you grab something. No. So one of the simple acts to be hygienic is washing of hands properly. Another thing is bathing regularly. Ensure that you bathe at least twice a day. I know that you bathe in the morning, but you've been outside for a long period of time. You have interacted with people, you have touched so many things, and getting back home, you should wash away all those sweats, all the dirty things that you have come in contact with. So you should take your bath at all times, at least twice a day. And this period now, there is heat, right? So what is stopping you from bathing? As much as you can, especially when you have access to clean water. Don't be lazy to do that. These are the simple acts to live hygienic. And when you are taking your bath, pay attention to sensitive part of your body. Wash your armpits. Clean that part of your body very well. Some people, you can't sit close to them, because by the time they raise up their hands like this, you will almost vomit. Yes, you need to pay attention to this sensitive part of your body. And you should ensure that you put on a clean dress at all times. You put on clean dress at all times. There is something that I would not advise anybody that is living in Lagos to do. You see, once you wear a dress out of your house in this Lagos, once you get back home, don't put it on until you wash it. Please, don't put it on again until you wash it. Not just Lagos alone, everywhere all over the world. But the reason I'm particular about Lagos State is because of the kind of wonderful place that we have. Let me just say that. Sometimes when I'm in public transport, you know what my thought is? I can't wait to get my own car. I can't wait to get my own car, because yes, because you cannot just imagine different people that you come in contact with. They will not write it on their forehead that they have not taken their bath for 1 week. In fact, there was a time I was coming from a particular place, and as I entered the public transport, I did not have any option. At some point in time, I had to be holding my breath. I had to be holding my breath, and by the time I want to breathe in again, I will be very careful because of the kind of odor I'm perceiving, both my left and my right. And the funny thing, not even funny, because I was pained, I was sitting in the middle. I can't even, I was not convenient, but I just had to push myself until I got to my destination. That is how it can be sometimes. Now imagine getting back home and you sat down comfortably with food. No. Ensure you wear clean dresses at all times. You sweat, you should not repeat the same dress. You know, some people will say, it's not dirty now. It's not dirty, I can wear it again. Because it's color black does not mean it is not dirty. Black has suffered though. Because it is not color white. You know, when you put on white dress, you will quickly get to know that the same thing that happened to white is the same thing that happened to black. The only difference is just that it is not visible in that other color aside from white and the other light colors like that. Please ensure you wear clean dresses. Iron your dress, be neat, use deodorant, look presentable and clean. These are the simple acts that you can do to protect your health. Another thing is brushing your teeth. Brush your teeth at least twice a day. You can't sit beside some people. By the time they open their mouth to talk, it's different story. You will not even bother to listen to what they want to say again. Brush your teeth at all time. Floss when possible. Ensure you do all these simple acts so that you can prevent yourself from diseases like diarrhea, respiratory diseases, and even skin infection. Don't share your personal materials with someone else. Personal materials like your towel, your toothbrush, your underwears, and some personal materials like that. Even your body soap. Yes. Personally, I don't share my body soap with somebody. If anybody use my body soap mistakenly, I would know. Why? If I use it, my body will scratch me. I will start itching my body. Our body is sensitive and is different. Mr. A body reaction might be different from Mr. B body reaction. Don't share your personal materials. Some people, they don't care. They will use someone else's towel. Just like that. You are just sharing infection. Do you know if that person is having scabies? If the person is having ringworm on his or her body, and later on, you know, one thing about some of these microorganisms is that they will just hide. It will not be visible on you at first, because they also are still finding balance, and if they find the opportunity to grow properly, it will not be easy to control them. That is why prevention is better than cure. As female, if you want to make your hair, get your own materials. Don't use your hairstylist comb and their own materials. Imagine somebody that just finished making hair and the person is having lice on her hair, and you are very innocent. You are just like, please just do 5 cornrows for me. 5 cornrow, 5 lice. Just like that. It should not cost you anything. Males, get your own materials. Go to your hairstylist with your own materials as well. If you need to save up for it, save up for it, because you are not saving up, you are saving your health. That is why I said that it is foundation to healthy living. Personal hygiene is foundation to healthy living. You don't need expensive medicine to be healthy. You just need to be hygienic. That is all you need. And another thing is that personal hygiene help you to build confidence. When you are clean, you will not be ashamed of yourself. Am I right? In fact, there is a way you walk into the room elegantly. You smell nice, you smell good. Because you are clean. You will be respected. You carry yourself without fear. Just imagine somebody that have not taken his or her bath, let's say for like 2 days. You did not brush your teeth for like even 24 hours. You will even feel the effect. Let me not say 48 hours now. 24 hours you did not brush your teeth. This is the way you will like, please, can I talk to you about something? You will want to be very careful. That's if you have shame, but some people does not have that shame. That's to tell you that personal hygiene build your confidence. You will not be afraid to speak to someone that is sitting next to you. You will not be afraid to communicate. You will not be afraid to appear in rooms, because looking good alone can earn you opportunities, can speak for you even before you speak for yourself. It already like tell the people in that room the kind of person you are. Personal hygiene builds your confidence, and it shows respect for yourself and others. People will respect you because they know you are clean. I've seen people that you can't just use their thing anyhow, because even you yourself, you'll be like, this person, I don't know how to keep up with that person's standard, because they have their way of keeping their stuffs. It earns you respect and respect for others. Imagine sitting close to somebody that is not hygienically clean. Do you know that if you are together in that same place, you'll be distracted? Am I right? You'll be distracted because your focus will not be in that particular thing you are meant to do again. Have you ever been in a situation whereby you will be praying that this person should leave this place in time, because of the way they are appearing, because of the things that is happening around? It's not just comfortable to you. You will not be comfortable. You will not be comfortable. And there are key areas we must look into when it comes to personal hygiene. I've talked about the body hygiene. I've told you, wash your hand properly, ensure that you wear clean clothes at all times. I've talked about that, and focus on the sensitive area in your body. Yes, it is very important, and I've said you should not share personal items. Oral hygiene, I've said make sure you brush your teeth at all times. Ensure that you floss when needed. Hand hygiene, you should wash your hand before eating, after eating, after using the toilet, after touching surfaces. Ensure you wash your hand. The next one that is most often neglected is your nail hygiene. If you are to check fingernails of average Nigerian youth, it is something else. Keeping long nails is not fashion. It is not hygienic. It is not fashion, because that your long nails is just a mansion for microorganisms. You have just built correct mansion for them. You can't tell me you will be careful, you will clean it at all times. 12 hours will not pass. Just pick something and clean that nail and put it under microscope. You yourself, you will be afraid of what you will see. Do you know one of the reasons we are not always paying attention to this is because we don't have access to microscope personally. If you really have access to it and you can operate it and you can use it to check almost every day, you will be more careful. You will be more careful. So that long nails, it is not hygienic. Nail hygiene is very important. Both your fingernails and your toenails. Some people are even trying, actually they will cut their fingernails. How about the toenails? Personal hygiene. Wherever you are hearing me from, all over the world, I said what I said. Keeping long nails is not fashion. How about hair and scalp hygiene? Females, when was the last time you washed that your hair?
By the time you lose it, buy another product, the attach whatever, quickly make the hair again, put oil, and you go like that for 1 month. Or you just make 8 cornrows wig all the time. You are just, if you open some people's wig in public, you will be surprised. Personal hygiene is very important. Your hair scalp, ensure that you wash it. After losing that hair, ensure you wash before you make another one. And even males as well. How about menstrual hygiene, females? Oh, I know that it is not convenient sometimes, but you just have to do it. Don't forget, you are not doing it for yourself alone. You are doing it for even those around you. And one thing is that when you are used to this thing, people that are around you, they will also inculcate that habit. That is one thing that personal hygiene does. If you observe our parents, especially moms, anytime they enter sitting room, maybe while growing up, if my mom, for example, if she step on sand, even if you have swept that place for 3 times, she will call you to come and sweep it again. And while growing up, by the time you start staying alone, you will remember some of these things, isn't it? Because you have learned it over time. You have younger ones that are watching you. You have people who are not even your younger ones that they are watching you, and they will be like, they will always remember that this person does this thing. Personal hygiene. I was saying something on menstrual hygiene. Change your sanitary pad. Don't use one for a whole day. And when you change it, don't keep it inside your room. Discard it appropriately. Females, watch your underwears. The fact that it's color black, it also needs washing properly. I feel like they should even ban black color so that everybody can be clean. Black has suffered. Personal hygiene. We should maintain proper practice of all of these things that I've mentioned. Now, what are the consequences of poor hygiene? We all know it, but I'm going to tell you again. It leads to chronic infections. Infections that are serious. Gastrointestinal infections like diarrhea, stomach cramps. It leads to skin infections and so many other infections like that. So in order to avoid spending money on things you don't even plan for, ensure that you are hygienic. Another thing that poor hygiene can lead to is social rejection. By the time your friends, your colleagues start telling you that, no, we don't want you today, you will understand. By the time they start avoiding you, it's not even because you are not good. It's not because the person is not having the right skills. It's not because the person is not intelligent. But because the way the person smell, the way the person is just appearing raw. You know, some people, they will just be like, where am I even going? Just carry this one and wear it. They don't have the right combination of dresses. Their colleagues will reject them. Even if there are better opportunities, if their boss wants to assign them for a particular thing, they will think twice. They will be like, somebody that can just dress anyhow, how will this person represent us for this big thing like this? Personal hygiene. If you are poor in that aspect, it can lead to social rejection. And there are some things that people don't even say with their mouth, but with their action, it tells a lot. such person will be rejected. Personal hygiene. And again, poor hygiene can lead to low self-esteem. Nobody will tell you. You will just feel like I am not accepted in this environment. Nobody pushed you away, but it is your own character, your own habit that has pushed you away. And you start thinking about your own life. You will start blaming somebody. You will start feeling like, I'm not sure I belong to these people. It's not because you don't belong there. It's because of the way you carry yourself. It's because of the way you appear in the society. Some people do not even have anything, but that two things that they have, they know how to manage it effectively. And you will see them, they will be called upon at every time because of the way they appear. And I've said this, it can lead to missed opportunities when you are hygienically poor. Now, when I started, I made mention that there are some people that have the knowledge, but because of laziness, they are not doing it. There are some people that they don't have the knowledge, and we need to teach them, right? But there are some people who have the knowledge, but they just lack access to it. That leads me to barrier to good hygiene. Seriously, some people want to practice it, but they don't just have the access. And one of the barrier is access to clean water. Yes, because by the time they have just a bucket of water, and it's that bucket of water that they will manage, is that bucket of water that they will use to cook. If they want to use the restroom, is that same bucket of water. Tell me, how are they going to do the needful? You know, have you lived in a place whereby to get water is very hard? What are you going to do? You say, I'm managing clothes because I cannot wash clothes. Who have had that experience before? Yes, because there is no water, like they lack access to clean water. So these are some of the barrier to personal hygiene, to good hygiene. Another thing is financial challenges. When they don't have enough resources, their hygienic habits will be poor. Some people actually have the knowledge, but things that they need for the right disposal of their refuse, of their waste products, they don't get it. So they don't have option than to, just discard waste anyhow. And we see that a lot on the street of Lagos. You just see people, they will come out early in the morning before everybody start going out. By the time you are passing that road, you will see a whole lot of dirt, because there is no proper disposal method. These are some of the challenges. It's not only here, it's happening in some places like that. Another barrier is mental health struggles. Yes, we just heard about mental illness. So some of them can, this can be barrier to good hygiene sometimes. Now, I want you to know that we don't just teach you good hygiene as public health advocates. We also advocate for how you can be hygienically clean. That is why as public health advocates, we teach and we advocate even for clean water. Everybody deserves it. Water is very important. If you lack it, it's going to affect how you can be hygienic. And sanitation facilities, it is very, very important. And another thing is hygiene education. It is very important that we know that we have the knowledge. Just like I've said when I started, we are just recovering from pandemic. We should not be negligent in such a way that there will be another reason for us to be locked inside our home just because of a tiny organism that we cannot see with our naked eye. We need to be hygienic. So I want to challenge you today as I wrap up. Let's be intentional about our hygiene. Let's be intentional. You can do it. Another thing is for you to teach someone. You have the knowledge already. Teach someone. As females, don't be ashamed to talk about it. Teach other people how they can be hygienic. Menstrual hygiene, body hygiene. Teach others. You don't have to be a doctor to talk about some of these things, you know, right? Yes. It's for us. I said it. We can have a healthy community. It depends on the way we live, our lifestyle, our habits. It is very important. So teach someone, and note, correct with kindness, please. When you see somebody that is lacking in that area, don't just say, leave this place, you don't belong here. No. You can correct with kindness. Sit the person down. The person might actually be struggling with something. The person might not have the right knowledge. Just like I have said, someone who don't have access to water, the water that he or she have, she will want to manage it, and they will be like, I cannot wash clothes, oh, I'm managing clothes because there is no water. So you should correct with kindness. So if there is a way you can help such people, you should. Somebody might say, it is the toothbrush that I've been using since 2 years ago that I'm still using. You will be surprised, right? Don't complain. Just carry money. How much is toothbrush? 500 naira. Just give the person. Give somebody deodorant. Yes. You don't have to, use your mouth and communicate it. Your action can help somebody to be hygienically clean. It is very important, and we should also practice consistency. Don't say today I'm going to bathe twice a day till next year again. Who does that? Today I'm going to brush my teeth twice a day. Maybe till after 6 months, when you hear that message again, that is when you will now practice it. Consistency. It is very important. Iron your dress. Appear neat. You can do it. It just starts with simple acts. I know that we may not be able to control everything. We may not be able to control every opportunities. We may not be able to control every outcome. But you see, our body system, like ourself, you can control the way you take care of yourself. It depends on how you do it. It depends on how you can be intentional. And there is this aspect that I also want to talk about. When you buy something in the market, especially fruits, some people will not bother to wash it. They will just put it in their mouth just like that. Personal hygiene. You don't know that that particular fruit, it left the farm to the farmer store, from that place to those people who have fought for it. This is my own. This is a whole lot of hand that have touched it. And you bought apple in the market just because it's by the roadside, inside your mouth just like that. It is apple, but that apple will not apple in your stomach. Personal hygiene, it is very important. I know by now you would be thinking of a whole lot of things. If you have done it in a wrong way, this is your chance to correct yourself. This is your chance to rethink your actions. This is your chance to rebuild and to restart again. Hygienic habit is possible. We can have a healthy community. Everybody does not have to be sick. Sickness sometimes is because of our action, and you be like, this person is sick today, this person is sick tomorrow. Check the person action. Some people, in their house, in their environment, there is stagnant water. Why not do something to clear it off? Because in that place alone, vectors are there, like of mosquito, housefly, and these are vectors that cause certain diseases that can affect us. Let us watch again. Nigerians, we can do it. We should not dispose refuse anywhere. We should not dispose refuse on the streets. Let us stop that act. Let's stop that act. Inform somebody today. We can change the narrative, and we can be clean again. Thank you very much. Right now, I will pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. To begin with, distraction is an attraction that subtracts your intention. Distinguished guest, please tell the person beside you that I said distraction is an attraction that subtracts your intention. So now, this is not the topic of my speech, but in an historic moment like this, where the world is watching, as Nigerian, we have to show our resilience. We have to show what we are made up of, and we have to correct little public policy that affects every one of us. So no, the reason why I spoke about distraction in my attention grabbing statement is because distraction has ended so much goals. Do you get? So now, why do I say distraction is an attraction that sidetracks your intention? To begin with, if something must distract you, it must first attract you. Do you get? So now, take for instance an individual who is at the age of 16 who has gotten admission into the university. Now, let me use the Nigerian narrative for you. On the internet, about few months ago, we have this slangy term trending where we have Lapo baby and Nepo baby. Do you get? So now, Nepo can be found in the dictionary, which means the child who is born in a favored environment. But yes, but you can check on ChatGPT, check what Nepo means. But Lapo, on the other hand, you can't find it. But it is globally accepted that both the word Lapo baby and Nepo baby are slangy words. Do you get? So now, in the Nigerian term, for foreigners who are listening, I would like to explain to you what Lapo baby means and what Nepo baby means. So Lapo baby are those children, are those individuals who are born into families who are born into families that are not financially buoyant, regardless of how much high or low their standard is. So when we talk about families who are not financially buoyant, we have families who are not financially buoyant, but their parents still help them to the level of going to the university, and we have some who cannot afford it. Then the Nepo, on the other hand, are those who are from rich, wealthy family. So now, talking about distraction is an attraction. I said something. I said if something must distract you, it must first attract you.
So now I would come in with a Yoruba proverb that says rántí ọmọ ẹni tó ń ṣe. Now I'm using this to analyze a distraction that attracts you. A Lapo child, for instance, who has just got admission into the university, you would hear, if the child is from a Yoruba family, the child is likely to hear rántí ọmọ ẹni tó ń ṣe o. This is a proverb that is often used in Africa by Yorubas. So now Yoruba parents use this proverb to remind their children that anywhere you found yourself, always remember the child of whom you are. In other words, it can mean remember where you are coming from, remember your roots. Do you get it? So now, if I translate the Yoruba proverb for you, the Yoruba proverb that says rántí ọmọ ẹni tó ń ṣe, it can be translated in two ways, but the two ways still arrives at the same meaning with the same intention. The first meaning of rántí ọmọ ẹni tó ń ṣe is saying that remember the child of whom you are. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, it means remember your roots. This is a common word African Yoruba parents do tell their children whenever they are going to places where they won't be with them at. So now, if I would explain the context critically of remember the son of whom you are, or remember the son of whom you are. For example, if an individual father is a police officer in a country like Nigeria, for instance, so now we all know that the job of a police officer is to fight crime, is to arrest those that have been participating in crime. So now, if the child of a police officer now participates in crime, what happens? It means that child has dent the image of who? His father. Do you understand? I don't know if you get the point. So I am citing an example using the child of a police officer. If a police officer's child proceeds to commit a crime, the child has indirectly done what? The child has indirectly dent the image of his father. This is you remembering the son of whom you are on the one hand. On the other hand, rántí ọmọ ẹni tó ń ṣe is talking about you remembering your roots. So now this is where we elaborate more on the Lapo baby. What's your roots? Now I'm going to use this woman as an example, and I'm going to give her a name. Her name in this event is Simi, for example. So perhaps Simi mom and dad, perhaps Simi is a Lapo child. Are you with me? So in the process, while Simi was little, these are the things she's likely to experience as a Lapo child. The first thing she's likely to experience is she might not find in their wall a picture frame of her mom and her dad with their wedding picture. She's likely not to find that. She's likely not to find a kitchen in their house. That's another thing. So now let me analyze the kitchen aspect and the sleeping method. In Simi's house, Simi might have 3 siblings. 3 siblings plus Simi makes it what? 4 children in the house. Do you get it? So now plus Simi mom and Simi dad makes it what? 6. Do you get? In a room. Do you get it? So now Simi mom and dad are most likely to sleep on the mattress. If they have a couch, since Simi is the first child, Simi is likely to sleep on the couch. Then the remaining 3 siblings will find out to excuse themselves on the floor. This is a critical explanation of a Lapo baby, relating it to remembering your image. remembering your roots. I mean, so now, after doing this, if you ask Simi's mom and dad that why are you excusing yourself in this place, they will tell you, if you don't do it, where are we going to get money from? That's one. And on the other hand, there's this common thing they will say, the poor will say, they will say, Shebi, ile kasha ati sun kasha ati zini. It means that the essence of renting an apartment is for you to sleep at night and wake up in the morning. There's nothing spectacular you want to be doing at home. So the only time you stay at home is on weekends. That's for those that stays at home on the weekend. Do you get it? So now, this is likely to be the lifestyle of Simi and her siblings. Simi mom and dad is like they are likely to leave home as early as possible. Perhaps Simi dads work in a construction company like Capa de Abalto. You know, Capa de Abalto, for instance, the construction they do are always on the island. So take for instance, Simi mom and dad lives at a place in Lagos called Ikorodu. So from Ikorodu, there is a Capa de Abalto staff bus that goes around to pick the staff. Do you get? So now, you are likely to find one at Ikorodu garage, but once it's past 6 o'clock, you've missed the bus. So you might have to use your pocket money to board the bus to work. Do you get it? So now, for Simi's dad to save cost, he would have to be early to the bus stop. Do you get? So when he gets to the bus stop, he would wait. So he's likely to wake up around 5 a.m. in the morning, and by 5:30 he's done. By 5:20, by 5:40 is at the bus stop. Then the bus picks him up, then leave. So Simi mom, on the other hand, now I'm trying to narrate the struggle for you. Hope you are following. Please tell your neighbor, hope you are following. Ask your neighbor, hope you are following. Good. So now I'm trying to narrate the struggle for you. So now, if Simi's mom is a trader, for instance, someone who sells clothes or shoes at Eko Idumota in Lagos, for example. Now, you know, I said Simi's dad had left home as early as 5:30 to 6, so he can meet up with the staff boss before 6 o'clock in the morning. Do you get it? So now, Simi dad has gone to work. He works for a construction company. He has gone. Do you get it? So now, talking about Simi's mom. Simi's mom sells at Eko Idumota. She owns her personal business. She has every right to sleep on the bed till like 10 o'clock before leaving home. But there's one common thing you would hear from Lagos businesswomen. They will tell you business sells most in the morning and in the evening. Those are the peak period. So because she had to meet up with the morning clients so she can make some money, she also have to leave home as early as her husband. So now who will be left at home? Simi and who? Her siblings. Do you get it? So now, Simi and her siblings, there is high tendency that the mom would have prepared their food, but they might just have to serve the food by themselves without their mommy putting it in the cooler for them. So now this is where they begin to learn from. So now Simi, as the first child, would have to take the responsibility of her mom by dishing the food to her siblings. Do you get? So now after doing that, they wake up. So Simi and her sibling are most likely to wake up to not seeing their parents in the morning. All they need to do is wake up, have their bath, and do what? Go to school. So there's a chance that they have to trek to school if their school is not too far from their house. Do you get? So now, what happens in the afternoon? In the afternoon, for instance, if Simi and her parents stays in Lagos, we are using the Lagos narrative Ikorodu as the case study right now. So now, Simi and her siblings, when they come back from school, at max 4 o'clock. What would they do? They would have to be at home with probably a neighbor or in the room alone. Do you get it? Do you get the struggle? So now it's fine. We understand the fact that they might stay at home without their parent and still do very well. That's not the problem. That's not the point. The point is analyzing that struggle they had gone through. Do you get it? So now moving on to the closing period. So when do Simi's mom and dad close from work? Simi dad, who works in the construction company, might have to leave work at 7 o'clock. Do you get? But because he lives in Lagos, coming from the island to Ikorodu, there is high tendency that he's going to meet traffic on his way home. Mind you, this traffic is not caused by the government. It's not caused because we have limited road. There are enough roads, but because there are more cars in Lagos State and there are more of double parking on the roads. One double parking on one street might affect the whole community. That's how it works, and that's why Lagos State government has done very much by creating so much body to help reduce the rate at which we have traffic in Lagos State. One of the body is Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, popularly known as LASTMA. So the government has done its part. But now we're not talking about the government or the people. So now, for Simi's dad to come home at night, it may take long because of traffic. So if he comes very early, at least he would spend 2 hours on the road. By the time he's going to get home at night, there's a tendency that Simi's dad won't really spend much time with Simi and her siblings. So when they get home at night, it's either Simi and her siblings are asleep or they are about to go to bed when their dad gets home. Then Simi mom on the other hand, Simi mom will still be at the market till probably 8 o'clock. Why? Because sales peak period is when? In the morning and in the evening. So for someone who sells shoe, she would have to target, okay, in the evening, those who are coming from work want to buy. At late hour, some persons who are also traders from somewhere might want to pass that axis and get some things from her as well. Do you get it? So by so doing, she would want to spend more time so she can make more money. So now, the point here is, don't forget where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the attention grabber, where I said distraction is an attraction. So now, if anything must distract you, it must first what? It must first attract you. So and that's why those parents will tell their children when they are leaving their surroundings, they will tell them that not tell many T1 remember the son of whom you are. That was where I made the analysis where I said the police son who commits crime has dent the image of his father. Then on the other hand, remember where you are coming from, and that's what I'm analyzing right now. So now, if you look at where Simi is coming from, the journey is quite rough, right? So now, let's now move on to our academic background. In a place like Nigeria, our academic system is 6-3-3-4. That is the most recognized system. Perhaps I may need to explain what I mean by 6-3-3-4 so you won't confuse it for Liverpool coach formation. So now what I mean by 6-3-3-4 is, for the basic class, we have from basic 1, basic 2, basic 3, basic 4, basic 5 and basic 6. Then after basic 6, we have the junior secondary school where we have GS1, GS2, GS3. Then the senior secondary school where we have SS1, SS2, SS3. Mind you, there are schools in Nigeria who count it as basic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then when you get to GS1, they start counting basic 7, JS 2, basic 8, JS 3, basic 9, like that. So now the remaining four represent the number of years you spend in the university. So at least the smallest course you study in Nigeria will take at least 4 years. If you are studying courses like English, literature, philosophy, psychology, sociology, courses like that takes at least 4 years. We have courses that takes more than 4 years, courses like medicine and law. But the focus here is what we have on the official table, which is the 6-3-3-4. Do you get? So now, I would like us to imagine the stress the parent had gone through from trying to make Simi and her siblings have the basic 1, 2, the books and everything down to the university. So now, this is the point. Simi had gotten admission into a school in Lagos State University, for example, and her mom had told her, not your mentor show. Remember your words, your roots. Do you understand? So now, the roots is to remind her that anywhere you go, just always remember that this is how I started. It was very, very rough. At home, we don't have enough. So now, you as the first child, you have been given the opportunity. You have been given the opportunity to education. You have been given an opportunity to something that would transform your life for good. So please, don't take this with levity. That is the message behind. Remember your roots. So now, for someone who, that's the explanation for you remembering your roots. So anytime you remember that message, as a responsible child, you would not want to go astray. Now, a critical analysis of that attention grabber, where I said distraction is an attraction that subtracts your intention. So what do I mean by it subtracts your intention? It reduces your focus. That is distraction. It will first attract you. After attracting you, it's going to do what? It's going to reduce your focus. Now let me give you, for instance, I would use university students as a case study. We have individuals who are from homes where they have been very well orientated that when you go out there, you have to do all you can to become a better person in life. Well, for one or two reasons, they might be distracted. So now, how does it work? Don't forget the techniques. Its distraction will first come as an attraction. So now, where's the attraction? Maybe this person is someone who used to attend classes every time. Then, at the end of the day, he or she meets with a group of friends who at once, friends who misses class for no good reasons. So now, those friends may invite her or invite him to a place like sports center. Instead of attending classes, you can be at the sports center now. We're always having fun there. Like fun? Yes. You would see the DJs, you would see people come and play, you would meet new people. So now, I'm not saying going to the sports center is bad, but there's a time that says be at the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. Do you understand? So now, the clothes you are putting on as a university student is not a school uniform anyway, but it's you dressed up as someone who will be going for lecture. Do you understand? So now, being at the right place at the right time. Your parents or whoever sponsors your education has sponsored that you become relevant. Do you understand? So for you to be at the right place at the right time is being at the classroom at that time, not at the sports center. You understand? So because distraction, you have been attracted by those friends that tell you that if you spend more time at the sports center, you will have more fun. Perhaps while you sit with them, you get some bottle of coke, then you lose concentration. Then where I mean by it subtracts your intention, it reduces your focus. So when you begin to miss classes, what happens? Then failure is very near. So to make you understand this analysis of students who misses class, over the years, there are university lecturers who has developed different techniques in handling students who misses class. I will be citing few relevant lecturers in Nigeria. One of these lecturers is Dr. Bamishile Sunday Ololade of the Department of Foreign Language, Portuguese unit. Is the current HOU, that's head of units of the Portuguese unit at Lagos State University, and also the directorate of LASU Central of Afro-Brazilian Study. So now, this is the techniques this scholarly father employs in handling students who misses class for no reasons. Yet, I would like the audience to judge who has a better techniques and who is at more advantage. So now, Dr. Bamishile, what happens to him? The moment you resume to the university as a fresher, I would use my level for instance. When I resumed, we were 51 in my class. We were 51 in my class. So at our first class, before our first class, we've heard a lot about him that if you misses Dr. Bamishile's class too much, you won't pass his course. You won't pass his course is not saying you would have a carryover. You might not have a carryover, but you won't have a good score. Somebody tell your seatmate that you have a good score. Tell your seatmate you have a good score. So now, if you miss Dr. Bamishile's class to some extent, you won't have a good score. So we have in Lagos State University, what are the points? We have A is 5. We have B is 4. We have C is 3. We have D is what? 2. We have E is what? We have F is what? 0. Hope you are following. So that's how we count the 5 points there. So now, when we resumed school, we were 51 in my class, and the first thing Dr. Bamishile said, he said, anytime we are having class, we should have a paper. There's no paper yet. We should have a paper and make sure we write our name boldly on that paper. So we place it in front of our desk. So his own style of teaching, while he teach, he moves around. Then he looks at your desk. So he got to know me. Whenever he looks at my desk, he see Kasali. Okay, you are in class. Then he moves around. So the first technique is, there is this booklet we use for exam. That's the booklet he brings to the class. So in that booklet, he uses that booklet as his attendance. So when he comes to class, you write your name. When he comes to class, you write your name. By so doing, he will discover who misses his class. Then as time goes on, because we used to have our names on the desk, he mastered the names of all the students in the class. We were just 51. So now, you look if one lecturer has more advantage and which lecturer has more techniques. Please follow. So, he got used to our names, that he stopped coming to the class with attendance. Because if one person is missing, he doesn't need to count. He will know. Because he has mastered our faces and our names. So when there was a day he came to the class, he was like, where is that boy? Easy money. Then we told him he went to get something. He said he did not went to get something, that he had been absent for over an hour. Then he said, you know what, bring out a sheet of paper. Then he took an attendance for that class. So that's how Dr. Bamishile works. So at the end of the day, after awarding marks, when he discovers that you as a student, you didn't miss any of his class, that attracts an additional mark. So what is he doing here? He's trying to encourage the students so they can become better, so they can focus on the main reasons why they are in school, and they can be far from distraction. So even when distraction comes, even when distraction buys your attention, you always remember that this man, if I don't attend classes, what I'm likely to have is what? Is 1. 1 is what? E. If care is not taken, I will have 0. 0 is what? F. Do you get it? That is Dr. Bamishile on the one hand. On the other hand, we have Dr. Gab. So now, as a graduate of Portuguese and English department and English language, if you study Portuguese in Lagos State University, you can't study Portuguese alone. It's like this. If you are studying Portuguese, you must be ready to study English at the same time. There is no minor, the both are major. So you are doing the same compulsory courses English major students are doing, the same compulsory courses Portuguese major are doing. So there's nothing like you are a minor or you are a major. You are a major in both courses. Do you get? So now, we have Dr. Ganiu Abisoye Gbamboshe, the exam officer of Department of English Language, Lagos State University. But for Dr. Bamishile, for Dr. Gab, it's a little bit complex. Why? You know, I mentioned earlier that for Dr. Bamishile, we are just 51 in his class. But for Dr. Gab, those offering his course, we have Portuguese students, the 51. We have the English major, they are over 200. We have English education students, they are over 200. We have law students, I can't remember their numbers. We have edutech, and we have people who borrows his course. So most times in his class, we are always having over 600 students. So that makes it impossible for Dr. Gab to do what? To take attendance. Now, you have to look at between Dr. Gab and Dr. Bamishile, who is at more advantage? Because he has few students. So now, we would have to choose who is smarter. So for Dr. Gab to be able to track students who misses class, so what does he do? He come up with, after few classes, probably in week 6 or week 7, he would come up with an assignment. The assignment is going to give you is an assignment that